Fluff Bites' streams are intended for mature audiences. This is an 18-plus space. Be prepared for disturbing or dark games and themes, difficult discussions, and interests outside of your comfort zone. Try to have an open mind and good faith. Please respect the space and treat yourself and others with respect. Hip hoppity hooray. Good morning, or good evening, or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. I am Thornbite, your host with the flower crown. I hope you've been well this week. We've been kind of really off, actually. Let me not get ahead of myself. I'm Thorn. I use she, they, and they pronouns. I'm part of a plural system that streams. We're all VTubers. We all have our own sonas. This is an 18-plus stream. We are baby furs. We talk about furry stuff, left stuff, queer stuff. We love video games. We love indie games. This is probably like the first time in a while that the fucking Summer Games Fest has been going on and we weren't covering it. We have a lot planned today. If folks are watching in another tab and they see a game that they think that we would want to know about, feel free to mention it in chat. But, and I'm not saying we'll never like live stream a game show again or like a showcase or whatever, but like we had stopped watching like Nintendo Directs a while ago. We stopped watching Nintendo Directs a while ago, and we partially had done it out of like this sense of betrayed nostalgia, because we didn't really become like a big Nintendo fan until the Switch came out, and only because our spouse at the time was literally like a big Nintendo stan and was like that was their favorite console company, whatever. And we had a lot of emotions, and there's a lot of history in like our Switch and like how we used to consume media. And it is so funny that the video game industry so much like packages advertisement as warm and comforting. I mean, some of our oldest video game memories that weren't directly playing video games were thumbing through dozens, if not hundreds, of video game magazines, looking at stuff. A lot of stuff that was like from before we were born, and stuff that we only really got to understand through screenshots and game reviews. And unlike something like music or movies, there wasn't as much critical like analysis or appreciation of video games, like at least in journalism. It was very much sensational, and it was a lot more misogynistic, a lot more xenophobic, and a lot of things. But the access that we got to video games was like really mouth-watering. And generally, I think a lot of gamers like experiences and like, you know, having fun and being engaged, and don't and wouldn't necessarily see themselves as consumers if that wasn't the framework that was given to them. And so I definitely don't say this from a place of finger wagging, but we're really trying to distance ourselves at least a little bit more from the hype train and the framework the video game industry uses to kind of evade responsibility. Of course, we haven't made it a secret that we have a big beef with Nintendo, actually. Between how they crack down on emulation, how they are trying to basically fuck up video game preservation for the concept of having complete control over any IP they've ever had, even if they never intend to actually sell it. Kind of like when farms destroy whatever they're producing because it won't sell. That happened a lot during the early pandemic. A lot of stuff wasn't selling, like tons of milk, and they were just getting poured out into the dirt. Shit, even GameStop like breaks discs and consoles and stuff that they throw out before they throw it out because, you know, it's bad business practice to throw working electronics out, so they have to break it first. Like, there's very much a lot of consumerism and stuff, and I am part of that machination. I am part of that machine, being, you know, someone who talks about video games, plays video games, and essentially is a taste tester. Really, for a lot of people, we're a filter, at least in terms of experimental games, or games that people are very on the fence about because they're a little bit more indie than they're used to, or they're just not what they're used to. And they go, "Oh, Fluff is enjoying it. Maybe I'll enjoy it." So we definitely don't think that we don't leverage some sense of, "Ooh, that looks fun," and like that benefits the video game industry, and like it's part of the framework that we've been provided with as streamers, as entertainers. But with how the heads of the video game industry want to act like everything's hunky-dory, while like massive layoffs and people like literally having to leave the video game industry altogether because work isn't, like, a life isn't sustainable, and they leave video games in general or tech altogether for something that's a little bit more stable a career, while that's happening at the same time pretending that everything's fine, there's no Warren Bossing say, feels a little disingenuous. And as much as we like to have fun around here, I definitely didn't want to pretend like I'm not aware of it or thinking about it, especially because we haven't put out any like think pieces or video essays in a while now. So we haven't been like critically talking about our thoughts on a lot of like video gaming stuff. We've been talking about more overarching political stuff, which we will continue to do today, by the way, because I have a we've been since we started streaming again, regularly doing research every week for the topic that we were going to cover. And this is the one we've done the most research for this year since we started back streaming, especially to the point of reading through most of what we are going to be using as a jumping off point. Though I'll probably talk a little bit at length before I crack open any article or editorial, I guess. How is everyone? Hi, little tofu. It's nice to see you. Hey, Specchio. I'm I'm like a deflated balloon a little bit. I'm trying to get the air back in. I'm not trying to like come in too hot. Um, More like a tuck and roll. Cause it was pretty. I was pretty high strung. We've been kind of high strung all week actually. For some reason, I forgot it was Friday. I mean, just moving through the motions. Sometimes the day of the week escapes you. Sure it does escape me. Doing good on my own right now. Might make some food later. We'll try to. Hmm. What kind of food you have in mind? So I should probably talk about the topic of the day. That's probably a good idea. The topic of the day is queer labels, solidarity, and community. This one's gonna be interesting. This one's gonna be interesting. Um, Hold on. Um, I did not come up with this topic. This was Scribble's doing. Only 4 unlocks left in Baltarol. Is that card game that's like a roguelike or something? I feel like I recognize that name. Like that game name. But right, topic. So at first we were thinking about just talking about queer labels. But that didn't really but that really seemed like a jumping off point as opposed to a full meaty discussion by itself. So how this topic came about, why we decided to talk about it is because a lot of people talk about like not liking labels, not liking being put into a box and stuff like that, and especially amongst like anarchists like ourselves, that's very common thought. However, and you don't have to be an anarchist or like very left at all to have that like mind state. But labels are very comforting for us, like very, very comforting for us. And part of the reason why is because we have been denied those labels for a very long time. We reiterate all the time that we wholeheartedly believe that we were raised by two self-hating, possibly closeted lesbians. And their gaydar was on point, to be fair. And you don't have to be queer to like be raising like a non-cishet child and be like, this is not a cishet child. That's not super hard, I want to say. But like thinking about how it's Pride Month and how we were never able to go to Pride as a teenager because one time we were going to, one of our parents asked us literally if we were going to Pride. And because of our stupid fucking honesty autism, we couldn't bring ourselves to lie. And so it was like, yeah, I have gay friends. I'm not gay. I am going to Pride to support them because they, matter. And it's like, I am very uncomfortable with you going. So we didn't go, right? And it wasn't for like 3 or 4 more years that we really actually started opening up and coming out of the multiple closets we were in. And we think about that phase in our life a lot, especially because we knew some trans people in college and literally didn't know trans people existed who were 18. um, we know a lot of folks who are maybe stealth or closeted to their family or what have you. Or maybe you're just like hikikomori neats that like are transitioning but just or are queer whatever way, but they just don't leave the house a lot. Um, and knowing that there's a lot of folks like that in our audience and a lot of like more reclusive people, or at the very least more secretive in flesh base about their queerness, um, and that's valid. And I think about that time in our life in that like limbo before we could really like um open up or even open up to ourselves. That's why we have such a big profound like we put big profound meaning on like the internal coming out process, and like learning and stuff like that. And we've been gravitating more and more towards like queer theory in relation to our identity, because just being like gay or just being LGBT plus is not enough, and queer is a little bit more political, even though obviously like you can say queer or identify as queer without you there's a lot of people who say that they're queer but they might be like assimilationists or are fine with assimilationism. I want people to be safe, I want people to be comfortable, but the thing that resonated with us about a lot of the readings that we're gonna do today, that we're gonna share with you all, was this idea of queer as in weird, not just in the sense of like the original meaning of the word, but like queer as like a an abnormalness and queerness, not in just like the incidental ways that you are not normal and are, you know, just existing is defying cis heteronormative patriarchy or whatever, but also in like a profoundly purposeful way. And I think that that's something that can be valuable. It was valuable to us to think about, and the reason that we're just so like kind of faffing about in a positive way, I guess, and I guess trying to ground ourselves in this idea of queer community specifically is because we've had a few moments where there was like a disconnect in these like intersections where solidarity can be found or should be found, where we were coming up into some friction, not necessarily because of anything bad anyone else was doing, but because of our notions about certain identities and using certain labels, and a sort of dissatisfaction with people who did not use certain labels, even though we're in the same fucking fight. What I mean by that is, to digress or to be more concise, we know plenty of people who would count as, say, trans or not straight, let's say, but the way that they're functioning and the way that their internal processes are and how they see themselves maybe incongruent with what I imagine. And when it comes to labels specifically, it was someone very important to us being like, "I'm not trans," and us like cocking our heads so hard to the side we almost broke our fucking neck because it's like, "What do you mean you're not trans? You are one of the gayest motherfuckers I know. You literally, like wear like trans related underclothes, and you literally on HRT. What do you mean you're not trans?" And it's like, "Well, I'm agender." And it's like, and our autistic, like, rules oriented brain went, "Well, you can only be trans or cis, but you're not cis, right?" And it's like, "No, I'm not cis." And it's like, but then I felt like the fucking the SpongeBob meme where it's like you're going back and forth and they're looking at the license and it's like, yes, 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 no. It was just so confusing. And it's like, well, I'm agender. And it's like, well, non-binary people can be trans, because trans just means that you're not the gender you were assigned at birth or would have been assumed to be based on your, I guess, what do you call them, secondary sex characteristics, right? And it's like, and I'm like digging deep in my fucking like my toolkit of like random gender facts, and I'm just like, because like cis means on the same side of and trans means across, and they're like, "I didn't see myself as changing." And it's like and I am and I the gears were turning, and I wanted to continue arguing, and it was just like, what's the fucking point? It doesn't change anything really. And at the end of the conversation, it was like, the person said, "Oh yeah, I sometimes say that I'm trans in the sense that, like, to connect with community, like as an identifier, but trans doesn't necessarily describe my experience as a gender person." And and we took a moment to sink that in, and especially thinking back to that label queer, and because labels are still valuable to us, and thinking about something that's more far reaching and much more important, I think, for solidarity and understanding than simply say you're in a room with a bunch of transims and it's like, "Yeah, I'm a trans girl and you're a trans girl." Like, I think that community is more than just us being the same, and that's why we also have a frustration with uh not feeling like we have as diverse a, like, queer, like, like social circle as we want. It swings one side or the other usually. And we're trying to diversify, but it's really hard. But it's also because same types of people clump together. um, and that is true across many different identities. Same thing with ace folks. A lot of people in our, like, direct like social circles are ace. Not everyone, but plenty are. For example, so of course, you know, what we say, game attracts game, right? um, but shit, we even know people who have in private been like, "Yeah, I'm trans, but I'm not gonna say I'm trans in public. I don't want to get treated bad." And I think there was a time where we really needed to get over our own, like, feeling of, "Well, I'm bearing this cross, so you should bear this cross too." And it's like, no, and we're not free until we're all free. And it's not to say that if someone identifies outside of the framework that you would usually put them in, that they can't be an ally. And I think that's why queer is a very useful label for me, because it's much more flexible, and it's not just about how you're not cis het. It's it's not just about that you're not cishet, it's about how you're not cishet. And, like, I keep saying radical, but I don't mean, like, like screaming in the streets, like, all the time. Radical action in and out, like in public and private life, can look a lot of ways. Going on a like a triad date, like a three-way date, and it being very obvious to like everyone wherever you go, like the yogurt shop, the movie theater, whatever, that you're a throuple. That's radical. It doesn't have to be like violent or whatever. Um, and I think that uh, we're really trying to remind ourselves that labels are only as useful as as can only be so useful, and it's good to have flexibility with labels, how you understand people, because at the end of the day, people are way more complicated than the labels they use. Even us. Feeling so called out right now. Why are you feeling called out right now, Specky? Which thing? Um, and I guess I want to say furthermore that there's a sense of, for, and I can't speak for everyone, but I felt like there's this tension with like I want to say particularly in trans circles because that's how we exist, in the sense that like there was the first time we came out as anything other than cishet and stayed out to ourselves and didn't like dissociate or throw ourselves back in the closet or whatever, um was very shortly before we had the revelation of being trans. And so most of our like out queer life has been as a trans person. So I mean that's also part of our adult, we've most of our adult life we have been living like how we want to live. And there's a lot of cool stuff that goes along with that, but there's some experiences that we didn't get access to because they tend to happen younger, or like they happen they happen more when you're willfully pushing for them, as opposed to say when our parents were like, you're not going to pride, and it's like, oh, okay, instead of being like, okay, sure, immediately leaves. All right, so where are we going to pride first? That sort of thing. um I think that there's just a lot of lack of solidarity, especially online, or connectivity, depending on what labels people are using. I'm gonna round back to that idea later if someone wants to remind me about lesbians in a little bit. Because we are gonna be talking about lesbians, because playing a lot of fem games today, and that is not Natsunet. Um, but let's go to the first article. Okay, so to get mostly the closet stuff. Okay, I figured, and I mean like I know how important it is to have a place to safely be yourself. There's a reason why like Final Fantasy 14, for example, has like a huge trans population, and a lot of people use it in other games to navigate gender exploration. In the same way, being your authentic self, at least online, um, is is a great way to, I guess, fill your lungs with the air of yourself, I guess, in a way. Where, if continuing that metaphor, you have to hold your breath when you are offline, so to speak. So I understand that importance. And even when we didn't realize we were uh, closeted, or when we weren't like actively thinking about it, we certainly were enjoying queer readings and like queer media, the little bit of it that we could. In that same way, sometimes someone watching their favorite gay as fuck ass streamer is a great way to like validate yourself, especially if that allows you to know more about the more people in your community. Because if you are living pretending to be like cishet, then you might not have as much access to like queer spaces and conversations in flesh space, which is a total bummer. So before, when we came back to streaming on April 23rd, one of the sources for one of the things that we read that was a zine script from a zine called the Broken Teapot was this site right here, the Anarchist Library, which we have recently realized is a treasure trove for like anarchist thinking and things related to it. Like there's just so many like things that just people have written, and very much in the like anarchist and leftism like zine scene and like the history of zines and stuff. It feels really powerful to be able to see this sort of stuff, and a lot of it is a lot shorter than like a bunch of like theory that you're gonna read, and may integrate parts of theory and have sources for the things that they're referencing, as well as like a contemporary perspective, which I think is very useful. And there's a lot of information that you just don't get access to when all you're doing is say accessing certain ideas through say YouTube. Which is funny because we were thinking that there's so many of these little like articles and essays and stuff like this on this website. We could regularly just like dub these and post them, and we feel like there would be like a value in that because there it creates more accessibility, because like all the words I'm going to be reading from this site today are really, really interesting. And if we hadn't gone back to the site to just see what was here, then there's a lot of important thought that we wouldn't have had access to, especially in terms of queer stuff and queer theory, because we're getting in the weeds today, y'all. We're getting in the weeds. Let's see here. Wow, I got a big ass head. There's an anarchist wiki too. Oh, cool, cool, cool. You never heard of the Anarchist Library? I mean, it's also just kind of a dull name. It's not. I mean, yes, it is very to the point. It is a library of anarchist works, but at the same time, it's just the Anarchist Library. Yes, I don't know that maybe we had read from it before the Broken Teapot, but like we didn't know about it. Um, and now we're not gonna shut up about it, I guess. So here's the first reading for today. To be queer is to love all. A perspective on queer activism and anarchism in the Philippines. Author Malaginio. To be queer is to love all. For the first time, I'm going to speak in the first person, because contrary to belief of religious conservatives and macho fascists, there is no such thing as a gay agenda, TM, and the queer community isn't a monolith. I cannot write for all queers, nor the communities that have come to know and love in my less than 2 decades of existence in the world. No, they have their own stories to tell, and they have their own time to tell it. I have mine. I can only write for myself, but that's a good start, isn't it? What became normal? As a species, there's a majority of people who have come to define what is normal and what is right. You can call it whatever you want. The church, the state, the patriarchy, they're all culprits in establishing what we know as a society today around this normal. A human's whole life can be built. See how close your life is to this description. From birth, you grow up with a mother and a father so that you can be educated one way or another, to be followed by an adulthood of working to earn for your food, clothing, and shelter while trying to support a family you built with your spouse. You raise your children the same your parents raised you, teaching them how to act, bringing them to church, educating them on the household chores, and soon on the work they're going to inevitably do. Maybe when you're old and frail, they'll take care of you. Maybe they'll keep working to supplement your family's income. Maybe you'll keep working to supplement your family's income. One way or another, you will eventually die. But you laid the foundations for another generation to continue it. The lives of your parents lived are the same as the lives your children will live. Does this sound familiar to you? Is this how you've lived your life so far? Or have you lived a radically different life than this? There's a constant theme in our social studies classes in elementary school that the family is the foundation of society. Now I'm thinking of Margaret Thatcher talking about there's like not community, there's like individuals and there are families, I believe is what Margaret Thatcher said. And that's a really shitty way to organize people. Um, it's like these tiny dynasties against the world, and it's like, oh, I'm supposed to protect my lineage. I mean, I think that's where the proposed bond of like blood comes from, where it's just like, you know, that, I guess, quote unquote, the biological imperative of, keeping your genes going or whatever. But like, it's it's it feels so mechanical when you put it like how it's been illustrated here, and it really sucks in the sense of like, life can be so much more exciting than that and interesting than that, and passing on your seed is not the epitome of, living a fulfilling life, obviously, right? But this is that is the foundation that creates the world we have right now. Not just like, say, Christofascism, but also this sense of like policing people's bodies, not letting them have their own autonomy, and like, the parental rights thing, and using children even more as objects and stripping them more of their rights, and trying to indoctrinate them as early as possible to not resist having your personhood like stripped from you, and being basically set into an ultimatum of irreversible harm and destitution versus doing what you're told. It's 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 painful that something that seems like this wholesome and safe thing, like, oh yeah, your blood family is like the foundation for like the world, it's like a tiny society, and it's like, no, it's not. It's sterile. It's like a family, especially like a nuclear family, is like the zoo, in the sense that like how like the wolves that were studied in captivity that led to the fucking alpha sigma whatever things that didn't occur in the wild, but did occur in captivity. It's kind of like that. Family family can be captivity, and you don't even need to be in any way queer to experience that. Being disabled or neurodivergent is enough. Just being weird in general is enough. And it's like, if you were, especially as like as a weird person, if you don't know who the black sheep in your family is, it's probably you. It's so funny to be the person that the like whoever doesn't talk to anymore. It's kind of funny. Hi, Thorn. Hi. How's it going, Majora? To be fair, who gives a fuck about what Margaret Thatcher said? Uh, Conservatives, Tories. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's that's like saying who gives a fuck what Ronald Reagan said. He said things and did things that are still relevant to this day, and it's important to understand the faulty frameworks or the toxic or damaging frameworks that exist in society and have been perpetuated so that we can better resist them. And I know that for someone like you, Specky, that's like, something you've internalized easily. But not everyone is like that. It took me a while. If you can imagine, we actually used to be a liberal at one point. Does it sound familiar to you? Is this how you've lived your life so far, or have you lived a radically different life from this? There's a constant theme in our social studies classes in elementary school that the family is the foundation of society. Growing up, I only knew one kind of family: a man, a woman, married in a church or at least city hall, and an unspecified number of children. Whether I heard of any other kind of Whenever I heard of any other kind of relationships, they're not considered a family. They're cohabitation, live-in, they call it. Of course, that's worse. It's worse when one parent is incomplete. There's always an unfair error whenever that discussion pops up, but somehow society has come to accept and assist single parents raising children. Yet, there's always something missing. In fact, it took me almost a decade and a half to fully understand that concept, and even then, I'm discovering more and more about it from around the world. Queer families and queer relationships in general are what is missing. I've never heard of a family with two dads or two moms, of course. My life experience is limited, but for a kid that studied in a school with over 500 students, not once did I see a man pick up their kid's report card to show to his husband, or two wives come to see their teacher because they had failing grades. No same sex couples teaching their kids to ride a bike, prepare their family's dinner, bickering what they get to work, then make up in time for when they get home. None. Not a single one. Same, actually. Same. Didn't even think about that. That's wow. Well, I mean, technically, that was our family because two moms, even though they were sisters. But the thing was, and I'm now realizing this, it's probably the reason why they never came at the same time to any of our, like, report card pickups or anything. It was always one or the other, never both. I guess they were like, that's gonna look gay. My pride outfit is coming tomorrow. I ordered a cute little pink bolo tie to go with it. Oh, cute. Nice, nice, nice. Are you going to your local pride this year, Majora? You never hear about parents discussing queer children either, except in a derogatory manner, of course. A young boy acting gay and dressing up, or a girl hanging with guys too often. Every once in a while, parents come together. You're bound to hear snickers about it. The parents of the kid don't actually hear it, though. I would imagine it would be hell, one way or the other. That's the stuff neighborhood watchmen would be summoned in for to stop some mother from pulling off another woman's hair. I remember when our best friend at the time, I guess up until we were like 9 or 10, stopped being able to hang out with us because his dad didn't like that we cried all the time and didn't want us to rub off on his son and make his son cry all the time. Not saying explicitly, at least in front of us, that it was like, yeah, I don't want your son making my son a sissy, but that was kind of the vibe. That was kind of the vibe. What became abnormal? Queerness is defined by either silence or exaggeration. There is no normal in being queer. I can say I haven't lived that normal of a life, sure. I'm probably living in the pettiest of petty bourgeoisie lives that doesn't mean that my life will be as straightforward as some Marxists put it out to be. Life is addition, personality plus circumstances. I just so happen to be a very angry queer living in a country that tolerates but doesn't accept my identity. As a result, it feels pretty underground to be queer, especially in a school that is seeped in Catholic tradition. When you peel back the first impressions and piety that have put piety that we put on to abide by school regulations, there's a whole slew of kids that are not normal at all. They're flamboyant gays that cross-dress and make themselves up at any chance they get. They're bisexuals who openly give relationship advice to deal with significant others, depending on their sex or gender. There are lesbians who are usually the most understanding eights, elder sisters, you could ever ask for. Yet, even as they are relatively comfortable in their situation, they're still trying to discover who they are and how they fit in the world. Some will eventually realize they are transgender, some will come to terms with their asexuality, and still some others might go on with their lives as they are. But in this kind of society, in this kind of world we live in, there are two routes for a queer to take. I'm scared. Either stay on like this and be the subject of the world's ire, or conform to the norm and achieve what is expected of you. Oh, yes. Yes, I see. And I mean, I think there's kind of a gray there. And sometimes I certainly have negative feelings for like the folks that are like, I'm not like straight or a cis, but like definitely are conformist. Especially if they're white and able-bodied. Um, and I know that that comes from that sense of like resenting that amount of privilege, especially kind of like flexing on it, or like seeming to not even like weaponize it even. Like, I mean, those people you can tell are being like shitty, but like I'm gonna be vulnerable and honest. Sometimes when someone has like good self esteem but they're like super assimilationist, it pisses me off, you know? And I mean, I know that there is only so much you can tell about a person without them telling you directly, but there is a type. Particularly the type of trans people who are like, oh, I have gotten all the things I wanted out of my transition. I'm not trans anymore. I'm just boy, or I'm just girl now. Like, that just, I don't think we'll ever not have some amount of negative feelings for people who have that perspective. And I mean, in the same way, having that perspective but not having done all the things you want really leads to self hate. So like, I feel like if I'm already kind of staring daggers at someone, then they're probably in the fuck you got mind camp already, as opposed to someone who's laying down like so much like self-hate on themselves for not being like feminine enough or masculine enough or tall enough or short enough or wispy enough or what have you. They want to reach a certain standard that is not fair, or maybe is just like unrealistic for the timeline that they're giving themselves or the resources that they know they have. And it sucks to be in that space. And we used to kind of be in that space, but it was kind of like a very self-defeating space, because when you're using like white heteronormative white heteronormative like expressions of self as like the measuring stick, or some approximation of those things as a measuring stick for like happiness, or success, or like being attractive or whatnot, then as a black person or as a person of color, as someone who for whatever reason there is no way to actually bridge that gap, there's no way to have full access to that privilege that choosing to live binarily and kind of obfuscate your queerness is something that it's hard for me. It's certainly hard for me to smile at. I would say. Speaking of going to Pride, we accidentally went to our local Pride last weekend, not realizing that it was Pride. Well, sorry, we it was the first day of Pride, and we just didn't know the Pride celebration was literally on the first around where we lived, and so going to a gay bar, we seriously were just like, oh yeah, since partner wants to go out, let's go to someplace queer since it's Pride, and looked up like a gay-owned bar. In our city, and went there, and it just happened to be one where one of the bigger pride parties were at, and it was like a very straight shot from like where Natural Parade was to where that bar was, and it was just like just being surrounded by your people, and it was so enriching and so good. And honestly, like as much as I hate when people use touch grass as like a derogatory term or like to like make someone feel bad, it felt really good to be outside and see like a bunch of other queer people and like just seeing the vibrancy of community. And that's another thing that kind of affects what we want to talk about today because we no one had like a fucking like a hi, my name is Ted. I am this gender and this sexuality. It was just like if you if I forgot what I forgot what ad it was, but it's burned into my brain. It's probably like a restaurant. It's like if you're here, you're family. It's like the cookout, but you know, gay. It was a really nice experience, and as dangerous as it is to live like outwardly queer right now, if you feel like it can be safe for you to go to a pride celebration in your area, I highly recommend it, especially if you don't get out much, or especially if you haven't connected to a lot of queer people in flesh space, because that tactile community is important too. You'll never hear us say that flesh space is more important than like online, but it is important. They didn't even have flag iconography. Huh? What? Flag iconography? You mean at your pride? When the abnormal and the normal clash. Well meaning elders and straight out homophobes alike warn the queer of the dangers of not following the normal life. Aside, it's like, are you sure being gay is so dangerous? Someone might hurt you. I don't want I don't want you to have a harder life. Ugh. I hate benevolent homophobia. Are you gonna be promiscuous? You're obviously gonna get sick. You don't want to settle down with a husband? You don't want to you won't be able to support yourself. You want to settle down with another man? Everyone in the neighborhood will be suspicious of you and think you're a psychopath. You want to get surgery? Hormones? Don't change the way God made you. You're not going to stop and hide. We'll force you to change whether you like it or not. Whatever it takes. For everything we want to do, there is an objection that's either grounded in the Bible or some other colonial tradition that survived its colonizers. Of course, a person like me can simply ignore it, overcome the challenges and discrimination that comes with it. I can prove to them that I am equal, nay, better than them. I can work hard, get through college, earn a master's, a doctoral degree. I can become a successful lawyer, business person, politician, and advocate for my cause on a wider scale. I can prove to them that a queer can become a productive, even distinguished member of society. Personally, though, this is Lauren speaking, not reading from the article. I don't give a fuck about being a distinguished member of society. I am way too fucking weird and disabled. I am a trans femme pansexual demi-romantic. Nice. I mean, pride flags are kind of like a hi, I'm trans sub on. I would say hi, I'm queer. There's flags other than the trans flag. And I mean, my favorite flag is like the flag that has like it's the inclusion flag. It's the one with the rainbow. It's almost as if there was just a regular gay flag, and then they put a triangle on it that is the like trans and like inclusion of like BIPOC queer people flag, right? And then like in the triangle that would normally be blank, there's also the intersex flag. That's our favorite flag, but that's not one community. That's it's a solidarity flag. That's why that's the flag that I like the most. Not to say that other flags aren't important. The trans flag has such good fucking color theory. It's just you find it everywhere so easily. It's funny as hell. Of course, a person like me is simply ignorant, distinguished society. Read into that paragraph for a moment. I hope you can find the problem in all this. We'll get back to that. Oh, okay. So you okay? They know that this is fucked because this is as a multiple minority. This I actually recognize from like black elitism and basically it's bootstrapism. Not to say that there are not that marginalized people can't achieve just as much as our oppressors, if not more, but I think it's important that we don't say our value is in doing all the same things, especially when you start talking about the intersections between things, especially when you recognize something like the fact that if you happen to be non-cis and not straight, then the chances that you have some form of PTSD are higher just living in our society, especially if you had a homophobic family, you know? So like there's a lot of vectors, especially in our current society with, like say long COVID and stuff, where a lot of people are disabled. So even if we did live in a meritocracy, it wouldn't be possible for a lot of the queer population or a lot of minority populations to do the thing. I mean, bootstrapism isn't real, anyway, or rather, it's a faulty ideology that's really propagandistic. But my point it is not the way to improve society even somewhat. That it is good to like do well for yourself, but ultimately bootstrapism generally serves you, not necessarily the community, especially when it's framed in that way of, yeah, I'll show them that I'm equal, because it's like being Rock Lee with the training weights, but never taking them off, or not being able to take them off rather, and thinking that pushing twice as hard just to get as far is like it is reasonable, and it'll make sense when you burn out later. Although maybe you'll get lucky and become like a super rich person. Maybe you'll become a Jay-Z, a Beyonce, a Lady Gaga, and then you can be the bourgeoisie and step on me. Most of my family isn't homophobic, but a lot of them are transphobic. I have a hard time believing this that someone who is transphobic doesn't hold some amount of homophobic beliefs. But I see what you mean. God has a lot to apologize to me for before I give a fuck about what he wants. Damn, Specchio, you're spicy today. I like that. To be fair, the LGBTQIA plus advocates across advocates across the world, and especially in my country, are doing an amazing job in raising awareness about our sexual and gender identities, and in fighting against discrimination in the workplace and out on the street. One of them went so far as to bring same-sex marriage to the Supreme Court. Of course, that case was a long shot. Even a queer person could see that. Nonetheless, all of them proved to put queer issues on the minds and media of the average Filipino. But there's a catch to all of that is so obvious yet so problematic. No matter how rich your family may be, how educated you are, or how successful you become, you are an obstacle to overcome. Sorry, you had an obstacle to overcome. Luckily, that wealth, that education, that influence can equalize your playing field and give you an opportunity to fight back. Of course, to those who can, this is the right thing to do, to stand up and fight for yourself and the brethren you love. But least we forget that this is an anarchist writing a queer piece. This kind of action is insufficient in solving the problem that comes with capital and state. Yeah, it's essentially liberal as hell to be like, society sucks, so I'll just rise against society with pure grit. And if I get it, then I guess I can live the rest of my life in relative comfort. Nothing needs to change. I just need to work hard. When the abnormal becomes deadly, no single case can highlight the intersection of capitalism, imperialism, and the domination of straight white men in the global society than Jennifer Loud. She was found lifeless in a Anagapo motel in 2014, murdered by American William Pemberton. Of course, the court wouldn't call it a murder, rather just a homicide. What's the difference? Pemberton didn't do it in his right mind. He was in the heat of passion. He arm locked the deceased and dunked her head in the toilet. Let's set aside the wrong pronouns for a second and focus on the explanation. Heat of passion? Also, I just can't get over the fact that someone that and you know, someone died. I'm trying to be serious, but to imagine someone being swirly to death, I'm just like, how dare you disgrace the sanctity of the swirly by killing someone with it? That's fucked up. Transphobes really fuck up everything. Any queer who recognized this was the extreme, would recognize that it was the extreme that they could experience. A straight person being confused and angry at who they are. It looked as if the court, trying to excuse the transphobia and toxic masculinity that Pemberton exhibited, chalked it up to the passion and confusion. Harry Roque, the then law's defense attorney, showed himself to be a broken clock, stating that it is not right that these mitigating circumstances showed his bigotry towards a transgender woman and that the bigotry itself was the reason he killed her. Then again, what would be expected of a court from a country that doesn't recognize a transgender woman's rights to womanhood? What would we expect of a country that continues to be controlled by foreign interests, especially a country built for the advantage of the macho white man, and a soldier at that? This isn't the only incident, and this isn't the only murder to take place. How many queers have committed suicide because of bullying, or worse? HIV stigma? How many lesbians, asexuals, and non-binary people born female were assaulted and raped in order to set them right? How many times have government officials joked about homosexuality as if it were a punchline? I have to go back up. Like they're trying to. This person is doing a lot of lifting, and they're talking about solidarity. But I feel a weirdness about specifically being like the AFAB, the different types of AFAB people who have been had to deal with corrective sexual assault, quote unquote corrective, because it definitely happens to AFAB people as well. And I wish they had just said how many lesbians, asexual, or non-binary people, and just not even say born female. Like I don't. I feel weird, and that's always a thing that we sometimes get tripped up on. The divisions in terms of like the bad things that happens based on like certain things, and especially in terms of both people on the left and especially people on the right, of course, the concept of like it being worse to be sexually assaulted because you can get pregnant, and it's just like these are is horrible regardless. And I'm not saying that that the writer believes that or anything, but it just I wouldn't have felt right if I didn't back up before I continued. How many times has government officials jokes about homosexuality as if it were a punchline? How many times did did that senator call homosexual scourges in the eyes of the Lord? How many queer workers continue to toil in the middle of this intersectional crisis just to make ends meet? How many of them face discrimination on the streets, at their workplace, or in their very own homes just because of who they are? How many continue to suffer as they curse the world for being who they are and loving who they are? I don't know the answer to all of that because there are many of us, so many of us forced to live life normally or live on the sidelines if you don't play along. The choice is there to make: live in a lie or suffer until you die. On one hand, you end up in a transparent cage, living the normal life that is totally foreign to you. Every moment it feels like you're watched, and the moment you slip up, all hell will break loose. So you make sure every step is perfect, even if it means getting married to a person you are as much sorry to as to yourself, and having children even if it's against your volition. On the other hand, there is a life of being open about who you are and earning the ire of everyone around you. You're constantly scrutinizing your speech, your behavior, and your actions. You receive insults and discrimination every day, and eventually you'll be abandoned by the people whom you love and held on to for daring to show who you really are. These are the choices I grew up with, and no doubt choices that many queers were confined to take, with no other alternatives to a life of deception or a life of exclusion. A queer would still live worse off, if not economically or socially, then psychologically. For something that was never a fault, but something society chose to reject. That was how I thought until I discovered the concept of free love, and rendered these previous choice and rendered those previous choices and that previous mentality irrelevant. The sanctity of a swirly, that is a sentence. Sure is. Swirlies are important to me. I think Arizona or somewhere passed a law making the trans panic defense illegal. So that's cool, I guess. There's a lot of places where the trans panic defense is illegal. This isn't in the state. This person's who wrote this is not from the States though. This person's in the Philippines. But yes, that is good. I hope that one day there will be a federal protection that will disallow use of the trans panic defense. Because this state to state shit I just do not like. Personally. Free love cannot exist without self-discovery. It's hard to expand your bounds and liberate yourself from what was drilled into your head as a kid without spontaneous moments of realization, and sustained motivation to understand how you feel about certain aspects of your life. Personally, there are moments that I couldn't understand what I was going through because it was never discussed to me at length. I couldn't place the attraction I felt for those I felt close to because I was told there wasn't a place to put it in. It might seem a bit cliche, but it was true that it was not just friendship or affinity that kept me close to them. It was attraction and genuine love. So what does this mean? There's a need to educate ourselves on how we handle our feelings, on orientation, identity, and expression, and on how we can build safe spaces of interaction and support for our community for those who feel the same way. But at the same time, we need to de-educate ourselves as well from the bias and prejudice that was indoctrinated onto us, not only by education dominated by the church, but also the normality that straight people take as a fact. Gender roles and stereotypes, use of homophobic slurs, tolerance of queers understanding their situation and issues they face. This comes in different ways for different people. Actually, I'll back up just for a little bit because I feel like the last part, tolerance of queers or understanding their situation, the issues that face them. I feel like maybe because of how the sentence is constructed, maybe like the grammar being off, or maybe just the phrasing, it might be confusing why tolerance is bad. Being tolerated is not what true liberation is. And honestly, even on an individual level, please remember that being tolerated doesn't feel good. You tolerate the smell of a fart. You know? This comes in different ways for different people, but one of the catalysts for information, education, and de-education in my generation was the rise of the internet. It came to me and many of my queer friends in different ways: social media posts, news articles during Pride Month, stories from other queer people, and even mass entertainment. From there, collecting knowledge became reaching out to other queer people, finding spaces to share your experiences, and learn about dealing with the many things that come from being queer. These spaces eventually graduated from the relative safety and detachment of online forums and private messages to real life circles, where support became physical and vocal. Of course, there were small groups within large communities, but even a small show of defiance in speech, in dress, and rhetoric was enough to make a point, to increase awareness, and to bring more people together. That actually reminds me of when we still lived in Chicago, when we lived in a rough neighborhood and there weren't any visible queers as far as we knew, and us and our then partner would like go out and stuff, and we would not like boy mode or anything. We would dress exactly how we would want to dress, and eventually we both were just dressing very flamboyantly, and eventually randomly it was like it's like the summertime when the cicadas come out. It was like there's so many queers here now, and come to find out, it wasn't because a bunch of queer people moved in. It was because they saw people living authentically and being like, yeah, and not getting fucked with. I can't overstate how much we did not get fucked with for some reason. That people started being more openly queer in that neighborhood. And one time we knew this happened because the partner that we had been approached by someone who asked them where their friend was. And it was like, oh yeah, saw you like walking around being super cool. So I thought I'd walk around being super cool. And that reminded me that, not to get deep in the weeds in a different direction of like Ring of Keys moments or whatever, like being visibly queer or being visibly weird, like gives other folks permission to be visibly weird. Uh, I'm thinking about it in a metaphorical way, like at a kink party. If you go to a dungeon party or something, like there's like an awkward tension, especially for the new people. While everyone's still in like vanilla wear, the first person to take their pants off or get into like some sort of like kink wear or like put their collar on or get like tied up or whatever, like kind of gives everyone else permission to just, whew, okay, not like it's chill, you know. And it's usually like at least in our experience, like an escalation of people being more comfortable in doing what they're there to want to do. Uh, in my experience. These spaces eventually graduated from the relative safety and detachment of online forums and private messages to real life circles where support became physical and vocal. Increase awareness to bring more people together. This effort of understanding the underlying issues of society combined with widening spaces for critique and discussion expanded unsurprisingly into my politics, and I needed to find an intellectual and ideological framework from which I can build avenues to other queers and allies with the same intentions. Stuff like this is kind of like what we're really inspired to do, like bridge building, not in the literal sense, of course. Um, and I mean, there was a time where we thought the best we could do of building a bridge was, building a bridge between like more vanilla or folks who are more anxious about kinks relating to age and like baby furs age players and other folks, and we we tied ourselves in knots trying to be like the perfect little acceptable baby fur or acceptable kinkster, and we did that based on what we learned from being an acceptable black person or an acceptable queer or an acceptable autistic, or what have you. So it wasn't just about like the kink things either, or the way we live our life or want to be seen or respected. And now we do still want to build bridges, but we're certainly not feeling like we have to present ourselves in such a strict way anymore, because there was some like internal hate and pick-meism that was definitely going on in our brains, and we're trying to flush it out. It's a struggle. Um, but I think that the easiest way is just like seeing that humanity and seeing the intersectionality, not just in terms of like struggles either. Like seeing someone who is different than you in a lot of ways, but still likes the same things you do or gets the same things out of art or values people in like these profound ways, like can really show a person that you know, there's no boogeyman in the closet. And like sometimes it's very dehumanizing to know that in a way, on some level, you're proving your humanity or whatever. It's disgusting, honestly, to a degree. I mean, I remember being told after shortly after coming out as trans by someone out that being told by someone that I love that they're gonna have to get used to trans women because now they love a trans woman, and well, they were scared of trans women. Not gonna get into that conversation, but it was a weird like corkscrew in our stomach, but also considering the society we live in, someone holding that sort of bias is certainly not surprising. And so we try not to be all self-hating or whatever, but we also try to like meet people where they're at, essentially, in its many forms. Along the way, I came across various forms of different activists and theorists, largely through footnotes on online articles like the one you're reading right now. Real. I guess the Google bookchin phenomenon, though problematic in its own way, does work for some people. Because the next thing I knew, I was reading about libertarian municipalism, then about the meaning of autonomy, and so on and so on. Oh yeah, I was reading about that sort of stuff too. There's just a lot of stuff that we read on the anarchist library over the past couple of days that we aren't reading today. Like, there's certain stuff that we haven't even gotten around to reading. We had like 20 different little things. I say little things, but some of these are really fucking long. This is one of the shorter ones. Unlike many of the Marxist works that you'd find from a cursory glance of a Twitter feed, these had a different approach to achieving liberation and experiencing liberty, though some of it may be derived from the classic texts on the value of labor and the dynamic of different classes. It was clear that it did not take it as a dogma like other socialist movements would, but in fact critiqued it and looked for ways to synthesize it to counter a government used by a privileged class for its own benefit, influenced by culture, traditions, and perspectives that are outdated for the modern world. Anarchism, I knew about anarchism, its history, its agitators, and its detractors. Also knew about its connotations: chaos, disorder, discord. A society deconstructed, destroyed, and in shambles. My elders warned that those who questioned those in authority were bad. Those who didn't support our current society are our enemy. Those who don't conform and respect the rules that have been made for us shouldn't be respected and should just be eliminated. Now tell me, does that sound familiar? And it wasn't long until I discovered just how much literature there was on gender studies and queer studies, dating back decades and centuries. In fact, whenever I read anything about sex and gender, or feminism, or the queer struggle, especially if they were authored in the West, Europe, and the United States, always traces itself back to the free love movement that was influenced by anarchist principles. It was Emma Goldman's sarcasm and Mikhail Bakunin's abolition of the family. Ooh, I'm gonna have to read that one. It was Oscar Wilde's harkening back to Matt Steiner. It was the Marides Libre, or Daniel Gerlin, or even the modern YPJ. It all pointed back to anarchism, defined by no gods and no masters. Why? Because anarchy was the opposite of the state. Because anarchism was the opposite of the philosophy that guided the ruling class throughout history. Because just like how being queer questions the supremacy of being straight, anarchism questions supremacy in all its forms. Through anarchism, many feminists and queers found a basis from which to attack the institutions that continue to oppress them, the different iterations of a movement of the deconstruction of the father-led family and its macrocosm. The parentistic state dominated by white male rulers where all struggles against hierarchy, against authority, against power. Anarchism was always the rejection of the norms of society. To quote a comrade, one can make the case for anarchism as queering the political. Just like that, as many have before me, I discovered the framework from which I can try developing understanding for my identity and my relation to the world around me. From there, I became more conscious of just how massive and how wide a scope the struggles that we all face, especially here in the archipelago where social, economic, and political reactions are, for want of a better word, completely fucked up. Sure, progress is coming to our shores. Besides, no one can stay static and stagnant forever. But analyzing the issues that face queer Filipinos is like peering past the facade, the veneer of progress made to satisfy us. It is really interesting that this is all coming from a perspective from someone that not just like the obvious thing of like reading something on the internet, someone I don't know, but someone from different countries informed by different like different culture and different politics. But but essentially we agree on all the same things generally. And just how much this entire piece of writing applies to, say, America is so deep. Hey, just woke up from my nap. Hi there. Hey, Song. How are you? Fun fact: the first form of HRT was made using licorice root. Do you mean the first form of feminizing HRT? Is that what you mean? Dressing in outfits that look like they belong in an anime or in a different time period is really euphoric for me, mostly because I wasn't allowed to dress like that when my aunt was alive. Oh, anything that was like weird or out there, our family like detested. So we dressed super fucking weird. Um, in a lot of different directions, although like honestly, some more recently, just in terms of practicality, we have been dressing a little bit more still gay, but more like in a punky or like butchy sort of way. Um or kind of futchy actually. Like we have like this black print dress with Nightmare on Elm Street on it and like this vest with like no shoulders and like a lot of pockets. And we have a bunch of gay ass buttons on it, and we usually wear those with like a pay come underneath, so it flares out our skirt a little bit, and maybe like some leggings, and we're good to go. And it's like a mostly black outfit. Shit, even our diapers are black right now, so it was just kind of like feeling kind of punky goth, but still a little bit femmy. And it's like that's like the baseline, right? That's us not even like dressing like quote unquote flamboyantly, which is super interesting. Welcome anybody who came in the stream recently. I'm Thorn. I use she, they, and they pronouns. Nice to see you on this Flat Fuck Friday, on this Fervent of Fridays. We have a bunch of games to get through, a bunch of like short games or demos, but way before then, we're reading about like labels and queer community and solidarity, and like drawing some conclusions about queer theory and how it affects us and how to kind of framework out queer community in a useful way instead of us all running around like chickens with our heads cut off, talking about useless discourse about who can be kinky at Pride and shit like that. I wanted to talk about something that was, I thought, much more useful and helpful for folks in the queer community, as opposed to just regurgitating the regurgitating uh like debunking like shitty discourse practices that people do every Pride Month, because that is a waste of my and your time. Black diapers are rad. I mean, they're okay. I mean, I'm not dissing them exactly. It just happened to be what I have. um, right now, sorry, when the abnormal becomes normal. Right now, our reality dictates that we need to remain vigilant to protect ourselves, no matter how progressive and tolerant our society claims to be. The facade almost constantly falls apart. You can take your pick at what sector of society you see homophobia and transphobia: the halls of the Senate, the music industry, on social media. Not to mention, you wonder how polls show over 70% of Filipinos can accept homosexuals, but only 25% of them think it is not an immoral act? Take a look at how queer culture has developed over the years. It is colorful, diverse, and truly beautiful. I'm in awe at the amount of talented queer who people have, especially when it comes to art, music, dance, literature. Over time, they have come to develop their own register, a gay speak that to this day can be heard from teenagers, straight and queer alike, various entertainment personalities, queer and queer allies alike, both here and abroad, become influences for generations to create an open secret of a culture that is truly one of a kind. That is true. There's like queer culture is like blanketed across the language of the entire fucking internet. You're touching me. Crocodile, I'm teaching my oomfies about anarchism. Queer anarchism. You're being gay. You have to way the traditional culture of male-centered authoritarian Catholic morality to define queer as based on its stereotypes and bastardizations. For many gays and trans women, they're not only expected to be themselves in beauty salons, parlors, or pageant backstages. Lesbians and trans men are seen as aberrations, raised wrongly or raised without parents, kidnapping their lovers when their families reject them. Oh my god, what the fuck? That actually happened to us. It's like, yes, this trans mass person that you're with, they obviously brainwashed you into being trans. I'm just like, who the and just looking down at my gay ass. Have you seen me? Bisexuality is treated as a phase. Asexuality is treated basically as a mental illness. It's worse if you're openly gay, since there comes the discussion of having it. There's also a strong stigma for sexually transmitted diseases, especially HIV/AIDS. Hearing the stories of being disowned and shunned, insulted and discriminated, even much darker incidents continue to plague the society. You know, it's funny. I still think back to being taught about angels in America, like in I think like ninth grade or something. And I recognize the only reason that snippet of queer history, as well as just like Matthew Shepard's killing, was like so visible in like our social history that we were learning in school, was only because it was like, see what happens to you when you're gay. It was to scare people. It was to scare people, but it was really important for us. Watching Angels in America. Yeah, we should watch Angels in America for community night and Discord. Not this week because we already chose uh, stuff to watch, but either next week or the week after that. Hey Dale, welcome to stream. How are you today? Did you work? That kind of rejection is rampant in all parts of society. Whether you're rich or poor, come from Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao, live in a city, the suburbs, or the countryside. In fact, it's become so prevalent, it's become passive. It isn't even propagandized or drilled into a person. It just comes with their upbringing and culture. Why do you make fun of queer people? Because it's funny? Why don't you want gay people on television? Because I don't want them to affect my kid adversely. Why are you so easily homophobic and transphobic? That's just how it is. Fucking Christ. One of the things that that's gonna be constantly coming up today, uh, in in these readings is the concept of being able to be queer in public and how that can is kind of a barometer for like the rights that we have. Like think about the concept of someone being like, "Oh, like gay or trans people are okay. I just don't want to shove down my throat, my meaty pulsing throat." And it's just like you think that you're being like, like so great and deserve a tap on the back and a good ally, but it's like actually no, because even if the person saying that isn't someone who does PDA in public, they don't they generally don't have that same idea about PDA in public when it's straight people. But even beyond that, it is to say it is seen as indecent to see it. And I think that even that creates pockets of like silence and disenfranchisement. Um I could talk about that more, but I don't want to get too depressing too quickly. You've never heard of Angels in America, Specky? Oh fuck. Okay, I wanted to chain you down to watch that one. Angels in America is a play that was later turned into an HBO miniseries about the HIV/AIDS crisis and like queer people. Gosh, Specky, you just sit down and teach me more about anarchism. I'll teach you more about fucking queer history. Gosh, now I need to ask: has anyone in God fucking damn it? Has anyone in chat actually heard of Angels in America? Has anyone in chat even know who Matthew Shepard is? I feel like we're gonna be doing the fucking Emma Till explanation all over again. Fucking crazed. I'm gonna get through this section first though. You know how bad a culture can treat its queers if they don't even have proper words for its queer identities. In most languages, bakla and batting can mean any guy that is non-straight. Tebow can mean any girl that even looks non-straight. Wow. Sigils is an obscure word for bisexual. And if it weren't for the queer claiming the term for themselves, all of these were considered purely insults. And surprisingly, for a lot of progressive spaces, this is an issue that still affects them. Being discriminatory to queers and being sexist to women is so deeply ingrained in our collective psyche that it manifests even in socialist and anarchist organizations. Well, yeah, because it, it, you have to unlearn it. Even if you intellectually know that these things are bad, it's like it's like osmosis. It's like when someone spills coffee on your shirt and you wash it, but there's still that stain there. Whether it's out of ideology or straight out fear and hatred, there's still a surviving sense of domination and of authority by straight people, by men, and by those who have the privilege not to face these struggles every day. Even queers themselves have a problem dealing with themselves since they grew up not knowing any alternative to the norm. They reject who they are. They reject what they feel and how they act because they know what kind of shame and discrimination that they face, or they cannot come to terms with their identity based on their religious and cultural perspective. That's a thing. That's a thing. Shit, even people like was it like Milo Yiannopoulos have that problem where it's like I believe it was him who was like I am gay, but I'm like a non-practicing gay. Like I'm married and I live in a house with my husband, but we don't do anything sinful. And it's just like I just wow, you're really hurting yourself on this one. Even if it's just even if you're lying and like doing anything you want in the privacy of your own home, that's some bootlicking. I kind of want to Pavlov my community. You want to make all your community drool? I've seen it. Whew, thank you, Tanuki. Gosh. I didn't need everyone to have been taught it in school or anything, but like, ugh. It's always a weird moment to be the only person in the room. But honestly, it's one of the things. Seeing that people in the community haven't seen it or heard of it is just like, then it's great that I want to show it. What was it? Last week we watched Paris is Burning, which is a film about the ball scene in 1980s New York, i.e., the trans scene in 80s New York. It is in America, and I am not that. That I would say that is on paper that is fair in a sense, but like queer obviously every place has their own like social justice movements, but just like how the American civil rights movement for black people specifically was instrumental in civil rights and like civil rights discourse and understanding just like in general. I would say there's there are similar things that are reverberating throughout that period of time that stuff like Paris is Burning or Angels in America covers. Paris is Burning, like I said, is about queers in New York. And obviously, coming from an American perspective, my mind is usually going to go immediately to American stuff when I'm thinking about like cultural touchstones. And as much as I'm sure that um, there's a rich queer history in say Quebec and other places that people are that aren't America. Sorry, I can't think of any place else right now. Uh, there's like I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's not like a big deal. Like, you're a betrayal. You're betraying me as a queer. It's like, no, no, no. Not that serious. But it is. But to me, it is a little surprising, especially because, particularly with the HIV/AIDS crisis, like that is a major part of queer history. And I would say Angels in America is a great way to understand that part of history. I mean, in terms of like thinking about a tragedy, I'd almost compare it to something like Titanic, which is a popular movie that encapsulates a certain time in history, and of course it's one specific event, but it is a cataclysmic event to say the least. But I will I will get off of my soapbox on top of the soapbox that I'm already on. So now I'm only on one soapbox. And surprisingly, for a lot of progressive spaces, there's an issue that still affects them. Being discriminatory to queers and being sexist to women is so deeply ingrained in our collective psyche that it manifests even in socialist and anarchist organizations. Whether this is out of ideology or straight out fear and hatred, there is still a surviving sense of domination and authority by straight people, by men, and by those who have the privilege not to face these struggles every day. Even queers themselves have a problem dealing with themselves. Since they grow up not knowing any alternative to the norm, they reject who they are and they reject what they feel and how they act because they know what kind of shame and discrimination that they face, or they cannot come to terms with their identity based on a religious or cultural perspective. They still conform to the gender binary. They still argue over the validity of a trans person. They discriminate based on their gender expression, only liking acceptable, read masculine gaze. There are many people who have told stories about their internalized phobias and still grapple with accepting themselves. Other queers simply accept the situation they're in, content with their little niche of society, unaware of how it can affect other queers and even themselves. They do not realize how important their voices can be, not only for their own queer communities, but the entire collective of people negatively affected by the complex that continues to oppress them. It's some complex machinations, for sure. It's ironic in this conversation because of the assumption of American culture hegemony. Oh yeah, definitely. Though I mean, if there's any seminal like queer works that you would recommend based on your country of origin song, I am totally up to like making a list and checking it out if you have any like was it because you're in Canada, right? Like any queer Canadian Rex, you know? Give it to me, she yelled. I'm so wet, give it to me now. She could scream all she wanted, but I was keeping the umbrella. Whew, I had to read that ahead. I was just like, no, have I finally gotten caught in the trap card of not reading the fucking not reading the thing in chat before I actually said it out loud? Cause holy crap, that has happened before. When the abnormal strikes back. The fact is that the struggle of the queers is not for the queer alone. Before I continue with that, it does make me think of a point I wanted to make about like solidarity and a thing that we've been saying a lot lately. We're not free until everyone is free. The sense that getting like a one group's liberation is not satisfying enough. Like in the same way, in a similar way of how feminism and how like abolishing the colonial structure of gender will help everyone, men, women, cis people, trans people, binary people, non-binary people, will help everyone. But the point, some of the points are focused on and is formed from liberation of women and femmes. And in that same way, if you put a macrocosm, like when you intersect enough things, it's like when society is no longer institutionally ableist or racist or xenophobic and da 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 da. And it's not as though it's hopeless because we'll never completely be free or something like that. It's more like there are more steps to go, and we should continually try to strive for making the world more free because it'll help more people. And I want to really stress that because I've seen a lot of folks lately who say something to the effect of, and I definitely understand them, I am very frustrated with having to explain how my rights being protected or me getting my rights back is important, and the only way I can convince people who aren't in my social classes getting discriminated against is to prove to them that it will hurt them too, in the way of say cis women who don't pass the vibe check getting bounced from women's restrooms because of trans panic, for example. There's a lot of people who really resent the concept of having to be like, oh, this will affect you too, because it subtly implies that if it weren't for the fact that it would affect cis women, then cis women wouldn't be pushed to mobilize for any sort of trans liberation, for example. And I do understand that pain, but at the same time, I kind of am like, everything's connected, and we don't live in a world where everything is like disconnected, and like say trans liberation wouldn't affect cis people at all. It certainly would. And I think because we live in that interconnected world, it makes it so much more important. And of course, I'm not like we need to have to get on our hands and knees to tell someone in the oppressor class that no, we deserve rights because it'll help you too. Like I don't want to do that either, but I think that more solidarity is better than the sense of division that comes, especially because a lot of people are struggling in their own ways, and there's a lot less people um, incentivized to help others when they can barely keep their bucket from spilling over themselves, obviously. And if we combine our resources and help each other out, then like all our buckets combined create Captain Planet or something, I guess. um I'm trailing off, but my point is, although it does suck, I do think ultimately having a coalition of people who understand that our fight is one fight, because you're not going to get rid of capitalism without colonialism. You're not going to get rid of like wage slavery or say the gendered pay gap without addressing stuff like capitalism. You're not gonna be able to consciously address climate change without, you know, I said communism. Oh my god, capitalism. Imagine communism. Communism is causing the fucking ice caps to melt. I'm so sorry. I'm not an adult. I'm a child with a drinking permit. That's one way to look at it. I mean, I already we've talked about it before, and we'll probably talk about it on the stream again. But we certainly reject the framework of adult in the first place. Um, and it's like, yeah, I'm a legal adult, but that's like uh well, the fact that is the fact is that the struggle of the queer is not for the queer alone. Queer liberation is tied to the struggles of women, of people of color, of economic inequality, of colonies, and of oppressed peoples. We all have our own identities and our own unique struggles we face every day. We are dominated by these hierarchies that dictate how we are supposed to live and supposed to act, dictating how we are a cog in a machine of society. We need to build more families based on the authority of a man so that the children can get used to being bossed around by a capitalist or a government official. We need to work so that we can provide for our family, no matter how unsafe our workplace is or how little we get paid. We need to follow the law, even if it doesn't benefit us, but rather the rich and powerful. We have to teach our children to have kids and not to be gay so they can build their own families. Don't forget, if you're not the same ethnicity as us, they're gonna take away our jobs and terrorize our streets. The cycle goes on and on. Anybody who deviates from the path are immoral, misguided, and evil. So while we fight over our religions, our races, our beliefs, those who benefit from our current society only get wealthier, stronger, and more willing to fuck us over. Yeah, that's also kind of my point of like I don't want to waste my energy kicking rocks about how like it is not enough for a lot of people to help if they don't think that it's like they're connected to that problem. I mean, shit, even people who feel like they're connected to a problem may not necessarily help, you know? And like I'm all about building bridges. Of course, I'm not trying to hurt myself to build those bridges. At least not too much. The ruling class win. The poor, the working class, women, blacks, indigenous people, queers lose. The only way the tides can be reversed is if we have solidarity, build alliances, and create affinities with one another. And this isn't even a novel idea. We just have to look to our past. The history of resistance against colonialism and conversion of our country were led by queers, local leaders and mystics such as the Zambangagino Panico Elofre, known as Dios Buhay or the Whirlwind God. That sounds metal. And Logos Tampra and Gregorio Lampino were queers, rose up against the institution of religion, governance, and culture foreign to their native land. In fact, it's surprising that the Elefore and Lampino's resistance came at the end of the 19th century, when presumably the archipelago was fully Hispanized and Christianized. Lampino even participated in the Ilastrados War for national liberation as part of the Philippine Revolution in Panay. I really need to read more world history. In fact, the story of these revolts led by the Asog and Babylon, one of the most important social and cultural influences in indigenous societies across the country. We should not doubt how important yet unrecognized the role queers played in our history. The fact that they had been maligned and maltreated first by the conqueror, then by the native elite, and placed diametrically opposite the church, the state, and the patriarchy meant that they stood side by side with the other dispossessed sectors throughout history. A native shaman struggle to rid themselves of the invader merged itself with the peasant struggle on the land. One's faith and concern for nature in the environment became the backbone for discomfort over the hackeado and the businessman. In the modern age, with poverty so deeply embedded, the struggle of people to provide for themselves and their family is shared across the genders, sexes, religions, and homesteads. Just to survive, many people, including queers, had to sell their labor, or worse, their own bodies, at the lowest price. A history of rejection defined their roles in society as outcasts who, but also militants. In what little room they were given to express themselves, they do so with courage and bravura. If given a chance to come together and speak out, they will make sure no one will forget their voices and their message. Whether it be the mountains or out of the street, they know what they stand for and what they're fighting for. To be queer is to understand pain and suffering. To be queer is to understand rejection and ignorance. To be queer is to understand that this normal is not acceptable. Discrimination is not acceptable. Abuse is not acceptable. Death is not acceptable. All my homies hate the businessman. Radical opinion. The far right are victims too and deserve compassion. They're the ones whose minds are so harmed that they believe those things. I I don't want that to be a radical opinion, honestly. I mean, it is very obvious that right wingers generally hold their beliefs to their own detriment. They will vote against their own self-interest if there's a suitably sufficient minority to be to be held responsible for whatever's wrong in society. Literally, people were in America, again, American perspective, were mad at Obamacare, or generally just being able to get health care without having a well, paying for it or having a job that paid for it for you, Medicaid, that sort of stuff. It helped a lot of poor right wingers, it and a lot of working class people, and it's and it still has like a kind of a dirty air to it when you call it Obamacare, because yeah, everyone hates Obama. Although Obama is not the greatest. Liberals, Democratic liberals are they're not doing enough. They're not even a half measure. Shit, they're not even a quarter measure at this point. When there is no abnormal. In complete honesty, this is a personal work based on my limited experiences in queer activism and anarchism. I am not an authority on these issues, not by a long shot. But I am angry, sick, and tired of a society that treats discrimination and disrespect as a fact of life. I am also a person who has support of those around me. Excuse me. As a friend, as family, and as a fellow human being. I have the privilege to speak out, to write in great length of what I face in the context of my homeland and my environment. The things that someone living in the archipelago can face if they're queer, and how the struggle affects the other struggles that we continue to fight for every single day. I am writing this at the tail end of Pride 2020, a month that is already tumultuous given the Philippine health crisis brought about by focusing on a quarantine that is reminiscent of martial law. Then, the anti-terrorism bill was passed in the legislature of the Republic that will be ripe for abuse to silence the government's critics and dissenters, something I already analyzed and discussed at length. Not to mention the cyber libel case for the Maria Ressa and Ray Santos that put into question whatever semblance of press freedom that the country had left. There's a lot of issues all around the world, fuck. But the blow that really showed me just how impudent and autocratic the Republic has become was the arrest of 20 activists at a Pride manifestation in Manila. A peaceful, socially distanced protest was suppressed by police in riot gear without any statement of violation until hours after they were detained. That was the day I realized that now, no one can be safe anymore. The new normal is an undeclared dictatorship under the guise of public safety, diametrically opposed to the libertarian Filipino. Anything seething at the corruption of politicians, businessmen, and sycophants that has controlled this country. We must respond in kind by pushing back and fighting back. The only way we can oppose a ruling class hell-bent on taking away our freedom, our lives, is to connect with one another and to unite against the fascists. The only way we can build the resistance is if we support each other, regardless of who we are and where we come from. The only way we can defeat oppression is in compassion and mutual aid. What we know as Bahinian, solidarity in the face of struggle, helping each other out not for reward or gain, but out of respect and out of love. We need what we need is a revolutionary love, the kind that the ruling class espouses, a love only for those who are normal, for those who benefit from society as it is today. A revolutionary love is a love that transcends all social constructs, whether it be color, gender, sex, race, class, one that is unconditional for a fellow human being and one that reciprocates when the need and want arises. It is free for all to give, for each human deserves love. This love should define the steps we need to take next in education, community organization, and social interaction. Our home is within the cracks of the status quo, where those who rule fail and refuse to show us their humanity in favor of their own interests. Outside the norm, we can find liberation and compassion. To be queer is to not be normal. To be queer is to love all. Now, I think that was a mouthful. I think that was a lot. But at the same time, this is a perfect introduction to some of the radical thought that we're going to be exploring today. So hold on to your underpants because we're going deeper. Next, we're going to be reading Polyamory and Queer Anarchism, Infinite Possibilities for Resistance. Remember, we're talking about queer perspectives on community and labels. So this is kind of, it's not exactly fast and loose, but I hope that you'll see the through line between these readings as we get further down. I guess we'll see. Nah, the right wingers at the bottom of the hierarchy actually love socialized healthcare. It's actually kind of hard for their leaders to roll it back now. Well, now, but when it was proposed, they were hating on it. It was propagandized, and many things that help, like the average person, are propagandized as bad, especially in America under the guise of socialism bad. Ooh, Red Scare. Ooh, anything that helps people with socialism. So there's Polyamory and Queer Anarchism, Infinite Possibilities for Resistance by Susan Song. So I want to mention that on the YouTube version of this stream, in the doobly doo, there are links to everything we're reading. Like I said, we do research. We've been doing research every week, and we try to provide links to all the stuff that we read that we can. And in general, like just using the anarchist library in general, just typing in tags that you find interesting, I highly recommend. I highly recommend. And stuff on here is a lot more digestible, or a lot more easily digestible than, say, trying to plow through the conquest of bread. Not to say that you shouldn't eat your bread, but it's nice to get your toes wet first, or dip your bread in oil. Food metaphors, get away from me. Queer and anarchist intersections. This article discusses queer theory's relevance to anarchist sexual practice, and why anarchists might critique compulsory monogamy as a relationship form. I guess I should state my perspective first going in general, because like the labels we're thinking about is monogamy versus non-monogamy, right? In this case, and in a way talking about, I suppose, political queerness in that regard. I remember when I said of how radical it is to be going out on a date as a throuple and not hiding it, that sort of thing. But as we'll get into, you don't have to be participating in non-monogamy to support non-monogamy, obviously, right? And queering your social spaces can be an act of resistance. Um, but let's get into it. I found the conquest of bread to be written in pretty understandable language, to be honest. I guess I have to ask Becky, do you usually struggle with books on like that sort of thing? I mean, because it's not even just like how hard the prose is. I think that a lot of people are very intimidated by those big texts. Texts. Welcome back with a play of cheese. The term queer implies resistance to the normal, where normal is what seems natural and intrinsic. Homonormativity is a term describing a set of norms based on the assumption that everyone is heterosexual, gendered as male or female, and monogamous, along with the assumed and implied permanency and stability of these identities. Queer theory also critiques heteronormativity, in which non heterosexual relationships are expected to resemble heteronormative ones, for instance, in being gender normative, monogamous, and rooted in possession of a partner. In this way, queer theory in practice resists the expectation that everyone should be a monogamous, cisgendered, and heterosexual relationship form. And again, I'll reiterate for the peeps in the back, you do not need to be practicing non-monogamy or sorry, you don't need to be practicing non-monogamy to be queering up your life, or so you don't need to be practicing it in your own relationships, right? But also, you don't have to reflect heteronormative positions if you don't want to. For example, like the whole joke about like when someone sees a queer couple and they're like, "Who's the man? Who's the woman?" Fuck that shit. Fuck this. Who wears the pants? Shit. You know, it's like those frameworks are shitty, and rejecting them can look a lot different ways, but like in a domesticity kind of way, like, you know, splitting the chores and it not having to be like the person with the most physical strength that does all the like, you know, like important things, right? Like we don't have to have our relationship structures or even our interactions with each other outside of like romantic or sexual relationships to look like that. Shit, even something as simple as, and I know that like this is so granular, holding the door open for someone regardless of their perceived gender is like saying fuck you to those norms, right? And pulling a chair pulling a chair out for actually I kind of want to pull out a chair for a guy now. I don't know a lot of guys, but if I'm ever in the same space as a guy, I'm gonna pull a chair out for him, see how he reacts. One of my partners hates pants. I sometimes like pants. I'm wearing pants right now. Probably not for much longer, cause if I wet myself again, they'll probably be straining against the denim. In Anarchism, Post-Structuralism and the Future of Radical Politics, Saul Newman distinguishes anarchism from other radical political struggles. Newman conceptualizes emerging anti-capitalist and anti-war moments that are anti-authoritarian and non-institutional as anarchist struggles. He describes these movements as those that resist the centralizing tendencies of many radical struggles that have taken place in the past. They do not aim at seizing state power as such, or utilizing the mechanisms and institutions of the state. Anarchism is to be understood here as resisting institutionalization, hierarchy, and complete or partial political assimilation into the state. Newman also cites anarchist thinkers such as Buchanan and Kropotkin, who refused to be deceived by social contract theorists. Those apologists for the state, like Hobbes and Locke, who saw sovereignty as being founded in rational consent and the desire to escape the state of nature. The like thinking like the social contract is like, oh, we haven't individually chosen to like be a member of society, to be like beholden to like the laws of the land and stuff like that, but there is an assumption that in order to keep an organized and civil society, we have to agree to the social contract that we're all kind of thrust into based on the way the world was when we got here. Those decided by people who aren't even alive anymore, generally. And that, like, the sacrifice of that relative autonomy actually keeps order and keeps society functioning, which is, as is said here, an unworthy hoax. For Botkin, this was a fiction, an unworthy hoax. In other words, the social contract is merely a mask for the illegitimacy of the state. The fact that sovereignty was imposed violently on people rather than emerging through their rational consent. Sovereignty here is like the power of the state, the control of like where people can be, live, or do. Um, like the state has sovereignty over like your shit. They can repossess your shit if they want. Say like back taxes or whatever. You know the deal. He describes resistance to the state by recognizing its illegitimacy as a seemingly chosen form. Similarly, queer theory can add to critique biological discourses about gender and sexuality being natural by pointing to its varying forms that are conceptualized in and influenced by historical and social contexts. Queer theory asserts that sexuality as a category and way of identifying, thought to be biologically natural, is in fact socially constructed. So this is going to be interesting because the social construction of gender is something that a lot of people accept at this point, but the elements of the elements of socially constructed sets are a lot harder for a lot of people to accept. This is demonstrated by the ways that homosexual and sex as biological categories came to be created. In the later 19th century, the term homosexual emerged as a way to define an identity for those who engage in same-sex sexual acts. Homosexuality as a term arose as a way to define heterosexuality, thus pointing to its socially constructed and unnatural origin. Biological and medical discourses around gender and sexuality shift historically. In Discovery of the Sexes, Thomas Laquire notes how sex was constructed for political and not medical or scientific reasons. Kind of reminds me of why bathrooms are gendered. In oh yeah, right. Sometime in the 18th century, organs that had shared a name, ovaries and testicles, were now linguistically distinguished. Organs that had not been distinguished by a name of their own, the vagina for example, were given one. Female orgasm and its role, if any, in conception were also debated as a contemporary issue. Sexual difference became a way to articulate a hierarchy of gender where women are viewed as inferior to men. This model of sexual difference is, Lacour writes, as much the product of culture as was and is the one-sex model. This transition is demonstrated in instances such as when Degraff's observations yielded the claim that female testicles should rather be called ovaries. All my female testicle havers in chat should put in an emoji. 18th century atomists who produced detailed illustrations of an explicitly female skeleton to document the fact that sexual difference was more than skin deep. In this one-sex model, the male body is the norm against which other bodies are compared. This model problematically assumes that biological difference creates a normal social difference. However, Lacour destabilizes the idea of sex as a natural category that points to a significant biological differences, and instead posits that construction of sex is influenced and shaped by a hierarchy of gender and political impulses. And it took me a while to like fully digest that and not go, "Are you sure?" I mean, there are obviously there are some uh what's the word? My brain farted. Uh there are footnotes, so you can look back at some of this stuff and check their work. But it's so recognizing the history and how things are formed can feel so radical because it shows how much the distinctions were not as quote unquote natural as they claim to be. I don't know if anyone was here or remembers the last time I was reading from that paper about fairy tales, especially Little Red Riding Hood, throughout history. But fairy tales, specifically like morality tales targeted at children, were a way to kind of set standards for how society wanted people to act from a young age. It was a way to socially gender people or to socialize, quote unquote, to quote unquote socialize them in their gender by saying expectations for what a girl is supposed to do and what a boy is supposed to do, what a man is supposed to do, and what a woman is supposed to do. Um, and seeing the forest for the trees can be really hard, especially the first time. And so it can something like this can be really hard to digest, especially because people who are in looking at stuff like this in bad faith will throw their hands in the air and be like, "Oh, so you're saying sex doesn't matter?" And it's like it's not that it doesn't matter, especially in terms of like queerness. Like being weird is part of the point. It is Saturday. No, it's Friday. Well, it's Friday for me. I don't know what it is for you, Snakebird, but for me, it's still Friday. Luckily, I'm a cute bean. I can't believe this. Utter blasphemy. Class, politics, and beyond. Queer theory denaturalizes. Oh, that's the term. Naturalization. Naturalization is the process in which a concept is kind of propagandized or framed as always having been that way, and it being like the natural state of things. You know, like when someone's like, ah, yes, men were always hunters, hunter gatherers, and women were always domestic servants, sort of shit. And it's like not in every culture. Queer theory denaturalizes hierarchies of gender, sexuality, and political influence, and is a valuable tool for anarchist practice. Queer theory questions what is normal and what creates hierarchical difference between us, opening up new sites of struggle outside of class politics alone. From feminist theory emerging the idea that gender is socially and not biologically constructed, and therefore not innate, natural, stable, or essential to someone's identity due to their biology. Instead, gender is a product of social norms, individual behaviors, and institutional power. Gay and lesbian studies added to the discourse around gender and sexuality by introducing homosexuality and LGBT identities as areas to be queried. Following the work of feminist theory and gay/lesbian studies, queer theory understands sexuality and sexual behaviors as similarly socially constructed and historically contingent. Queer theory allows for a multiplicity of sexual practices that challenge heteronormativity, such as non monogamy, BDSM relationships, and sex work. Queer theory opens up a space to critique how we relate to each other socially and in a distinctly different way than typical anarchist practice. Where classical anarchism is mostly focused on analyzing power relations between people, the economy, and the state, queer theory understands people in relation to the normal and the deviant, creating infinite possibilities for resistance. Queer theory seeks to disrupt the normal with the same impulse that anarchists do with relations to hierarchy, exploitation, and oppression. We can use queer theory to conceptualize new relationship forms and society and social relations that resist patriarchy and other oppressions by creating a distinctly queer anarchist form of social relation, by allowing for multiple and fluid forms of identifying and relating sexuality that go beyond gay straight binary. A queer anarchist practice allows for challenging the state and capitalism, as well as challenging sexual oppressions and norms are often embedded in the state and other hierarchical social relations. Things like marriage come to mind. Obviously, we talked in the last piece of writing about the family being used as a framework, as family as a bedrock for like society, like society and not in macrocosm. What's the opposite of a macrocosm? I forgot. A minicosm? Minicosm. I know that's not the word, but you get what I mean. Queer anarchism as a social form. A queer rejection of the institution of marriage can be based on an anarchist opposition to hierarchical relationship forms and state assimilation. An anarchist who takes care of someone's children as an alternative way of creating family can be understood as enacting a queer relation. Gustave Landor, in Revolution and other writings, writes that the state is a social relationship, a certain way of people relating to one another. It can be destroyed by creating new social relationships, i.e., by people relating to one another differently. As anarchists interested in working in areas of sexual politics and in fighting all opposition, oppressions, we can create a new queer anarchist form relating that combines anarchist concepts of mutual aid, solidarity, and voluntary association with queer analysis of normativity and power. We must strive to create to create and accept new forms of relaying in our anarchist movements to smash the state and fight oppressions in and outside of our bedrooms. So I am thinking of different forms of like resisting, or not, maybe not direct resistance, but forms of, as they say, deviance. Um, and also thinking of it in that cross section that we're talking about now, of like things relating to queerness as a whole, and not just um, I guess something that's good in a research paper. Thinking about, for example, like mutual aid forums. Sometimes I hear about people being like, "Oh yeah, like poor artists or queer artists are all passing around the same $5, right?" Oh, and this is a perfect time to mention. Let's see. I think I'm gonna talk about mutual aid. Sorry for the flashbang. Uh, Not an easy way to do this. There we go. So, partially a shameless plug, right? Um, so this is the Queer Games Bundle 2024. As you may know, Itch.io is this thing that is a alternate like hub for, or a hub and launcher for games. There are plenty of games, like as you can see, like 2064 Read Only Memories. There's a game that you can buy on Steam, but you know, Itch.io is also available. Itch.io tends to give a better cut to developers and stuff like that, and you can upload not just video games. You can upload like rules for tabletop games. You can upload music, like we have, and so many other stuff, even like video game assets. Now, because of how hard it is to be a queer artist, and because of the video game community having like this thing where it's like, oh, a AAA game is $60, they did this cute thing of um, making the bundle $60, and you get like hundreds of different sorry, it's 200 different contributors. So like 200 different things, right? Some are games, some are other stuff, right? And the pile of money is evenly split with everyone who is a contributor. And that's really cool. And you should check it out. Maybe there's a game in here that you think would be cool. But also, it's just a great way to support queer indie developers. It's weird to say such as myself. Our last EP is up on itch.io now, and you can get it through this bundle. There's also a like a another version, a pay what you can version, where you can get the same bundle for $10 because it's not everyone can afford $60 to drop at a moment's notice. And I'm mentioning it not just because, oh yeah, I'm in it, woo, but also how like it feels weird to be participating in this mutual aid, and not the weird gray area where people have been calling it mutual aid when it's technically charity. And it's not as though people don't deserve help. Like GoFundMe's and stuff like exist for a reason, and we've definitely benefited from them, right? But like mutual aid is supposed to mean that there is like mutual help back and forth. Like it's not usually like I'm struggling, you pay my rent necessarily. It's kind of like I help you organize the community garden meetup, and you help me with catering the soup kitchen on Tuesday or something. It's not always an exchange of services or directly favors, but it's usually a lot more complicated, or traditionally more complicated than, oh shit, I can't do this thing, please help, and everyone pulls in. But there are elements to that, and this is one of the times where we can actually have an actual living example of mutual aid and be like, look, it's mutual aid, you know. So I just wanted to bring that up. I mostly call my BFs my big bros or daddies. That totally throws off family dynamics. I really like that reclaiming of things. And I mean, shit, we call our nesting partner big sis. Like, uh, it's interesting, and I think conventional wisdom would be like, oh, you're just doing this for like for like getting off or something, right? Because it's so hard for for a lot of people to conceptualize kink without like an inherent like I'm getting off every second or whatever, right? But there's such a richness to uh having roles that you can play with, and you can play with your position and have fun instead of being in like this static icky role, um and sometimes it makes asking for help a lot easier. And we've talked about this in terms of age play specifically before, how like being a little sister like helps us um not feel bad about like certain things, or even like thinking of ourselves as like a kid who can do adult stuff. When we fail at adult stuff, it's like, well, I'm a kid, I shouldn't be able to do this stuff anyway. But then when I succeed, I can pat myself on the back and encourage myself and my disabled ass and be like, damn, I'm such a smart and quick kid that I was able to do this. It's, I mean, the most uncharitable way to be like, oh, it's a cope. But like, frameworks are useful. What can I say? Queer anarchism as a social form. A queer rejection of the institution of marriage can be based on the anarchist opposition to hierarchical relationship forms and state assimilation. Anarchists who take care of someone's children as an alternative way of creating family can be understood in enacting a queer relation. Okay, read that part. One way we can relate socially to a queer anarchist analysis is by practicing alternatives to existing state and heteronormative conceptualizations of sexuality. We can embrace the multiplicity of sexual practices, including BDSM, polyamory, and queer heterosexual practices, not saying them as new norms, but as practices amongst many varieties that are often marginalized under our normal understandings of sexuality. In polyamorous relationships, the practice of having more than one partner challenges compulsory monogamy and state conceptions of what is an appropriate or normal social relation. Polyamory is just one of the practices that arise when we think of relationship forms that can, but do not automatically, embody distinctly queer and anarchist aspects. That makes me think about how we used to have a partner whose parent was gay, but did not approve of the polyamory that we were practicing, which is super funny to me. I'm gonna have to play cards. Good luck with the gay. Good luck with the cards. Bye bye. One of the hardest parts about having our core audience be huge fucking nerds is I have to compete with Friday Night Magic. Polyamory is just one of the practices that arise when we think of relationship forms that can, but do not automatically, embody distinctly queer and anarchist aspects. BDSM allows for the destabilizing of power relations by performing and deconstructing real life power relations in a consensual, negotiated setting. Queer heterosexual practices allow for fluidity of gender and sexual practices within heterosexual relationships. Although practicing these relationship forms alone does not make one revolutionary, we can learn from these practices how to create new conceptualizations of social relations and, importantly, create normative indoctrinant into our society's constrictive, limited, and hierarchical sexual culture. Hmm. We're also thinking about when we were younger and we were really fucking repressed, and we found a Wikipedia article about queer heterosexuality and was like, hot dog. I want to be queer heterosexual. That way, no one can be mad at me. Whew, fuck. Which literally ended up being like embracing like BDSM and well, more so than we had already, as well as generally being like, okay, I don't need to be in the man position in this relationship socially. So it's already an experiment in gender relations in that regard, because our sort of kind of partner at the time was definitely um uh not following the gender norms that were they were assumed to have to, or should be acting on. And of course, to most people, it was considered we were switching positions, which was funny in one way, but also kind of frustrating in another, especially with just like falling into the position, trying to like naturally fall into the positions in a relationship that you would want to fall in, and which reflect how you operate in a relationship, as opposed to forcing yourself into a preconceived position that you're supposed to operate within and pretend to be. Polyamory refers to the practice of openly and honestly having more than one intimate relationship simultaneously with the awareness and knowledge of all participants. This includes relationships like swinging, friends with benefits, and people in open relationships. The open and honest aspect of polyamory points to the anarchist conceptions of voluntary association and mutual aid. Polyamory also allows for free love in a way that monogamous state conceptions of sexuality don't allow. Emma Goldman in Marriage and Love writes, man has bought brains, but all the millions in the world has failed to buy love. Man has subdued bodies, but all the power in the world has been unable to subdue love. Man has conquered whole nations, but all his armies could not conquer love. Love has the magic power to make of a beggar a king. Yes, love is free. It can dwell in no other atmosphere. In freedom, it gives itself unreservedly, abundantly, and completely. Nothing a Jet Set Radio future. Understand the concept of love. In free love, there resides anarchist notions of mutual aid. Returning to a previous point, polyamory as a form challenges conceptualizing one's partner as possession or property. Instead of having exclusive ownership over a partner, I have to. There's so much I want to say about every single part of every paragraph, it seems, but I'll leave it short for this one. Of just there's there is a difference between like playing with the idea or even like doing power change or kink and like actually treating your partner as property, which we are incentivized to do in the culture we live in. And I think it is very fascinating, at least in the context of, um, damn, I'm about to lose it. I'm about to lose it. At least in the concept of like, in the context of monogamy, I think it can be particularly dangerous, and it always feels weird. I won't exactly call it a red flag, but to this day, ever since we started being non-monogamous, it really makes us feel weird when we talk about it. And someone who is monogamous says something to the effect of, I couldn't be non monogamous. I'm too jealous, or I can't share. And it's like, even people who don't have partners, when they say that, it feels like they're objectifying their, like, potential partner in a way. And we live in a world where, like, we, like, zigzag between objectifying people and personifying them and putting them on pedestals and all this stuff, even people that we know and not just parasocial relationships. But it always struck me as really weird because, but at the same time, it's like, well, a lot of people's view of polyamory is like someone going wild, having like threesomes and stuff, and swinging. And something that a lot of people who are polyamorous, including myself, really try to hammer home with people who have not experienced who's not experienced, being a polycule and having multiple partners and stuff like that, is not just some sort of like sets buffet, and that there are so many more important parts than just physical intimacy or just like really great sets. Oh, I don't like that. The way folks talk about it here anyway, poly is not the umbrella term, but refers to a very specific way to have multiple relationships. That's what I talk about. That's why I was trying to say non monogamy. Polyamory is a framework, but there's a lot of different ways to be polyamorous. I would still hold to how they're talking about polyamory, how the author is talking about polyamory here. Talking about non-monogamy and polyamory as synonyms can ruffle some feathers in the same way that it can ruffle feathers to hold gay and any sort of queer identity, because gay isn't technically an umbrella term, right? So in that same sense, I kind of get you, but at the same time, I'm like, I feel like the meaningful distinction is a very thin line, because polyamory and non-monogamy are both, having multiple partners, or at the very least not having the general Western relationship rule of exclusivity with one partner. Because, for example, someone can be practicing non monogamy but not have multiple partners. Say, if I met someone who was fine just being in a relationship with me, and they were consenting to me having a relationship with other people, they're being non monogamous, but they're not necessarily practicing polyamory. I mean, they're in a polycule. And I want to talk. I mean that in like the perspective. I'm not saying that someone's not doing polyamory if they consider themselves polyamorous, but they only have one partner at that time. It's complicated. Sets buffet sounds like another word for orgy. Well, the thing with a buffet is that you get up, you get food you want, you come back, you eat. The orgy is kind of like all at once. Orgy is kind of like when you go to a restaurant and like all the food's in the center of the table and there's no distinguishing and there's like not a big distinguishing like way to divide the meal, and it's just like everyone just takes some from the middle. That's kind of like what an orgy is. Conceptually. This for education, I swear. In free love, there reside anarchist notions of mutual aid. Return to a previous point. Polyamory is a form of challenges conceptualizes one's partner as possession or property. Polyamory as a form challenges conceptualizing one's partner as possession or property. Instead of having exclusive ownership over a partner, polyamory allows for partners to share love with as many partners as they agree to have. In contrast to compulsory monogamy, polyamory can allow for more than one partner, which can challenge state conceptions of what is a normal slash natural relationship, and enacts a queer form of relation. Compulsory monogamy can refer to relationships that are produced in a context where there is pressure to conform to monogamy. Compulsory monogamy is a concept that's pervasive in our laws and institutions, where the expectation and pressure to conform to monogamy is awarded by material and social gain. This is not to suggest that those who choose monogamous relationships are more restricted than their polyamorous counterparts. A critique of the ways in which monogamy has become compulsory is quite different than judging individual romantic slash sexual practices. This is going to be a big thing in a lot of stuff we read today, in the sense that just because a system is being critiqued, it is not indicting you for participating in the institution necessarily. Being married and enjoying being married is not the same as being white and enjoying white privilege. I hope that makes sense. I want to go to a sets buffet, but it's like an actual buffet with lots of rooms to the side of sets. Buffet, buffet, blah buffet. Sorry, I was being a brat. Polyamory also challenges state conceptions of possession and property. Marriage as an institution, is invested with notions of heterosexual reproduction and patriarchy. Sarah and Mid's work can be used to further develop to help conceptualize polyamory. Now I remember when we had to fill out the fucking like marriage certificate form, and there's literally a box for a fucking bride and a box for groom, and it was just like we put ourselves in the opposite of what we were expected to, which was funny as hell. Key. Sarah Med's work can be used to further help conceptualize polyamory. She writes, in a way, thinking about the politics of lifelines helps us to rethink the relationship between inheritance, the lines that we are given as our point of arrival into familial and social space, and reproduction. The demand that we return the gift of that line by extending that line. It's not automatic that we reproduce what we inherit, or that we always convert our inheritance into possessions. We may pay attention to the pressure to make such conversions. Her analysis demonstrates how polyamory can challenge ideas of inheritance and possession. Polyamory as a form allows for a multiplicity of partners and isn't necessarily invested in heterosexual reproduction in the same way that marriage as a state institution can be. Yeah, because marriage is assumed to be predicated on love, but the societal and state and I suppose familial function fly in the face of the proposed autonomy of I love this person, so I wanted to bind myself to them. It kind of undercuts it, in my opinion. And also, a lot of this stuff that we're going to be talking about today is really interesting from the perspective of someone who used to be married, because I can tell you for a fact that regardless of the way that you and your partner look, by being married, by being part of the heteronormative institution of marriage, your relationship will be seen leagues ahead of other relationships, even relationships that have lasted longer than yours, and they're generally more stable. The act of being married is seen as an action an adult takes. It is legitimizing your relationship in the eyes of many people, even if you don't have kids, but you are expected to want them, which is insane. Polyamorous marriage should be legalized for all the reasons it should, but also because I want to see what polyamorous divorce looks like. Divorce court. Honestly, if they made polyamorous marriage a thing, it would cripple the institution of marriage, because you can't just tie your time and your finances to one person. It's to multiple people, and that I think a lot of other stuff is going to happen before polyamorous relationships are like recognized by the state on like a widespread level, unfortunately. Her analysis demonstrates how polyamory can challenge ideas of inheritance and possession. Polyamory as a form allows for multiplicity of partners and is necessarily invested in heterosexual reproduction in the same way that marriage as a state institution can be. In this way, polyamory can disrupt practices of reproduction and inheritance by creating new family and relationship forms not invested in sexual ownership and in becoming a part of state enforced and monitored relations. A call to sexual freedom. One may ask, how is polyamory relevant to me if I'm not interested in practicing it? What's the point of critiquing monogamy if I'm in a satisfying monogamous relationship? By bringing queer theory into our bedrooms and into the streets, we can begin to expand what may not be thought of as in need of liberating. When folks in fulfilling monogamous relationships consider this history of sexual repression, they have the tools to understand what it means to become sexually liberated in spite of that history, even while choosing to remain in monogamous relationships. We can liberate ourselves from confining and arbitrary gender norms and expectations, and not just our romantic relationships, but our everyday lives. Queer theory gives us the spaces to transgress and play with gender and question the limits of identity politics, to further consider that sexuality and other identities are not stable and don't have to be. Sexuality can be fluid and come in multiple forms, just as our gender expressions can be. I think that that's actually the sexuality and other identities are not stable and don't have to be. I think that that's really important to focus on, especially because in terms of structures of relationships and monogamy and like comp monogamy, there's this assumption that your relationship is failing if the person cannot satisfy everything that you need in a person who is your partner, or who is that close to you, which is silly. It And using like friendship as an example, if you can only have one friend, then you would certainly not be able to get all of your platonic needs met. It it makes sense. So it makes equal sense that a single partner cannot necessarily fill in all those gaps. But at the same time, even if you're practicing monogamy, allowing for emotional closeness with people who it would be rude for you to be emotionally close to, is in its own way queering up your life, I would say. And flying in the face of the compulsory monogamous uh, society that we find ourselves in. Sexuality can be fluid and come in multiple forms, just as our gender expressions can be. We want more than class liberation alone. We want to be liberated from the bourgeois expectations that we should be married, that there is only a binary of men and women in rigid normative roles who can date monogamously and express their gender in normative restrictive ways. We should fight for gender liberation for our gender transgressive friends and comrades and fight for freedom of consensual sex expressions and love. This fight isn't just in the streets. It's in our bathrooms where transgender and gender non-normative folks are policed by people who don't acknowledge trans or other gender non-normative identities. Either by reinforcing a gender binary of cisgendered identities and ignoring the fluidity of gender identities, or by otherizing transgender folks as an other gender. It is in our family structures that create bourgeois order in our lives. It's in our production of discourses around sexuality, where sexuality is seen as something to be studied under a Western medical biological model. It's in our meetings and movements where critical voices that don't belong to straight, white, cisgendered men are marginalized. We should create new, different ways of living and allow for queer forms of relating and being. Sexual liberation looks different for each individual. In my experience, being sexual liberation looks different for each individual. In my experience, being consensually tied up by a friend and consensually flogged in a negotiated setting is liberating. Kissing or hugging someone who you've carefully negotiated consent with is explosively satisfying. Oh yeah, it is okay to consensually kiss your friends. You do not have to be dating to kiss. It's queer as fuck though. Being in an open, honest, polyamorous relationship for me created one of the most liberating romantic relationships of my life so far. However, sexual liberation is a deeply subjective experience. A problematic binary is said conceptualizing polyamory itself as a queer anarchist, as a queer anarchist form, and in potentially creating and reinforcing a norm of polyamory as being superior to monogamy and other heteronormative relationships. Yeah, we don't want to make the an us versus them. That's also why I'm not a super big fan of like the kind of sarcastic meme jokes about like, oh, I I think that women with vaginas are women too, or I hate seeing the straights shove their relationships down my throat or whatever, right? Like it is usually not very funny to me, for one, and just propagating hate for someone, even if they are in the oppressor class, if they're not specifically oppressing you, feels not exactly petty because it's not like it's not deserved, but it feels it feels vindictive. That's what I want to say. It feels vindictive, and I don't like being vindictive unless it's consensual kink. No joke. The issue that stopped poly marriage from being fully legalized in my province is they couldn't figure out how to do divorce. Really? That's that's fucked. That's fucked. It's too hard. I mean, not to say that I am like a legal genius and I could have fixed it for them, but it's just like have an opt out thing. If there's more than two people in a relationship and one person wants out, they should be able to just like be able to get out of the marriage and the other people in it can stay married. And like if there's like a separation thing where it's like, oh, like the finances or whatever, or like, like splitting it, like split between the two parties, the parties that are still married and the ones that isn't, you know? It's definitely more complicated, but like shit, the Western world loves its fucking bureaucracy. According to Ahmed, what's significant in considering new relationship forms is the pressure to make conversations, and this should be considered as we form new ways of relaying that to challenge patriarchy and capitalism and heteronormativity. We must broaden our ideas around what anarchist sexual practice looks like, ensuring that smashing gender norms, accepting that sexuality and gender are fluid, unstable categories, and challenging pressures to be monogamous are part of our anarchist practice as part of our practice as challenging state norms of relating. We should live, organize, and work in a way that consciously builds a culture that embodies these norms of being resistant to patriarchy and heteronormativity. This work is fundamental to our shared liberation from capitalism, but also from patriarchy, heteronormativity, and restrictive and coercive sexual expectations of all kinds. So I think that these last two readings kind of lay the groundwork. Like, understand, uh, we now understand how queer relates to defying social structures in sexuality and gender, and we've touched upon the ways in which queer is deviant, is weird, it is the deviation from the normal, and in that it can be seen as a vector for like anarchist practice or vice versa. Um, and I think that is important for all that stuff before we move forward, because this next one is brings it back to thinking about labels. Not everyone is queer, and that's okay. By Anonymous. Published in Quebec in May of 2023. Cool. So I think that this one is important, especially comparatively to say when someone who is further left than a liberal might go, fucking liberals, when the liberals are talking about might be on their same side technically. And talking about solidarity and coalitions is important not to make someone feel shitty for not being as radicalized as you, or not for like, being woke, as they put it, or seeing the forest for the trees. Recognizing the context that all this bad stuff is happening in. In terms of queerness, as as much as like I'm talking about building bridges of solidarity, um, for us, we're kind of like our domain expansion is queer as fuck, is how I'll put it. And all of our other a lot of our other identities and that energy and that fortitude is kind of being funneled into that, especially as queer as it is a much more flexible term, and it also goes beyond that mechanical sense of identity. Like, for example, right now on Steam there is an anthropomorphic animal sale. They did not call that shit a furry sale. It's technically the same thing, but it is a technical and functional way to display it, to say these are all anthropomorphic animal games, as opposed to saying these is all furry shit, because those are different contexts on uh the same occurrence. So you can be LGBT and not be queer, but if you're queer, you're LGBT plus rather. And let's get into the distinction here. It's about talking about polyamorous divorce. It's about possessions and retirement and all kinds of things. There are very many ways to talk about it being inequitable, and different cultures don't agree on that. That is true. I definitely don't disagree with that song, but I also don't like, I just generally don't like the idea of being denied a right that I should have based on it being too complicated. And I guess it also depends on the context of how that happened, of them being like, okay, we're gonna figure this out and then we'll legalize it, or like we need to go through different drafts of how to function it, as opposed to we're just not doing it. Especially considering governments have a knack for passing legislation they don't know how they're gonna enact or enforce, and not giving a shit. So I feel like it's a little bit of a cop out for the government to just be like, ah, it's too complicated, when they don't usually need that they don't need that level of like reassurance with other things. I won't say it's not complicated though. Not everyone is queer, and that's okay. Disclaimer: I've been trying to write this text for about 6 years and haven't managed to do it in a way that is not confrontational. So I ended up admitting and accepting it's gonna piss some people off. Are you comfortable with being assigned male or female? With being called a man or a woman? And that people act towards you in a very specific way because of that? That's good. That's normal. Everyone should be uncomfortable with that. Man and woman are as categories come from centuries of domination. White imperialism and cis heteropatriarchy all got it up in one hell of a shit system. And they are constantly reproduced by most of everyone and taught in nuclear families from the day you were born. They suck. Being a man sucks and being a woman sucks, and their assigned roles and possibilities are incredibly sucky and limited. Does that mean you're queer? No, not at all. It makes you a decent person that has at least started a process of understanding how fucked up gender is. It could bring to light elements that end up revealing your queerness, but in itself, that discomfort with cis heterosexuality is just a normal reaction to a fucked up system. From that discomfort comes a process of deconstruction, and through that process, you might end up doing tranny or faggot or dyke, and then it's queer. But in itself, the emotional process of understanding how fucked up gender and sexuality are and acting on creating paths forward out of those fucked up social norms is not queer. Why gatekeep queerness? Because if that discomfort doesn't go hand in hand with doing queer in a way that makes you different from cishet people, it makes you materially pretty much indistinguishable from a cishet person. This doing queer can take many forms, be it through your behavior, way of dressing, way of interacting with others, body shape and anatomy, way of being perceived by others, or the kind of sex that you have. Or don't have. But being queer involves doing queer and being seen as society as queer, because how others see us matters and deeply constructs and changes us. And so we can't rely on internal identity alone to define what queer means, though it is a part of it. Being seen by people as trans, or being seen as gender nonconforming, or being seen as gay or lesbian is very much an essential part of queerness, and it can't be evacuated. What about being in the closet? What about all the shame and hurt and agony of not being able or not being allowed to make those changes? What about trying to make changes and then not passing? Being made to feel like you shouldn't exist? Being looked at weird when you try things out? What about wanting to date that cute boy but not being able to act on it? What about not being sure? What about questioning your gender or sexuality? There is a liminal space of queerness to be, queerness inside. Queerness is a felt thing, and it is very real. We need to be able to make space for that liminality and transition as a process, but we can't ignore the material reality and social worlds in which those transitions take place, because it influences us both from outside and from the inside. Many queer and trans people started by questioning, and that needs to be okay. This pamphlet aims in no way to attack people in the closet or people who are questioning. Y'all have meaningful experiences and contributions to queer struggles. This text doesn't aim to throw you out of queer spaces, but rather to think about the material positionality of folks. But if I say I'm queer, surely I must immediately be a better person. Fucking Christ. Oh, power flows strictly federal to provincial in Canada. There is no provincial rights the way there are states' rights in the states. The federal government always wins. If you can't demonstrate how you're going to implement it, the federal government may cancel any piece of legislation summarily. Wow, that's fascinating. Another way America sucks. Thank you. Cries. But if I say I'm queer, surely I must immediately be a better person. I'll extend this thought experiment kind of statement, or this rhetorical statement. Um, I think that a lot of people don't necessarily assume that being queer as opposed to just being LGBT makes you a better person, but I think a lot of people see it as being a cooler person. And I'm not gonna lie, there is a veneer and a feeling in queerness and being weird and not giving a fuck or being weird and just celebrating it that definitely does feel amazing and cool. But I would not seek to leverage my queerness over someone else who's LGBT in order to feel superior to them. I hate that shit. The same way I'm trying to unlearn the thing that some hoity-toity gamers, myself included, have a history of doing, of being like, well, all the games I like are high art, and all the games that those dude bros like Call of Duty and FIFA, are just the McDonald's of the video game industry, and I'm just so much more enlightened. I play a Setsuna Saga. I'm not here for that. At least not anymore. Are you a better person because you're queer? Nope. Especially if you're white. White queers are still white and as such still do racism. Middle class queers bash on working class people while profiting from their labor. Queer men can be sexist, able queers can be ableist, and liberal queers ain't queers. Feeling queer can't be a tool to avoid responsibility for the fucked up behaviors you have. Feeling queer doesn't mean you understand all other queers. Uh, think back to the part where it said, like, queer is not a monolith, you can't speak for all queers. Feeling queer doesn't mean you understand homelessness. Feeling queer doesn't mean that you're living any form of oppression. Feeling queer has come to mean nothing and be politically insignificant. What about my pronouns? They're important. They're not that important, i.e., to queerness. If you call they them, but it's the only behavioral change you require and how people act towards you, and that change is only associated in you to some feeling that you don't exactly fit in traditional manhood and womanhood, you've accomplished just about nothing. Being able to be gender correctly on a daily basis is very satisfying and essential to the mental health of trans and non binary folks. But it can't be our only fight. Just like marriage can't be our only fight. Our fight is the eradication of the systems which make it impossible for queer and trans people to have jobs, housing, healthcare, etc. If people use the correct pronouns, but you're so fucked in the head by the system that you can't work, you're still in shit. If people use the correct pronouns but stay passive in the face of state sponsored destruction of the land and attacks on native land defenders, you're still in shit. If people that are well off use the correct pronouns but don't ever donate nothing to those GoFundMe for struggling queer bi- biopic? Gosh, I haven't actually said this word in a while. Queer by POC. Christ. if people that are well off use the correct pronouns but don't ever donate nothing to those GoFundMe for struggling queer by POC, they're still dicks, but now they somehow feel like they're doing something? Which is worse? What if I'm straight? What if I'm cis? You're valid, you're good. Deconstruct the fuck out of it. But don't go denying what you are out of guilt and shame for what people like you are doing to us and take up what belongs to queer folks. Sure, things exist on a spectrum, but if your existence on that spectrum means you don't experience homophobia or transphobia, or can't relate to the communities that are living those oppressions elsewhere or in another time, or don't feel any sense of community with homosexuals, as in same sex fucking and romancing, including bisexuals, and transsexuals, as in people that transition out of their assigned sets in different ways, including non binaries, what's the point in taking up all that queer space? Go on and do the hard work of allyship and education and deconstruction from your place of power instead. We need you there. Shrouding your doing heterosexuality in, I don't care what gender my partner is a problem. Just like shrouding your doing man in nail polish is a problem, or you're doing woman in they them pronouns. Non binary is something else than being assigned a gender and performing it while asking for different pronouns. It's a radical cut and differentiation away from man or woman in a way that cannot be reconciled with cisgenderism. I guess that this position is kind of reminding me of like when talking about like repression. Like if the state is reacting to something you're doing, like say a protest, like if they're not just like if the cops aren't just like literally watching you and nodding along, if they're doing that, if you're not reaching any resistance, then you're not ruffling any feathers, you're not changing anything, you're not challenging the status quo. But if they're trying to silence your message, they're trying to get you to stop by any means that they have available, if they're oppressing you, then it kind of is a reflection of them trying to squash a message, them seeing you as a threat. Um, and comparing it to what this person is saying, I don't think that they're trying to invalidate people's like presentation, but they are acknowledging, you know, the concept of, you know, having skin in the game. And there is this gray area because I think that, gosh, it would have been a while ago now, like 12-ish years ago. If this had existed and we were reading it like 12-ish years ago and we still considered ourselves cis, this might like this line of reasoning might have made us feel bad, of course, because minorities are cool, right? But also there's a freeness to it. And that's also why it was like we're not free until everyone is free. Like there are shackles of like society in terms of gender and presentation and how people are supposed to act that people hate, even cis people. Like although a lot of people will yell egg at any assumed cis guy who says that they don't like how little clothing options men have compared to women, it's a reasonable place to come to when you compare what's acceptable and like expected for women to wear versus what is expected for men to wear, and to have frustrations with that. It makes complete sense. And unshackling like gender expectations will make it so everyone can do whatever the fuck they want with their own bodies, you know? And I would love to get into a world where the distinction between like trans and cis is like really muddy because we're not forcing gender on people and like making people go through the wrong puberty or chastising people for being a boy wrong or being a girl wrong or being neither or being both, you know? Like it's we've certainly got a long way to go, but I think that what the author is saying towards the end of this paragraph here is kind of like being like, okay, it's not very queer just to like, I guess in a way assimilate or to be doing like acceptable nods to queerness as opposed to doing a queerness regardless of how um, society is going to respond, I suppose. Especially talking about someone who, especially if they're like as assumed by this rhetorical statement here, speaking specifically to straight cis people, not to like everyone else, you know? This is a very sad question. Is there such a thing as being queer and safe? Nope. None to the system there ain't. If you're queer and safe, you just got integrated into the whole thing. Yeah, like assimilationism basically is where they're getting what they're getting at. This world isn't safe for us, and it's not for anyone else either. Safety is a scam aimed at taming us down. If your queerness consists of making your middle class white ass safe, you're doing something wrong. Liberatory work is not safe. We need spaces to rest, and we need friendship, and we need support and community to deal with the violence adequately. But trying to evade violence through endless mechanisms that make it impossible to address it or be unexpectedly confronted to it, especially our own violent behaviors, is counterproductive. Go read and listen to some black feminists. It's really funny the meta narrative here because if you're listening to me right now, you're reading that person, so you're listening to that person's words as as read by a black feminist. But I am giving my 2 cents at every single moment I can, so it's not as though I'm just parroting everything this person is saying. Aren't you forgetting important parts of radical queer discourse? What about the place of sex workers, polyamory, asexual people, BDSM, queering heterosexuality? There is a convergence between all of these marginalized practices and queer struggles. Historically, they have often all fallen under the queer umbrella for very good reasons, because they are a deviancy from the established cis heteropatriarchal order. But I'm feeling the need to differentiate between things here, because if queer folks as a whole don't have the term queer to recognize each other anymore, we basically don't have no more words to define ourselves. The whole LGBT acronym and mainstream culture being bullshit. I feel like distinguishing fights allows for better solidarity, situated solidarity, and all those practices are not in of themselves queer either. Queers ain't necessarily sex workers, and sex workers ain't necessarily queers, though it is rather frequent. Same goes for ace people. If they're ace and queer, then they're queer, but asexuality is not in itself queer. Polyamory has been practiced as a more libre for several straight people for ages, and that hasn't made them queer. On the contrary, there are so many fucked up cishet dynamics instead of straight polyamory, and also that straight BDSM scene. And if you actually queered heterosexuality, it's not very straight anymore, really. But queer is about things being porous and blurry. It's about the negation of the social order and everyone that fights cis heteropatriarchy and does things in a different way. You can't gatekeep that. I think this is really important to me and how we really internalize the flowy nature of queer and kind of not putting as much pressure on the more strict labels that can apply to people. We've been doing blurry and negation and disidentification for a while now. I have to admit, I don't find it relevant. You're just avoiding reality by trying to escape it. While struggles happen inside of reality, I want things to know where they fall, where they come from, and where they seem to be going. Because that's how human brains work. They create categories with words to make sense of the world. I want those categories to be joyful and flexible and wholesome. But I need them to be here to be able to name things that exist in the world. And yes, for sure, queer struggles concern everyone, but it doesn't mean everyone is queer. In any ways, I have no power to enforce any form of gatekeeping, and I don't actually want to enforce it. Being the queer police sounds like the dullest job with the most chances of getting mugged. I just want to know that talking to a queer person is going to involve them being gay. That's in specific in response to this here, I think, but also like cumulatively, because it's kind of like addressing this notion of like I want to have the experience of the in group of queer, or I want to see myself as queer. I want to see myself as radical, but I also want to not be in danger, and that's a weird trade off. And we have not always dealt with that trade off in a great way. Like we're constantly looking over our shoulders sometimes based on the way we look and how we assume we're going to be taken in society. So although we have fully accepted and embraced our queerness, we also sometimes can't relax or can't allow ourselves to relax because of the anxiety of, oh well, what if right now I get hate crimed, and living in fear like that makes living really really hard. What about gays and lesbians reproducing cis heteropatriarchy? Intra-community problem. Not the place of non-gays and non-lesbians to decide how to act towards them. Personally, I feel for several older gay men who lost so many friends and lovers during AIDS, and for all the people that were integrated and lost any sense of radicality to their sexual orientations. I also understand where a lot of cis lesbians are coming from in their rejection of man, and I have compassion for them, even though they are sometimes unpleasant and transphobic. Oh, and of course, fuck Eric Dahimi? I don't know who that is. Notes on gender and sex. Gender has become so nebulous with a complete absence of regards to the material reality people are living in. It has created a disconnection between a certain part of queers and cisheads that say gender has no meaning and that sex doesn't exist, and the rest of the world that experiences gender as a very real thing. In order for queers to exist, the world needs to recognize sexes, otherwise, there are no queers, because queerness is the transgression of norms assigned to your sex. Sex is a thing. Sex is in sexuality, and sex is in male, female, and different forms of intersexuation. There are a million ways to live in bodies that have a certain sexual morphology, but they do have sex, and we're a sex monkey. I'm a sex dragon. Thank you very much. And there are several differences that generally follow the lines created by those sexes. Otherwise, trans people wouldn't undergo medical transition processes. Where that reality has been used to create a norm, a social norm behaving that is imposed through violence to perpetuate a certain way of doing man and woman in heterosexuality. That's where things have gone to hell. Yeah, I mean it's hard to not want to throw out the baby with the bathwater in terms of like conceptions and structures of sets, in my opinion primarily because it's been used as a cudgel to abuse people. So like trying to define anyone based on their sets has been an easy way to be hurt. So understandable that a lot of LGBT folks are not as enthusiastic to I lost it. Enthusiastic to entertain. Yeah, a lot of folks are not enthusiastic to entertain uh conversations about queer people, especially trans people, that have anything to do with sex because it usually is used in a negative way. See you, song. Thanks for coming. Gosh, can't believe. Oh gosh, almost at 3.5 hours, and we're still on Praxis stuff. Whew. Don't worry, I'm not assigning any homework. So, transsexuality and homosexuality are useful words to define queerness. They are a transgression of the rules of what the body in its sex materiality should do. There's also the place of revelation of greater joy for the people to live in such a way, especially when it's possible to not get mutilated, beaten to death, or lose all possibility of employment when making apparent such deviance. Some academics try to make us believe everything is post something and extremely complex, which is partially true, but there's also some simple things. I need water. Water is good. Ugh. There's also some simple things, like my eyes that see sexes. They see queers, but they also see sexes, and we mustn't ignore those. Medicine has allowed us to blur those lines, and it's now possible for non-binary people and trans people to create differentiation with cis people in regards to their physiology, and that's amazing. And it's also great that trans and non-binary folks are able to express themselves more, but it doesn't destroy the reality of our bodies as trans and non-binary in regards to our sex. I'm assuming they're gonna start talking about like transsexualism. Then I think that came up earlier in the reading actually. Um, Man and woman remain the hegemonic categories that the overwhelming majority of us come from and which we seek to destroy as a hegemony. Ignoring them and what they have done to us and how they continue to shape our existence today and our relationship with cisnormative, heteronormative, patriarchal society and its families is irresponsible. We're not undoing gender and we are not revolutionary in our queerness unless we are fighting that institution. It's sexism towards women and queer folks in the myriad different ways it targets people that are perceived as belonging to dehumanized, non normative identities along lines of sex and gender, but also race, class, and capacity. This means being queer needs to also be a feminist fight, one that strives to undo the violent power of men and its reproduction carried by both men and women inside of a patriarchy and end up in a all too common drama in which women and queer folks are the targets of attacks. And we need to be able to point out the cis and heterosexist behaviors from both of our cis and straight comrades and our queer and trans comrades. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen the meme where it's like, "Hey, are you homophobic?" And it's like, "But I'm gay." And it's like, "You're dodging the question." It's like you can be in an oppressed class and be perpetuating the type of oppression that your class suffers from, if that makes sense. Hey Nova, welcome to the hard drive. We need to hold each other accountable in regards to patterns that typically arise due to having been socialized a certain normative way in the past or being socialized in a certain normative way in the present, whether we are cis, straight, trans, or queer. Not accepting being told you are perpetuating sexism and toxic masculinity because I'm non binary or because I'm a trans man or because I'm soft and a nice guy or even because I'm a woman is a problem. And now there exists spaces where we can't criticize people because they could feel invalidated, and it's also a problem. That does not mean to go yelling that trans women are men. Fuck any of y'all who do that shit. Real. Trans women are either at the forefront of undoing masculinity because we're women that were imposed masculinity, that masculinity was imposed upon, or just never managed to buy into any form of masculinity and have always lived a shit ton of trans misogyny. And it doesn't mean to say non-binary people don't exist. That would be a dick move, and a deeply colonial one on top of that. Considering the eternal Euro-Christian attempts made at destroying any other view of gender than theirs. What it means is to hold each other accountable to undo cishet patriarchy inside of relationships with the people who fuck up. Yeah, so it's basically saying, don't make excuses, kind of like further up when it was like, you shouldn't be using queer as a way to get out of responsibility for like mistakes, for example, or how fucked up you might be. and being able to call people out for things that you see them doing or participating in that are harmful can be can be helpful, and you can do that without invalidating them. And I might even suggest that you can do that without belittling them either. And you can also do it while recognizing that the things that may be fueling whatever toxicity or maladaptive thing that may be happening is because of, say, white supremacy or colonialism, or, you know, things that we haven't unlearned about, like gender and expectations and stuff. And it doesn't mean that you are immediately like a puppet of the oppressors, but we all have little bits of ourselves that have been submerged in the rhetoric that we know is damaging and is around us. It's like water. We're constantly breathing it in and we don't know the impurities within it. Or I guess you could say it's like microplastics, because there's microplastics in your body right now. I bet you didn't even know that. I'm so smart. Wrapping up. Being queer needs to mean doing queer, and doing queer needs to be actively gay and political. I barely use the word queer anymore since it became that be whoever you want to be, everything is valid parody of what it's supposed to mean, or just anything that ain't exactly normative cishet patriarchal behavior. It's gay sets, it's dykes, it's trannies. It's an insult. It's an act of transgression. It's repression, and it's solidarity. Queer is dead. Long live queers. This here queer writing this text is a white bi trans girl, middle class background in her late 20s, and a convinced anarchist. Not me though. I'm black and a dragon. Not everyone is queer, and that's okay. It doesn't mean that we can't hold community together. I think that's I think that's the point. Oh yeah, I know you know Nova. I just I needed to say it for when this goes up on like YouTube or whatever. Well, I mean technically it was already on YouTube. When the VOD goes, well, the VOD of just the talking goes up on YouTube is what I mean. Okay, we're like a lot of the way through. I don't even want to say a particular percentage because I just don't. I just don't. All right. So I've been talking about labels and stuff. That's been a big part of this conversation today, but particularly thinking about identity politics, I think is interesting, and remembering that it only goes so far, and that it can sometimes divide us to too myopically separate ourselves. Again, which is why I'm trying to use queer more and like build bridges with queer theory and queer action, I suppose, queer verbiage, because I am particularly tired of like only being able to satisfy like one or two parts of our identity and feeling as though we need like a friend group for this thing and a friend group for that thing and a friend group for that thing. And it's like if we have these certain like queer if we have queer things in common, then it shouldn't matter as much if we're not specifically the same thing. Like it's it's really shitty. Um though it might not be something I exactly get to today in terms of like dividing community, but you know, might come up. An obituary for identity politics by Flower Bomb. I began writing this text a couple of months before the uprising in response to George Floyd's death. The uprising, which has now become a global event, has motivated me to share my perspective in this text. My experiences in Minneapolis from the 26th to the 30th of May have furthered my contempt for identity politics, and so I have included additional critiques of it based on those experiences. This is from 2020. Rewind back to a time and place where people used pagers and payphones, when front porches and public parks were the hangout spots. A time when conflicts were resolved face to face and shit talking came in with real life consequences. These were the days before call out culture, troll baiting, and other internet dominated social activities. Some say the internet and technological expansion has advanced the fight against oppression. My opinion? The internet is where all potential for social revolt goes to die. In addition to pointless petitions and endless memes, recognition as a rebel can be gained through pity parties and academic loyalty rather than hands-on direct action. I think this is a great thing, picking up where the last writing left off, and kind of encapsulates the idea of people, or this part is encapsulating the idea of people like kind of fetishizing queerness in its like in its aesthetic and in its feeling, but kind of just using it as like window dressing. And yeah, the internet has definitely killed a lot of social action, because it is really easy on the internet to feel like you've done something when you haven't done much at all. That's just real. But I mean, you don't necessarily need to be on the internet to feel that too. Sometimes reading a book on theory and doing nothing with that knowledge can do the same thing. In addition to pointless petitions and endless memes, recognition as a rebel can be gained through pity parties and academic loyalty rather than hands on direct action. While providing an excellent breeding ground for keyboard warriors and pretentious academics, the internet also allows for the stunted development of social skills necessary in navigating face to face communication. Conflict resolution takes the form of indefinite internet drama, and at worst, an awkward, in real life reconstruction of judge, jury, and executioner. Face to face interaction is almost unnecessary in the techno society where phones have become a personalized commodity seemingly fused to one's head. From a screen with adjustable dimming, a full spectrum of emotional expression can now be digitally represented from a cache of emoticons. Gosh, I'm not gonna lie, this feels so boomer. I almost want to be like, okay, boomer. Cause like, damn. But then again, I am an internet critter, so that's immediately my first that's my first vibe in the vibe check. Um, but let's continue. The internet is also a place where the lynch mob mentality of call out culture encourages people to view one another as one dimensional beings. Remember the one dimensional beings thing. It's gonna come up, or simplifying people. It's gonna come up in another writing soon. Only defined by mistakes and imperfections in the name of social justice and outing abusers, a new a new statism, a new statism. Someone tell me how to pronounce that, otherwise I'm skipping that word. A new something emerges, utilizing fear and guilt to coerce allyship conformity, and similar to being charged by the state, once condemned on the internet, an individual may never escape their reputation. Instead, any or all personal growth and development remains trivial to the static nature of the past mistakes. Despite personal improvement, a convicted individual is sentenced to forever remain captive by the essence of their online portrayal. I definitely agree with that. And I mean, I'm gonna be real. The amount of people that I've talked to about, like, say, um, extreme kinks that sometimes are considered to be a sign of someone not being trustworthy in flesh space or being actually an abuser. People are a lot more charitable when they're not having those conversations in public, I notice. And it's much easier to get someone to be empathetic and understand. And there's a lot of people who, and I've seen this happen, especially like say someone like me, a streamer. I've seen a lot of streamers like shut down conversations in their chat, literally being like, "I don't want to get canceled," and it's certainly a threat of being like, "Oh shit, I hope I didn't say the wrong thing." Like that is real scary, and any queer person has even more to worry about because it is also seen as proof of your degeneracy. But I don't think that that's what this writing is getting at. Similar to being tried by say, read that. In my experience as a marginalized voice, I've seen identity politics used by activists as a tool of social control aimed at anyone who fits the identity criteria of oppressor. The traditional power struggle for equality has turned into an Olympic sport for social leverage, inverting the same social hierarchy that should have been destroyed in the first place. Identity politicians I've come across are more interested in exploiting white guilt for personal and even capital gain than physically confronting any organizational model for white supremacy. I've witnessed victimhood used to conceal blatant lies and bullying, motivated by personal revenge. All too often, I have seen how identity politics create a culture where personal experiences are trivialized to a point of passive silence. But this is all old news. Any experienced, self identifying anarchist has seen or probably experienced some form of being called out or canceled. So, why do I bring it up? Because I still see this shit happening, and I still see so many people lacking the courage to openly confront it. I mean, I do too, but I almost don't blame people because it is really easy to lose your whole livelihood on the internet, especially if the internet is part of how you make your money, how you make your life. And queer people know how easily we can be thrown under the bus. So a lot of us try to tread the line of the status quo, or maybe not the line of the status quo, but the line of what will get us harassed and what will get us not harassed. That's a true dichotomy, actually. I don't expect this test to bring identity politics to a grinding halt. I'm merely expressing my hostility for it and its authoritarian, anti individualist nature. I still see self proclaimed anarchists fussing over white dreads. Oh my god! Alright, wait. Where's my. I thought I had my Zoom button. Is it my Zoom? Zoom button. Alright, here we go. So, I am tired of people talking shit about white dreads. And I'm not here to be like white dreads are beautiful or like that I have some even like aesthetic appreciation for them. What I'm so tired of, and especially this is kind of weird for me as a black person, because uh there are plenty of black people that I know who do not like white people having dreads. I know I used to live with someone who refused to play Horizon Zero Dawn because the main character is white and has dreads, and I just couldn't. I just couldn't. I just couldn't be bothered to engage too hard with that rhetoric. Not because of like, not because it doesn't matter that um everything about being black has essentially has been commodified for like white consumption, right? Like I'm definitely understanding that. However, in the same way of what the OP was saying and being like, okay, anyone who fits this oppressor class, they're bad now. Based on this criteria, and of course, there is a criteria for being like, okay, so this person's being transphobic or ableist or what have you. So, someone being some sort of requirements isn't my problem necessarily, but my problem is a picking fights especially over someone who earnestly thinks in a way. Um, I think how a lot of my audience might understand this or how it might relate to their experiences, at least in relation to mine, is like being a weeb or a weeaboo. Weeaboo was a an insult, was originally an insult for specifically white people were who weren't just necessarily anime fans, but took it so far that they're basically like trying to cannibalize like Japanese culture. Um, Generally, like culture thieves or people who feel like they know like Japanese or Japanese culture more than like actual Japanese people, right? Shit, K-pop stands can be the same way. At least American K-pop stands. Um, but it it feels like a lot of people waste a lot of energy on what amounts to, at least to me on an individual level, a form of like shit. I hate having ADHD sometimes. A People get called out or get considered like really shitty on account of what I think is basically like a faux pas, essentially. Like something that's irritating but not necessarily oppressive. And in the world that I don't want to care about that. And I don't want people to have to stay in those boxes. Going back to the weeb thing, being a weeb, specifically like weeb and not the whole word weeaboo, has definitely been like reclaimed by the anime community. And regardless of your race or even if you're not like super duper into anime and Japanese culture, generally a lot of people will still identify with the term weeb. But being a weeb or caring more about Japanese culture or say Japanese media than media of your own country or from your own culture, some people will see as a betrayal of those things and a fetishization of the culture that's not yours. But that's not necessarily the case. Sometimes it's an earnest appreciation. And like using like the black dreads white people with dreads example, I'm okay with that. And it again, it just feels vindictive. Didn't mean to have a close up for that long, but you get my point. Welcome back, Dell. Ooh. Oh, excuse me. Where were we? Something about white dreads. I still see self-proclaimed anarchists fussing over white dreads, as well as seeing people cut their dreads under social pressure. I still see people justify voting like they did for Obama. This time it's for Bernie. And I still see allies mumbling frustration under their breath, too scared to confront the authoritarianism they see right in front of them. How many white anarchists have been called racist or privileged or shamed for refusing to vote in this past 2020 election? Oh, 2024, that comes up a lot. I mean, I don't even think you need to be white to be called out for that right now. Um, a lot of people can be like really mean to people who have not voted because they feel like you didn't put your skin in the game. Even though your skin is in the game, you're gonna get hurt or help, quote unquote, helped, no matter who you vote for. You know, um, and electoralism is not gonna get us out of this like pickle that we're all in. Obviously, imagine what anarchy would look like if people refused to obey the condescending demands of identity politicians. Would people feel more free to explore their lives beyond the narrow limitations of prescribed identity? Would they fearlessly reclaim their power to formulate their own opinions? Is there a joy to be experienced in the hysterical mockery of academic elitism? Would this text be less valid if it wasn't written by a queer person of color? What if I was a white, cis male? Why would it matter? I appreciate that this wasn't written by a white cis male, partially because of the fact that like even in social justice spaces, those people are taking up the most space and generally talking over other people. Um, but so the white dreads comment, for example, like when I read that, I was my heart dropped and being like, I don't know the race of the person who wrote this, but I know a lot of people who will not give it a lot of who would not give it a lot of time of day if this person is white, because white people complaining about shit that white people experience is kind of like it's not hard to be like fuck off. um and I think to a degree that's understandable, but like it is weird sometimes, as myself as a person of color with the most like flexibility or the most willingness to meet someone where they're at, as opposed to the other people in the room, especially like say surrounded by like white anarchists or white leftists or white queers. Like I could be in a room with a bunch of people and be the only person of color there and be the most forgiving of someone's slight. And it's not as though like that. I don't think that makes me better or anything. It's just that it's something that I notice a lot, that like in the way that sometimes a lot of white people go to the like opinion they think is the most um what will score them the most brownie points with people of color around them. I'm not even gonna dress it up. Like that's what it feels like a lot of the time. Like there are a lot of like white allies or white people in like anarchist or queer communities or leftist communities that literally are not saying what they actually believe. They just say what they think everyone around them wants to hear, and that has a problem in and of itself. Would this text be less valid if it was written by? And I guess I did just answer their question. I literally was like, in even in my eyes, I see it as more valuable. I don't think I see it as in as invalid if it was written by like a white cis male. But at the same time, especially with their opinion, and how I am seeing similarities, it is it is refreshing to not feel like I'm the only person who's not in a certain monolith of thinking. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't, because after all, this isn't about identity. This is about anti-authoritarian anarchy. If there is one thing I have seen the most in the past few years, it's how identity politics move like a plague, consuming every social space, ironically including anarchist circles. For me, anarchy is about destroying the socially assigned identity and all the limitations it imposes upon the imagination. Anarchy is an individualist experience that finds itself held captive by the prison of assigned identity. I don't think anarchy needs to always be an individualist experience. Like communities are important. Uh, Anarchism today has become a cemetery of dead potential, internalized victimhood, and an ideological competition for who is most oppressed. This though, for real. I remember once seeing and this is and it's fucked up because this is actually reflecting something that a conservative said, and I hate when sometimes a fucker is a broken clock right twice a day or whatever. But I have been in like queer anarchist spaces, or at least one queer anarchist space, mind you, where conflict resolution, like interpersonal conflict resolution, there was like a social contract, like a written thing of how it was going to be like handled. And part of the modus operandi for how it was going to be handled was basically whoever has the most like oppressed identities is the person who like gets the most like who gets believed, honestly. Like, it's not exactly how it was phrased. We'll always believe the words of the person who is more marginalized than the person who is not. And when you're comparing, like, say, a disabled black trans woman to, like, a cis white gay guy, the disparity of power can be very clear. But something that I have found particularly disheartening is how easy it is to throw certain types of queer people under the bus when they are still queer. Um, Personally, I don't know any other um, black queers in my personal life that are like struggling with like housing, but I know like five different white trans women who are either about to be unhoused, struggling with remaining housed, or in between, or in some other gray area. And it's not to say that that it isn't disproportionately, like, folks of color, but the disenfranchisement does not like pick and choose, and people who can be thrown out and people who can be like character assassinated um can still have relative privilege in certain ways, but still be, getting abused and, getting shit on. And I think that's something that sometimes we forget, and it's hard. And it's also hard to admit that sometimes there's like hypocrisy going on. Not everyone actually on the left may operate under the first principles that a lot of us, at least, claim to adhere to. Rather than taking aim at identity itself and the apparatus maintaining this paradigm, energy is spent tearing one another down, ignoring the complexity of individual uniqueness, and playing the state's role of defining each other based on membership to identity categories. Embracing a particular identity only reaffirms that identity's existence as a universal truth, and therefore by the colonial intentions of assigned identity, the servitude and enslavement of some to others as a universal truth as well. I refuse to participate in upholding enslavement as a condition to my existence, and therefore these truths are nothing more than political works of fiction. They are the products of a well perfected, socially engineered God complex that enters the mind like parasitic cordyceps. Last of Us reference. Or, just biology. Demanding unquestionable obedience. The atom of mental manipulation is a mind institutionalized by the incarceration of industrial society. Identity politics are the antiquated chains of colonialization, polished by those who assign personal value to them. These truths are the social constructs of control, keeping the life of rebellion shackled in a cold well of reform. And while many have become comfortable there, I have broken out to explore the infinite unknown terrain of hedonism and anti political anarchy. Black, brown, or white power is the antithesis of freedom, is the ideological charity work of a civilized humanist form of rebellion. Identity politics is a sterilization of individuality, rendering it both obedient to the collectivist authority of identity and gullible to the nationalist myth of supremacy. Hmm. Ultimately, the human is an animal domesticated with labels socially constructed to correspond to a hierarchy of economic status. That's a mouthful. And though this hierarchy has changed over the years, it's constantly held in place by a relationship of those who make demands and those who obey. Oh, now you're just doing Hegel's master slave dialectic. I, I'm not mad at you, though. Wait, sorry. What's the white pledge? What? The white pledge of the Black Lives Matter protest? I've. What? Ultimately, the humans. What defines human is a degree of obedience and commitment to civilized roles and behaviors required by industrial society. The less cooperative a human is, the more likely that human will be compared to an animal. The animal is an undesirable being, even for the identity politicians who prefer to adopt the colonizer's ideological anthro, anthropocentrism. Perhaps that this explains why there is such little discussion on animal liberation in leftist anarchist writing. The marginalized voice is more concerned with being portrayed as equal to the civilized colonizer than with the lost connection between their animality and the earth. At the core of leftist politics is the humanist aim for social equality within industrial progress. Social, or I guess you could also rephrase it as social equality within this like capitalist system, right? All while the earth continues to be cut up into nation states and ravaged for uh, anthropocentric exploitation and expansion. Ooh, so many big words. It is my opinion that as long as one maintains a personal relationship with the human identity, similar to white or male identities, the individual will only continue to reinforce the colonial paradigm of, civilized versus savage. This is not where I expected some fucking me to be able to worm my way in with some talking up like furries and other kind of shit. Because I was also thinking of, even before this statement, I was thinking about how prevalent its pronouns are becoming, right? There's some members of my system who use its pronouns, for example. There's some members of our polycle who use its pronouns. There is an overwhelming increase of folks, especially queer folks, identifying with its pronouns or identifying with like non-human identities. Again, otherkin theory and stuff like that. And I think that there's always been a an overlap between some of these identities and what brings people to those identities. I think the thing that is interesting is obviously dehumanization is a process that helps discrimination, because if you reduce someone to less than a human, it is less morally dubious to harm them, right? But because of certain identities being so often seen as less human, there's a sort of romanticization or sometimes fetishization of monsters, demons, animals, pretty much anything non human, even though humans are animals. uh, and kind of identifying with those things and it being a weird way to reclaim your autonomy and your personhood, of rejecting being human despite being human because you haven't been treated as human. And so, like, it's not as though that you want to be oppressed, but your identity cannot be. But for some people, their identity cannot be adequately maintained by the promise of how they're supposed to be treated, as opposed to the reality of how they are actually being treated. I think this even can come into play with how someone may fetishize something bad that happened to them. And I'm not just talking about how a lot of people may suffer some sort of traumatic experience or abuse and then maybe form like a kink related to it. Um, I'm thinking even more broad with like being treated in a way and coming to expect that treatment and trying to like relate to other people inside that experience. Um if you shit, something very simple. People will say sorry all the time, like myself. If you feel as though you always have something to be sorry for based on being told that you're a disappointment or feeling as though that you've disappointed others or failed a lot, it makes sense that that will be ingrained in your behavior. And although maybe it's something you want to get rid of, sometimes there can be a sort of positive association, or at least a like a familial association with those things that aren't positive necessarily, but certainly remind you of these things that, especially in the queer context, are is the weirdness that you're kind of harnessing and trying to like make peace with, you know? I mean, for us, the word queer is like so important also because growing up, we were called weird a lot, sometimes because of stuff that had to do with our queerness. Sometimes it had something to do with stuff that had to do with like our autism or something, but we were just not normal. And so, even to this day, when we hear people using the term weird as an insult, it really like I don't know, it triggers something in us. It makes us a little bit wary, just a little bit uncomfortable, you know? When it's like, you're weird. And especially when they're being earnest and not joking about it. Because weird can be a lot of things, but there's a lot of weirdness that we enjoy being, you know? Everyone uses words differently, right? Uh, just like how uh, society was using gay as a synonym for bad for a while. I mean, I guess people still do, but not as much. People and flies both have the same value. I do not agree with that at all. Uh, well, okay, so there's two ways to think about it. There's a way to say the humans and flies have the same value, therefore you should be able to get rid of humans if they're annoying you like a fly. On the other hand, you come at it from the other perspective of the life of a fly is just as important as the life of a human. And I do think that there is a certain amount of like a black box kind of thing with other animals because there's only so much we can understand about their cognition given the limited ways we can communicate with them and understand their like personal or like inner worlds. I mean, some people argue that they don't have inner worlds, and that's part of the conceptualization that allows us to hurt not just flies, but like the industrialization and the immoral industrialization of like farm animals and like those sort of practices. The fact that they have been demoted to cattle, which is not the same as like every other animal, has an effect on how we think about it. And of course, people don't want to in general, a lot of people don't want to see more value in those animals because if they see a certain amount of value in those animals, it may make it hard to eat those animals. You know, um, I think at the point where it becomes unreasonable is when you're being cruel to people. But I think on the surface, saying that someone is a person's life is the same as a fly, I think would be erroneous at best. At the same time, I'm not gonna die on the hill that every human life is superior or more important than every non-human life because different organisms are needed and useful. But then again, that's the mechanical way of looking at it, and that's the thing. I think that in terms of valuable community, in terms of connecting with others, in terms of knowing you're like causing pain or causing happiness if you're actually not being a dick, I suppose, and treating someone with like fairness or respect, that there is a lot more to get out of treating a human with respect as opposed to treating a fly with respect. And that's not even in respect to like how long a human lives necessarily, but also the potential. I mean, other than I was gonna say other than like maybe like carrying a disease that the flies aren't doing much, but they help like stuff decompose and stuff. And we need like decomposition because it's part of like nature's cycle and stuff. Um I would say that flies and humans are valuable, but I also feel like a one over the other statement isn't fair either. Although obviously, if like there was a fly like buzzing around my face right now, I might not see its life as more important than my own peace, and I'm not gonna get mad at someone for having that perspective. But I try to keep it flexible. Del, you're like light Yagami. You write a lot and blow a lot of hot air. I look at meat like that and I take it. And since I feel the same level of guilt that I would still kill man in the same place. I mean, do you kill your own meat though? I feel like there's a lot. I feel like there's a lot there. The white pledge at the Black Lives Matter protest. White people kneeled and got on the ground and pretty much asked for forgiveness at the protests. I'm gonna be real. I'm the random Joe Schmo cannot meaningfully apologize for institutional racism in my eyes, personally. And honestly, I also am not really feeling great about white guilt. I mean, honestly, I want people who are white to recognize their privilege, yeah, but like, I don't need them flogging themselves in front of me. I don't need, or flogging themselves in general. Like, I want them to be responsible. I want them to be helpful. I want them to be allies. But I don't need the vindication of that. I know a lot of people talk about like, oh yes, I love drinking white tears. I All tears taste delicious. But I'm not trying to squeeze tears out of everyone. I have hunted and fished. But do you regularly feed yourself through hunting and fishing? Not have you done it a couple of times or every other summer. I think there is a difference. I think there is a huge difference. And it takes a lot of energy to sustain yourself. I mean, like hunting and shit, like all your own food and like, maybe providing your own heat or whatever, doing some walled and pond shit, it leaves someone tired as fuck. I mean, that's one of the reasons why industrialization is so useful. For like convenience and, longevity for society and stuff. I don't know. I certainly I certainly would feel worse about killing and eating a person than I would any animal that's not a person. Sorry, that's not a human. It is my opinion that as long as one maintains a personal relationship with a human identity similar to white or male identities, the individual will only continue to reinforce the colonial paradigm of civilized versus savage. And as long as this reinforcement continues, the individual also remains vulnerable to imprisonment within other identity constructs that further suppress feral potential. I wonder when or if anarchists in general will move beyond the group mentality of leftism towards individualist insurgency, recognizing confrontation with identity as an act of personal emancipation. Will anarchists one day come to realize that anyone or anything about the individual represents an authority figure? Whether it is the commune, the movement, or the cultural governments of identity? Maybe some, but I am sure not all. Hierarchy isn't, it makes me think, hierarchy isn't just about the specific systems that say that certain people are more respected than others and other people should not be like listened to or should not have autonomy or whatever. There's also the invoking of like wisdom or higher power or some sort of authority without the structural backing of just being like, you should listen to me because, I mean, some people, I mean, their whole institutions, they're based on that too. Like someone being like, I am a priest, so you should listen to me on matters of morality, that sort of thing. I tend to put the innate value of all people, things, creatures I know nothing of at zero, all equal. I mean, the way you're phrasing it sounds a little psychopathic. However, I do think that there is validity in a neutral kind of way of thinking. It is sort of a like a nature kind of, well, let's say exactly nature, but like it's certainly not a typical Western framework that you're proposing here, or that you seem to be living by. But then again, I can't say how I would feel personally for sure, because I've never killed a human, and I hope I never do. But I also know that most people have PTSD just from doing it once. So, uh, it's one thing to like hypothesize how you would feel. It's another to actually experience it. After the victimhood saint. Like, how long is this? This is so long. I'm gonna cut this one short. I'm gonna go on to the next one only because this is getting to personal history, but I think, but it's also like maybe it's something we'll return to, but like as it's been so long, I feel like if I go to the next reading, I could probably be done in the next hour. Hopefully, I do want to get to. This one is the first writing from the Anarchist library for today's stream that we saw, and immediately once we're done reading was like, we have to read this because this one kind of challenges a lot of things for us, especially as a romance loving great ace person. This Aromantic Manifesto really spoke to us and really made us think of how to manipulate our frameworks for better uses. This is partial. I've been awake for the past 26 hours. Lizard brain. Oh my god, Dell, are you okay? Oh wait, okay. So, uh, by Ying Chen and Ying Tong, the Aromantic Manifesto. The here and now is a prison house. We must strive, in the face of the here and now's totalitizing rendering of reality, to think and feel, and then and there. Queerness is that thing that lets us feel that this world is not enough, that indeed something is missing. Jose Esteban Munoz, Cruising Utopia. I want a world where friendship is appreciated as a form of romance. I want a world where our worth isn't linked to our desirability, our security to our monogamy, our family to our biology. Alak Vlad Minon. Our manifesto. Romance is inherently queerphobic. The organization of queerness around the celebration and pursuit of romantic desires and pleasures reinforces queer oppression. Queer liberation must abolish romance as its long term goal. This This first part at first glance, especially for someone like us, felt like an attack. Honestly, it was the closest I ever felt to understanding how a monogamous person might feel if someone was to say that monogamy is inherently like abusive or something. But I will implore you to give it a chance. Excuse me. Oh, I'm like micronapping every once in a while. I said earlier I passed out like 7 times on stream hours ago. Oh, so that's when you were like, I'm back. You didn't like walk away. You would nod it off. I see. I see. Well, thanks for being here 7 separate times. The the Aromantic Manifesto. Romance is inherently queerphobic. The organization of queerness around the celebration and pursuit of romantic desires and pleasures reinforces queer oppression. Queer liberation must abolish romance as its long term goal. The freedom of love. A recent study of the dating preferences of 960 people, 942 of them cis, found that 88% of respondents refused to date trans people. 89% of gay men refused to date trans men. 82% of the gay women refuse to date trans women. 63% of the bisexual slash queer people refuse to date trans women. 51% refuse to date trans men. Despite the queer celebration of the when was this? 2018. Okay. Despite the queer celebration of the freedom to love, most trans people are excluded from romance based on their gender, even within the queer community. Before, other forms of marginalization like race, class, and ability have been considered, let alone the cis heterosexual notion of romantic fit in terms of personality. Only 2 respondents indicated a lack of interest in romance. Most queer people want to date. Queerness itself, we assume, wants to date. For many queer people, same gender intimacies are queer because they are unabashedly romantic in a world that insists on keeping romance between a cis man and a cis woman. The modern queer movement has organized itself around the rhetoric of freedom to love, particularly the recognition of gay marriage and other gay romances. But freedom to love within a hierarchical structure of desire replicates that very hierarchy. Many are loved only violently, fetishized as objects without complex needs of their own. Many remain unloved and unwanted, staunchly defending the idea that people can help who they love or not. The queer movement has often inhibited an interrogation of the heteronormative power structures governing all desire. If straight people can't help who they love, then neither can gay people, nor one might suppose racists and transphobes, and people who find disability and fatness unattractive. Queer oppression is not just the experience of prohibited desire, it is also the experience of hierarchical and violent desire, it is also the experience of undesirability. The privatization of love. Although some constructed otherwise, romance is not a natural feeling people have for each other. It is first and foremost a political system. Romance only gains intelligibility within the neoliberal dichotomization between public and private life. Public life concerns the interests of people as citizens and is regarded as a legitimate sphere of social intervention. Private life concerns the interests of people as consumers slash individuals and is nobody's business but those privately involved. This is about to get really fucking interesting. Oh, in your stream. Wait, you were falling asleep in your own stream? Heck. I mean, not that that's never happened to me before. While the domestic sphere fashioned by a heterosexual kinship relations have been historically designed as private life, queer intimacies have instead been regarded as a matter of public concern due to moral panics associated with predation and preservation throughout history. In response, the queer movement has fought to privatize of queer intimacies through the normalization of queer romance. But privatization in our political system doesn't mean something is no longer an object of public intervention. Rather, the public-private dichotomy designates what kinds of interventions are permissible and what aren't. Romance has an undeniably public character. It wouldn't be half as exciting if we weren't constantly bombarded with romantic messaging by mass media and family and friends all around us. Yet, romance is privatized insofar as nobody should intervene in who others choose as romantic partners, even if these choices betray a pattern of systemic inequality. The first big ruse of romance the first bit the Yet, romance is privatized insofar as nobody should intervene in who others choose as romantic partners, even if those choices betray a pattern of systemic inequality. The first big ruse of romance is that it is ubiquitous because it is natural, and it is natural because it is ubiquitous. I'm glad that we already talked about naturalization in a different reading, so we all understand that that is a process that has political benefits of saying that a certain behavior, a certain identity is natural and has always been there, and we don't need to question it at all. And that is how romance is seen as something that is automatic. I mean, same thing with like sexual attraction, honestly, which sucks. Romance appears both ubiquitous and natural because of cis-heteronormative power. Within cis-heteronormative society, romance is publicly constructed as a private cure to any deep unhappiness we may feel. No matter what obstacles we face, the power of love will make life bearable again. We, in turn, desire to privately own this public fantasy for ourselves. This promise of happiness is not privately generated by the romantic parties involved. Rather, it arises from their ability to approximate the public fantasy of romance. That's why people often feel romanticized by their partners, with the effect of obscuring who they really are. This one really, that part really struck me though, because of how much, like, it's easy to put someone to a box of a type of partner that you like, even without the whole like coming into a relationship wanting to have that specific type of partner. Once you kind of conceptualize like a simple version of your partner or like your crush, it's very easy to project that version of them onto them. And the more that that person co-aligns with the way you expect them to be, aw, and when they don't, there must be something wrong, right? And I really, really hate that this thing fell into our lap because it's been ruminating with us for a while, especially since we have to date, as far as we know, have had two was it aromantic partners. But even beyond that, we've known a lot of people and been close to plenty of people who have not put as particular a focus on romance as we have. And we are starting to recognize that maybe we shouldn't be a romantic anymore. But that doesn't necessarily mean the things that are generally categorized as romantic are not things that we would enjoy. And the thing that really set this whole train in motion was actually one of our partners that we have literally being like, yeah, I'm a romantic. And us being like, oh shit. And being like, shit, that means we can't cuddle. And they're like, what do you mean? I love cuddling. I was like, okay, then I can't cook for you? I was like, no, I'll eat your food. Okay, we can't kiss then, right? No, I'm down for trying it. I'm not sure if I'm like really into it, but I'll try it. It's like okay, then what counts as romantic to you? Can I hold hands while walking down the street with you? Yes, of course you can. I was like, then I don't know what aromantic means. I'm confused. and put it into the framework that this writing is setting up, it makes perfect sense. And it also makes sense why a lot of people are frustrated as hell with what some people see as just flattery. I was like, oh, but I'm saying you're a cool goth MILF. And it's like I wear all black, but like I don't consider myself a goth. It's just my favorite. It just happens to be my favorite color. I don't have anything else uh overlapping with that goth nature. And I'm a little sensitive about the size of my boobs. Please stop calling them giant mommy milkers. Like that's more of a a heavy-handed example, but sometimes it can be super small. I mean, take the top bottom dichotomy, and how people who are bottoms are regularly characterized as not being able to do for themselves, of being generally like really shy and stuff like that. And a lot of people can be a lot of different things, but the romanticization of like this like pillow princess ass partner is something that is very desired as like a concept. And that's how a lot of people are experienced, as a concept. And that's really unfortunate. Ah, wow. Seems like you deal with a lot of semi-consciousness, Dell. That's kind of interesting. I've certainly used hypnosis to like change things about like how I behave, though usually not permanently yet. While the domestic sphere fashioned by heterosexual kinship relations have been historically designed as private life, queer intimacies have instead been regarded as a matter of public concern due to moral panics associated with predation and perversion throughout history. In response, the queer movement has fought to privatize of queer intimacies through the normalization of queer romance. But privatization in our political system doesn't mean something is no longer an object of public intervention. Rather, the public private dichotomy designates what kinds of interventions and are permissible and what aren't. Romance is an undeniably public character. It wouldn't be half of the same if we weren't constantly bombarded with romantic messaging by mass media and family and friends all around us. Yet, romance is privatized insofar as nobody should intervene in who others choose as romantic partners, even if those choices betray a pattern of systemic inequality. The first big ruse of romance is that it's ubiquitous because it is natural. Read all this because it feel romanticized. That's why people often feel romanticized by their partners, with the effect of obscuring who they really are. The romanticization of women is especially violent because the cis heterosexual female romantic ideal is expected to put the man's emotional and sexual needs above her own. Really big deal. The hierarchization of love. The second big ruse of romance is that it's primarily about compatibility. From the rhetoric that cis men and cis women complete each other to the saying that everyone will find the right person for them someday, romance hides its hierarchical function under the guise that nobody is undesirable but merely incompatible. Oh, that's such a weird thing. I mean, because the thing is, even if there is reasons why a lot of people wouldn't want to like date you categorically in society, there is a societal there is a societal need to push people to be available, or to force themselves to be available for as long of their life as possible, in order to propagate, create a family, you know replenish the workforce through breeding, that sort of thing. And I'm now seeing how romance is a is being used as a way to manipulate people. And that's really terrifying. But love is a lot more complicated than just projection. I hope. I think I pray. And it's interesting of saying like it was like the rhetoric of cis men and cis women completing each other. Before reading this, we didn't see it as men and women complete each other, just from a monogamous perspective, two people complete each other. But thinking back to some of the other reading and thinking about how um, there is a social push for queer people or LGBT people in general to align themselves with the structures of hetero cis patriarchal, all the words that are starting to lose meaning the more I'm saying them over and over fucking again. But you know what I mean. Shit, even thinking about like the obvious thing of like wedding rings and stuff, and how wedding rings became like a thing that you're supposed to like save a whole bunch of money for, and you're supposed to spend like as much of as a house or a car on it, even though it just doesn't make sense economically. And it's just like propaganda that was used to, make more money, create a desire. Romance creates a desire towards certain generally cis heteronormative things, I'm realizing. And I hate it. And it's actually funny because the thinking of like queer representation, especially in the context of queer representation sating our collective need to be, seen as people and have our rights, but to be like, look, there's a trans person in that cartoon that's just like me, and it's like, not to say that those things aren't important, they definitely are, but there's like a liberal, goddamn, there's like a liberal agenda of kind of pacifying people in the same way that the other article was talking about how the internet pacifies people, and in general how you can be made to feel like you're making a difference, and so you don't actually take that extra step to actually do something relevant or meaningful because you've done like a simulation of it, or you've been vicariously um compensated, as it where it's like, yes, I hate the government, I want to like overthrow it, okay, I'm gonna play Watch Dogs and fulfill the fantasy of sticking it to the American government. Stop buying a rock. But I love rocks. Depends on the rock though. From the rhetoric that cis men and cis women complete each other to the saying that everyone will find the right person for them one day, romance hides its hierarchical function under the guise that nobody is undesirable, but merely incompatible. But this cannot explain why clear hierarchies of desirability emerge across every major axis of difference that matters. Sexuality, gender, race, class, ability, etc. This is because romance is not fundamentally about compatibility, but the approximation of a public ideal. Romance does not promise happiness with just anyone, but only those who approximate its ideal enough to sustain the illusion of privately owning the fantasy. People who regard it as romantically attractive are invariably upward mobile, white proximate, gender appropriate, able-bodied, slender slash muscular, etc. And again, I'll reiterate from our time as a married person, we have lived the experience of people seeing our relationships or our relationship and our like personhood or adulthood is more valid because of approximating those positions. Often calling romantic partners compatible just means their placements on the romantic hierarchy are relatively equal in privilege. Calling romantically unattractive people compatible with each other, on the other hand, easily sounds condescending. The queer movement's rhetoric of freedom to love has not posed any challenge to either of these ruses. Queer romantic ideals remain incredibly heteronormative, only celebrating the most privileged and compatible of queers and condemning more marginalized queer people all the same. Because the promise of happiness of romance comes from the approximation of a fantastical hierarchical ideal at the expense of everyone else, romantic partners will perpetually fear that they are not good enough for their partners or their partners are not good enough for them. I'm gonna say this that although I think monogamy has a big or monogamy, like the socialization of monogamy and the normalization of it, definitely contribute to that. Even in a non-monogamous relationship, I feel like those feelings aren't alleviated, and it's because that anxiety has been put in us of someone better will come along, and we've certainly been on the receiving end of that rhetoric, and it doesn't feel good to be the person who is being told that they'll find someone better. Like, it is so fucked up. just just a tip: if you're in a relationship with someone, please recognize that they care about you and they want you in their life, and that they aren't seeing you, or generally seeing you, as like a problem to be solved. And I think that it's important that we, especially as like traumatized people, all of us, recognize that sometimes we hold a feeling in ourselves that is reflective of the way we've been treated, but not reflective of the way that the people who are around us will treat us or act as though they might treat us. Although it is kind of hard. All right, you're talking about buying a rock. I was like, wait, what? $1,000. You're talking about diamonds. Yeah, buying a rock. Yeah, not a good look. Ooh, ooh, excuse me. The queer movement's rhetoric of freedom to love has not posed any challenge to either of these two ruses. Queer romantic ideals remain incredibly heteronormative, only celebrating the most privileged and compatible of queers, and condemning more marginalized queer people all the same. Because the promise of happiness of romance comes from the approximation of a fantastical, hierarchical ideal at the expense of everyone else, romantic partners will perpetually fear that they are not good enough for their partners or their partners are not good enough for them. Those who cannot approximate the heteronormative ideal of romance, on the other hand, are expected to solve the problem privately. Few treat someone else's undesirability as a public issue that involves them. Instead, we often hear condescending remarks that their preferences just do not swing that way, or that such people will eventually find the right person one day. Yeah, it's kind of shitty, and I think this is an interesting way to go about, like, say the thing you run into, and in being trans all the time, or trans conversations, or I should say conversations about trans people, where it's just like there is an assumption in society about what a trans body looks like, what it feels like, and what loving someone with a trans body is like. And for the vast majority of cishet people, they're either confused, afraid, or many are disgusted. And it's a projection of an undesirability they assume is within those bodies. But at the end of the day, a lot of them they're not telling the truth. They can't actually tell a trans person from a cis person just by looking at them. Like, they don't know how they would be in a relationship with someone that is different from them in a way that they wouldn't normally be okay with. And it's super disheartening when someone doesn't recognize when they're operating on that sort of faulty logic. But of course, it is just seen as this is my personal preference and there's nothing else to talk about. And it's not as though you need to date a specific type of person. Of course not. But the the tendency for trans bodies or fat bodies or disabled bodies to be seen as worth less than their able-bodied cis or what have you counterparts does point to a more of a societal stance than just it happens to be, you know, a huge amount of individuals just happen to have this preference, you know? Also, while I'm tired, please overlook the psychopathicness of my speech. Just not urgent enough to align my thoughts with the ideas of the comment so they sound less mad. That's fair. Alright. Thanks for pointing that out. We sound kind of unhinged when we're tired, too. The third big ruse of romance is that it can be privately reformed, turning inwards. That no matter how violent the public ideal of romance is, feminists and queer people can aspire to create their own non-violent private romances with the right partners. However, by wanting to own the fantasy of romance for oneself, the violence has already been done. Romance is one of the most powerful disciplining mechanisms in our society because it does not just prohibit desire but also structures it. Our fervent wish to experience this fantastical promise of happiness, our overwhelming fear of being denied it, constantly pushes our desires back towards conservative and queerphobic norms. Queer romance does not resist heteronormativity as much as it assimilates queer desire, making us hold on tightly to whichever relative privileges we have and hate ourselves for whichever we don't. Let's not pretend romance can be salvaged like we're living the underdog fantasy of some Cinderella esque movie. Romance's promise of private reformation is the most dangerous one of all, giving it a false sense of inclusivity. By peddling the illusion that romance can be made queer, heteronormative capitalism forces queer people to try to solve their problems of undesirability and unhappiness privately by finding the right partner, rather than directing their anger towards public action. I want to say, don't confuse that statement with getting mad at random cishet people for who they choose to date. That's not what it's saying. It's often the most marginalized groups that need the romantic underdog fantasy the most. Queer people are desperate to feel some semblance of romantic desirability, some semblance of romance's promise of fantastical happiness, to get by in a queerphobic world. But this assimilationist fantasy ultimately hurts and inhibits queer liberation. Real. What queerness needs is a liberate is a liberationist liberationist publics, not a private promise of liberation serving as a distraction from the public queerphobia, structured around the violent fantasy of romance. Aromanticism as queer counterpublic. Nobody has the responsibility to date anyone they do not desire. That is also a private solution to a public problem. The public solution is to abolish romance altogether, i.e., to dismantle the contrivances and pressures that force us to not just act in a certain way to get interpersonal like recognition or validation, but also, I mean, I guess mostly that part. Or but also push us to have to live in structures that more resemble things that we don't necessarily all want. Because in that same way of what we were talking about earlier, with how even if you're in a monogamous relationship, that queering queering your interactions with relationships is valuable, and being willing to do that. And it's not about like leaving or opening up a happily monogamous relationship for the sake of praxis. It's being more willing to push against the parts of the system that kind of railroad us into certain behaviors and not be beholden to them, and not doing these things because we feel like we have to or that we won't be loved otherwise. There's a big difference between doing something because you want to do it and because you're being silently coerced. I feel the ideas, but dressing them up so they are less direct. I mean, a lot of people are not gonna want to. I mean, shit, myself even, especially in first contact with this argument, we were a little bit skeptical. I mean, I guess it's the same way that people who are very feeling very valid in their gender might feel a little bit defensive when someone goes, "We need to abolish gender," because they're like, "I like having gender." And it's like, I'm not trying to take gender away from you. I am trying to make it so that no one is like chained up in the gender politics that force us to act in certain ways against our own self interest. We propose aromanticism as a counter public that responds to queerphobic violence by mobilizing public resistance instead of escaping inwards. Oh, wait, that just makes me think of like how people in the queer community, or specifically like uh certain LGBT folks who may have fought and struggled for, say, the right for gay marriage, but as soon as that happened, they weren't interested in any other like forms of liberation. And it's not just like the material gains that being able to marry provides, but also that feeling of that "fuck you got mine" mentality that we sometimes mention that we hate is also sort of can hold the same space as, "Oh, I love you so much, it's just you and me against the world." Because when you feel like that, then you're not motivated to try to help other people outside of your family or outside of your couple. You're more incentivized to go, "Damn, the world's fucked up, but at least we can kiss and fuck." And don't get me wrong, kissing and fucking definitely definitely help the dystopia go down. But we shouldn't be overindulging so much that we don't do anything else. Or rather, there is there are bridges that we can build instead of uh, continuously throwing all that wood into the fire of our passion, or interpersonal passions, I would say. Aromanticism is a refusal to allow love to be privatized. Aromantics aspire to view queer intimacies like as web-like counterpublics that reinforce rather than compete with and innovate each other, weaken each other. Deny hierarchical exclusivity and romantic privilege any power over happiness. Reject the monopoly romance has over physical and emotional intimacy. So I feel like my brain chemistry is changing in real time. Reject practices of nepotism like marriage to concentrate wealth and perpetuate inequality. From a more liberal perspective, it is really hard. It might be really hard to like come to terms with that one or try to understand it. It's like, how is marriage nepotism? And it's like uh constraining those social forces to just be inward and just be the family and kind of that hierarchical what's the word the thing where you get something from a dead person. I forget the word. Inheritance. That the thing of based on inheritance of like wealth going to like your children and stuff like that, and also like the family unit in general. I am just realizing just how much it works against like community sometimes, because some people see the family as um their last hideaway from the like cruelty of the world, and that can make a sort of codependence sort of thing happen, or a toxicity of needing your family to look a certain way and act a certain way for you to feel like your life is worth something, which is terrifying. I'm gonna start back over of all the bullet points. View queer intimacies like as web-like counterpublics that reinforce rather than compete with and innervate each other. Deny hierarchical exclusivity and romantic privilege any power over happiness. Reject the monopoly romance has over physical and emotional intimacy. Reject practices of nepotism like marriage that concentrate wealth and perpetuate inequality. Transform queer intimacy into political solidarity and action. Create new, nonviolent pleasures and desires that do not yet exist. That one's the scary one. If you already have a romantic partner, we're not asking you to leave them, but to aspire to love them in a different, queerer way. We suggest aromanticism can enhance one's experience of intimacy in the following ways. Not having to feel one person might be right for you in every way, and not forcing them to try to, because different people can complete different parts of you, and that's okay. Eliminate a constant fear of inadequacy from falling short of a romantic ideal and being replaced by someone else. Yeah, you don't have to be scared that someone's gonna come with a boombox and just steal your love away. Enables intimates to be viewed for who they are and not how well they approximate the romantic ideal. Enables better negotiations for consent through the self-definition of intimacy, unaffected by romantic expectations of inappropriate or appropriate behavior. Yeah, instead of having a like some sort of thought process of, well, like you don't love me unless you do this because that's what people do in movies, like not having that influence your relationship is a good thing. Build enough trust for one's intimates based on the principle that love is non-competitive, such that infidelity does not automatically generate anxiety. Sustains intimacies over longer periods of time, even across long distances and absences, due to the lack of insecurity of being replaced. Each new person your intimates bond with is a potential bond for you as well. This is like the most important thing we've read today, I think. Question: how does aromanticism relate to sex? A. That's up to you to find that relationship. Just be aware that similar hierarchies of desirability exist in sex as in romance. Vision of a different future. Aromanticism is difficult to imagine in our society, so much of our social infrastructure does not support it. However, we should see this as a productive challenge, not a reason to dismiss aromanticism. After all, queerness has never been about the convenience of normality. Queerness has always been about rejecting normality in favor of justice. A capitalist model for society based on heteronuclear family results in a competitive world, whereas every family, whether biological, organizational, or national, for themselves. What if we instead designed our infrastructure around an aromantic vision of society? Communal housing. Communal housing, spaces, and facilities, communal activities like urban farming and sets positive education, a sharing economy based on long term reciprocation and not one off transactions, shared care for children, the elderly, and less able by the immediate community, pooled insurance based on communal care, non-profit motivated corporate schemes. The nuclear family is the basic building block of a competitive society, expected to prioritize its interests over those of everyone else. Aromanticism transforms our social narrative from one of competition to cooperation. That reminds me of the struggles we were having even growing up, of knowing that our like blood family wasn't doing it for us, and us recognizing that the bonds that we chose to form, the mutual bonds that we formed, were to us of much more higher value. But at the same time, continuously running into the issue that when it comes down to it, that the blood bond almost always supersedes that other bond, and the only way to maybe even the odds is to literally marry the person, enter their family, or rather create a family unit with them so that you are the person that they're being loyal to. Damn, romanticism sucks. Fuck me. Shit. Damn. Dale, you're having a them edibles ain't shit moment, huh? Whatever it is, the point of aromanticism as a queer counterpublic is that it cannot be done alone. It must be a social movement, in the way romance is not and could never be. We don't have all the answers, but we hope to explore them with you. Yeah, this one was good as hell. Whew. Okay, so obviously moving from that to marriage will never set us free probably makes sense. Yeah, but I take no drugs to get to this state. Oh yeah, I mean, exhaustion has the same enough exhaustion actually has the same cognitive effects as being drunk does. Marriage will never set us free. We must support and expand queer and trans activism centered on racial and economic justice that has never seen marriage as an answer. By Craig Wilsey and Dean Spade. And we'll probably not read all of this. Um, but let's just start here. What is marriage? Civil marriage is a tool of social control used by governments to regulate sexuality and family formation by establishing a favored form and rewarding it. In the US, for example, with over 1,000 benefits, while marriage is being rewarded, other ways of organizing family relationships and sexual behavior do not receive those benefits and are stigmatized and criminalized. In short, people are punished or rewarded based on whether or not they marry. The idea that same-sex marriage advocacy is a fight for the freedom to marry, or equality is absurd since the existence of legal marriage is a form of coercive regulation in which achieving or not achieving marital status is linked to accessing vital life resources like healthcare and paths to legalized immigration. There's nothing freeing nor equalizing about such a system. Damn, that actually reminds me of I can't remember which Mildly homophobic or very homophobic comic I once watched said this, but it was like, yeah, queer people should be given the right to vote. They should be able to be as miserable as the rest of us. Gosh, so ahead of the time. In her famous 1984 essay, Thinking Sets, Gail Rubin describes how systems that hierarchically rank sexual practices change as part of maintaining their operations of control. Rubin described how sexuality is divided into these practices that are considered normal and natural, what she called the charmed circle, and those that are considered bad and abnormal, the outer limits. This is really blurry, but what was it? The charm circle: good, normal, natural, blessed sexuality, heterosexual, married, monogamous, procreative, non-commercial, so anti-sex work, in pairs, in a relationship, so defined specifically, not like in a gray area, same generation, so even if you're not the same age, you're supposed to be within the same generation, in private, no pornography, bodies only, vanilla, and the outer limits: bad, abnormal, unnatural, damn sexuality. That damn sexuality. Homosexual, unmarried, promiscuous, non-procreative, commercial, alone or in groups, casual, cross-generational. I guess there is a lot of cross-generational, like family dynamics or found family dynamics in queer circles. In public, pornography with manufactured objects. Oh right, it's like, oh, I can't let my wife use a dildo. That would be bad. Ben Shapiro is sexless. Uh Majora, I'm so happy for you. I'm assuming that Fable 3 is a game you really enjoy. I'm really enjoying Anarchism in my pants. Practices can and do cross from the outer limits of the charm circle. Unmarried couples living together, or perhaps homosexuality when it is monogamous and married, can move from being highly stigmatized to being considered acceptable. These shifts, however, do not eliminate the ranking of sexual behaviors. In other words, these shifts do not challenge the existence of the charm circle and outer limits in the first place. Freedom and equality are not achieved when a practice crosses over to being acceptable. Instead, such shifts strengthen the line between what is considered good, healthy, and normal, and what remains bad, unhealthy, stigmatized, and criminalized. The line moves to accommodate a few more people who society suddenly approves of, correcting the system and keeping it in place. A lot of systems are like this, kind of like how whiteness like grew to expand more different types of non-melanated people that were definitely not considered white before, like Irish people, for example. Uh, and by the expanding of the limits of who is allowed in the in group, it it seems to legitimize the lived experiences of the people it allows within itself, while really it's just trying to weaken the opposition by taking folks into themselves and rewarding them for basically switching sides. The legal marriage system, along with its corollary criminal punishment system, with its laws against lewd behavior, solicitation, indecency, and the like, enforces the line between which sexual practices and behaviors are acceptable and rewarded, and which are contemptible and even punishable. Societal myths about marriage, which are replicated in same-sex marriage advocacy, tell us that marriage is about love, about care for elders and children, about sharing the good life together, even if it is the cornerstone of a happy, even that it is the cornerstone of a happy personal life in a healthy civilization. Feminists, anti racist, and anti colonial social movements have contested this, identifying marriage as a system that violently enforces sexual and familial norms. From these social movements, we understand marriage as a technology of social control, exploitation, and dispossession wrapped in a Satan ribbon of sexist and heteropatriarchal romance mythology. Marriage is a tool of anti black racism. Since its founding in the US, regulating family formation has been key to anti black racism and violence. Denying the family ties of slaves was essential to slavery, ensuring that people would be born enslaved and maintaining black people as property rather than persons. After emancipation, the government scrambled to control black people, coercing marriage among newly freed black people and criminalizing them for adultery as one pathway for recapturing them into the convict lease system. After Brown versus the Board of Education, which challenged formal legal segregation, illegitimacy laws became a favorite way to exclude black children from programs and services. The idea that married families and their children are superior was and remains a key tool of anti black racism. Black families have consistently been portrayed as pathological and criminal in academic research and social policy based on marriage rates. Most famously in the Mayahan Report, anti-poor and anti-black discourse and policymaking framed poverty as a result of the lack of marriage in black populations. Clinton's 1996 dismantling of welfare programs with which disproportionately harm black families was justified by an explicit discourse about poverty resulting from unmarried parenthood under both President George W. Bush and President Barack Obama. Healthy marriage promotion initiatives have been used to encourage low-income women to marry, including at times through cash incentives. Demoralizing, managing, and controlling black people by applying racist and sexist marital family norms to justify both brutal interventions and benign neglect has a long history in the US and remains standard fare. Fucking Christ. Marriage is a tool of colonialism. Colonialism, or colonialization, often casts invasion as rescuing colonized populations from their backwards gender and family systems. We can see this from the land we're writing this on, Washington, D.C. and Washington State, to Afghanistan, forcing indigenous people to comply with European norms of gender, sexuality, and family structure, and punishing them for not doing so has been a key tool for the U.S. settler colonialism in North America. Marriage has been an import tool of land theft and ethnic cleansing aimed at disappearing indigenous people in many ways. The U.S. encouraged westward settlement by promising male settlers 160 acres to move west, plus an extra 160 if they married and brought a wife. At the same time, the U.S. criminalized traditional indigenous communal living styles, burning longhouses where indigenous people live communally, eliminating communal landholding methods, and enforcing male individual ownership. Management of gender and family systems was and is essential to displacement and settlement processes. Enforcing gender norms in boarding schools is part of the civilizing mission, and removing children from the native communities through the way of programs that persist today are key tools of ethnic cleansing and settlement in the U.S. Oh yeah, forcing Native Americans to basically adhere to like colonial family structures was honestly an arm of the genocidal action that is ongoing to this day against Native folk, and it's depressing. Marriage is a tool for xenophobia and immigration enforcement. From its origins, U.S. immigration law has put in place mechanisms for regulating those migrants it does allow in, always under threat of deportation, and labeling other migrants undesirable to both make them more exploitable by their bosses and easier to purge. Keeping out poor people, people with stigmatized health issues, and people of color have been urgent national priorities. Marriage has been one of the key valves of that control. The Page Act of 1875, for example, sought to keep out Asian women, hoping to prevent Asian laborers in the U.S. from reproducing, but allowed the immigration of Asian merchants as wives. Marriage continues to be a deeply unjust tool of immigration control in the U.S., while marital family ties being one of the few pathways to immigration. One impact of this system is that it keeps people stuck in violent and harmful sexual and family relationships because their immigration status depends on it. Real. We knew someone who married a friend for like immigration stuff, and because like it couldn't be like, I guess you would call it a marriage of convenience, they had to like live together for a certain amount of time, and the guy presented their friend, and the friend was, sorry, I should be clear. Our friend was a non-binary femme-ish person, and they got married to a cishet guy, and the cishet guy, because of course like the social pressure, um presented this person that they married as like a romantic relationship, which it did not start off as, but through the proximity and cohabitation, they were kind of incentivized to do that. And even after like everything was said and done and immigration status was good, there was like these hooks that were in, and some toxic shit came about because it was like, oh, we've been living together, like, you know, we're married, da, 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 da. Like a sense of like that person trying to have control over our friends like autonomy or their relationship or how they interact with stuff. Or for example, like, oh, you can't date someone because you're married to me, right? When that was not the agreement. And it's not as though there isn't personal responsibility in treating someone bad and being like, oh yeah, now we're married, so that means that we can do XYZ. Or we should do XYZ. But like the assumption that because they got married that they were now in love was something that never left me, especially as I constantly over months and years heard of this friend struggling with getting it through their spouse's thick skull that they literally only married them so that they wouldn't get deported. And that sucks. And on the other side of things, the person was like really emotionally hurt because they assumed, because of the social contract, that like even regardless of what reasons they originally got married, that because they were married for X amount of time, that they must have fallen in love. Oh man. My point being that yeah, marriage and immigration should have never had to be connected, honestly. Marriage is a tool for gendered social control. This one is not a hot take. Feminists have long understood marriage as a tool of social control and labor exploitation. That's why feminists have worked to dismantle the mystique around romance, marriage, child rearing, and care, exposing those with cultural fantasies that coerce women into unpaid labor and cultivate sexual violence. Ooh, now I'm thinking about what are those fuckers? Trad wives. They have also worked to change laws to make it easier to get out of marriages and to delink marital status from essential things people need, like immigration and healthcare, because those links trap women and children in violent family relationships. Marriage is about protecting private property and ensuring maldistribution. Marriage has always been about who is whose property: women, slaves, children, and who gets that property. Inheritance, employee benefits, insurance claims, taxation, wrongful death claims. All these benefits associated with marriage are benefits that keep wealth in the hands of the wealthy. Damn, now I'm thinking about what Sphere was talking about earlier with how like polyamorous marriage was not approved because they couldn't figure out a way to handle the divorce things. And considering how marriage is about protecting private property and ensuring maldistribution, that makes sense. Those with no property are less likely to marry and have less to protect using marriage law. Movements for economic justice are about dismantling property systems that keep people poor, not tinkering with them, so that people with wealth can use them more effectively to protect their wealth. Today's same-sex marriage advocates argue in courts and in the media that marriage is the bedrock of our society, that children need and deserve married parents. Gosh, even Terry Crews said that. He didn't even just say that. He said that the children deserve to be in a two-parent household with a husband and a wife, and that a two-parent household of like a same-sex marriage is leaving the child wanting. And I'm like, no, no. See you, Dell. Thanks for hanging out. Really enjoyed your sleepy philosophic philistine philosophic thoughts. Brr. Today's same-sex marriage advocates argue that in courts and the media, that marriage is the bedrock of our society. The children in need deserve marriage. Marginalized populations. Common contemporary responses to critiques of same-sex marriage advocacy. You don't have to get married if you don't want to. Same-sex marriage has been framed through a paradigm of choice. That some of us can do this if we want. That some of us can do this if we want to, and those that don't want to should back off and let us plan our weddings already. Oh, and let us plan our weddings already. But such choices take place in a field of limited options, already structured by legal and cultural systems. Coercive systems distribute rewards and punishment. Marriage punishes those who do not participate in it. Saying that marriage is an individual choice hides this. Marriage is a part of a system where the government chooses some relationships, family structures, and sexual behaviors as the gold standard and rewards them, while others are stigmatized and or criminalized. Many people are not and never will be in marriage-like relationships. When proponents counter argue that those who want to get married should be allowed to do so, the damage that the existence of a marriage system does to everyone who is not deemed acceptable enough through it is either erased or justified. When we look at marriage only as something individuals can choose to do or not do, we abandon any possibility of meaningful resistance or change. Individualized aesthetic challenges like asking wedding guests to donate to charity in lieu of a gift or having a female best man become the only political action imaginable. These types of challenges do not work towards dismantling marriage as a form of rewards and punishments. Ultimately, marriage is about control, not about individuals freely choosing from a menu of options. Weddings are expensive. They can be. They don't have to be. If you treat them like a party and not like a funeral. And when I say party and not a funeral, I mean like cost wise. If you treat a marriage like a wedding like a birthday party in terms of cost, then like you're gonna have a much better time. Marriage is about love, and love is revolutionary. Can you tell what anime I've been watching a lot of? As described above, marriage is about controlling people and property for the benefit of white people, wealthy people, and settlers. It does so under the cover of a consumer-driven mythology about love. U.S. popular culture is permeated by a set of myths about sex and romance that feminists have long worked to analyze and dismantle. We are told that people, but especially women, have empty, useless lives unless they are married. Women are encouraged to feel scarcity about the ability to marry, to feel that they better find the right person and convince him to marry them quickly, or else face an empty life. In this equation, women are valued only by conforming to racist and sexist body norms, and men are also objectified and ranked according to wealth. These myths drive the diet industry, much of the entertainment industry, and certainly the gigantic wedding industry. 40 billion per year in the US. Oh gosh, I am just realizing how big a fucking bullet we dodged when we did get married. Yo, I'm gonna be real with you. If things had turned out differently and we had had more capital, we would have literally had a Harry Potter themed wedding. Oh my god, bullet dodge. One of the only times I'm glad I'm poor. Whew. I'll tell you one thing, the divorce was way cheaper. um 40 billion per year in the US, which is based on people's terrified attempts to appear as wealthy, skinny, and normative as possible for one heavily documented day. That is a... Oh, that makes sense. Feminists understand the scarcity and insecurity that women are trained to experience about love, romance, and marriage as a form of coercion, pushing women into exploitative and abusive sexual relationships and family roles. Media messaging about how essential marriage and child rearing is for women to have a meaningful life is part of an ongoing conservative backlash against feminist work that sought to free women from violence and unpaid domestic labor. This does not mean that people do not experience love in many ways, including in romantic relationships, but the system of marriage is not about the government wanting to recognize people's love and support it. It is about controlling people and resources. Same-sex marriage advocacy has bolstered conservative mythologies about how marriage is about love and is the best way to have a family. Christ. But if I want to express my love this way, stop telling me how to be queer. One. Sorry, it sounds like I'm making fun of the people who would be making that argument, and technically I am, but I am using a voice that I use when I am whining to do so. So I'm using myself to make fun of other people. One common response to critiques of same-sex marriage advocacy is defensiveness by those who are married or want to be married. Those people often claim to feel judged by the critics. This response, reducing a systematic critique to a feeling of discomfort about being individually judged, is so disappointing coming from anyone on the left. Haven't we learned to recognize that we are implicated in oppressive systems and even benefit from them? We don't know how to hear a critique of a system that we're implicated in and realize that we should not silence it to dispel our discomfort, or pretend to be victimized by a critique because it's hard to recognize our own privilege? Okay, we're not great at it, but let's work on that. It is absurd for married people or people who want to marry to paint themselves as victims of judgment when someone critiques the institution of marriage while the entire society is organized to support them for marrying. Critics of marriage are not individual anti-assimilationists, are not just individual anti-assimilationists, judging other individuals for assimilating. Their critique of marriage is not about promoting one kind of queer culture over another. It is about material distribution. People should have whatever parties and dates they want. The point is that they should not be rewarded for that with immigration status or health care. When critiques of marriage are reduced to just being about assimilation, all the racial and economic justice and decolonial analysis is left out, which is probably why this reductionist version gets the most play. Don't get us wrong, the anti-assimilation argument is an important rallying cry. We don't want to marry, we just want to fuck. Queer economic culture does matter because for some people in some places and times, it has been a key tool for survival and producing alternatives. But the critique of marriage should not be boiled down to the aestheticized, I definitely pronounced that wrong, radical queer counterculture. The anti-assimilationist argument alone risks reifying the choice model. as if we can opt in and out of these systems. But in fact, we're all implicated in heteropatriarchy, colonialism, white supremacy, and capitalism. Whoa, it's like the four horsemen of apocalypse. The question becomes about how we survive in those systems while dismantling them. The goal is to build a world where everyone gets what they need and is not conditioned on conforming to sexual, gender, or family norms. Dismissing critics of marriage as judgy queers dangerously silences important conversations about movement strategy. But it will give people healthcare and immigration status. Why should anyone have to get married to get healthcare and immigration status? Same-sex marriage advocacy is sold as a method of getting people vitally needed resources. But most undocumented queer people don't have a partner who is a citizen, and most uninsured/unemployed queer people don't have a partner with a job with health benefits. People tend to date in their own class statuses, so we cannot partner our way out of immigration and healthcare crises, nor is it acceptable for our movements to endorse that kind of coercion. Same-sex marriage advocacy is not a strategy for really attacking these problems. At best, it helps a few of the most privileged get these necessities. But those in the worst circumstances see no change. This has been a long chatting stream tonight, 5 hours and 30 minutes. This is true. This is very true. The big problems. Queer and trans people, poor people, people of color, and immigrants have minimal access to quality health care.
Hey. Somebody fucking knocked on my window.
Oh. I'll be right back. Can everyone hear me? I think that's the right one. There we go. Okay. We can continue. And then I'll go on break. Like a breaky break. Things are fine. Things are fine. What was it? The big problems: queer and trans people, poor people, excuse me, people of color, and immigrants have minimal access to quality health care. Official lesbian and gay solutions. Legalize same-sex marriage to allow people with health benefits from their jobs to share with same-sex partners. Other queer/political approaches: Medicaid/Medicare activism, fight for universal health care, fight for transgender health benefits, protest deadly medical neglect of people in state custody. Unfair and punitive immigration system. Legalize same-sex marriage to allow same-sex international couples to apply for legal residency for non-U.S. citizen spouse. That is the official lesbian and gay solutions. Other queer political approaches: oppose the use of immigration policy to criminalize people of color, exploit workers, and maintain deadly wealth gap between U.S. and the global South. Support current detainees. Engage in local and national campaigns against secure communities and other federal programs that increase racial profiling and deportation. Queer families are vulnerable to legal intervention and separation from the state and slash or non-queer people. The official way to deal with this is legalize same-sex marriage to provide a law to legalize families with two parents of the same sex. Pass laws banning adoption discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. The more queer way to go about changing this: join with other people targeted by family law and child welfare systems, poor families, imprisonment partners, native families, families of color, people with disabilities, to fight for community and family self-determination and the right of people to keep their kids and their families and communities. And finally, oh wait, literally it's just here again. I didn't have to look at the blurry one. Institutions fail to recognize family connections outside of heterosexual marriage and contexts like hospital visitation and inheritance. Legalize same-sex marriage to formally recognize same-sex partners in the eyes of the law. Or change policies like hospital visitation to recognize a variety of family structures, not just opposite sex and same-sex couples. Abolish inheritance and demand radical redistribution of wealth and an end to poverty. That might be nice. All right. Is unethical for movements to prioritize those with the most access. We should prioritize those vulnerable to the most severe manifestations of homophobia and transphobia. That would mean putting resources towards real solutions to these problems: the struggles against immigration and enforcement, and for the health and care access for all, and bringing particular insight about homophobia and transphobia to these struggles. Legalizing same-sex marriage puts a stamp of equality on systems that remain brutally harmful, because a few more privileged people will get something from the change. A real approach to changing these systems includes asking why marital status is tied to immigration and healthcare access, how queer and trans people are impacted by immigration imprisonment and deportation, and how homophobia and transphobia create negative health outcomes and block healthcare access. There are big fights going on to stop immigration enforcement expansion and border militarization, detention and deportation, and stop healthcare profiteers from bleeding us all dry. Unfortunately, the biggest, richest gay organizations have not put those fights at the center, even though they are the real pathways to addressing queer and trans immigration and healthcare problems, because they've poured almost everything into marriage, the rest to military service and expanding criminal punishment. Meanwhile, straight people on the left have gotten convinced that they have to be in favor of same sex marriage or else they are homophobic because they have been told it will solve important problems facing queer people. Oh shit. Thinking about that, that is an interesting cudgel. But queers will change marriage. When people say this, they are often referring to how the traditional gender roles of husband and wife will be altered by the possibility of two women or two men as married spouses. The problem is, we already know how sadly little difference this will make. We know that queer relationships have the same rates of domestic violence. Whoa, I didn't know that. Approximately 30% as straight relationships. We know that adding women or queers or people of color to roles where they are traditionally excluded, such as police forces or militaries, does not change those roles or institutions that rely on them. The argument that adding same sex couples to marriage will change marriage is based on a hope for cultural shift that not only fails to address the not only argument of same sex couples of marriage will change marriage is based on a hope for a cultural shift that not only fails to address that the harmful racist and colonial structures of marriage stay firmly in place, but also ignores the same-sex marriage advocacy has produced a much stronger cultural shift that has beat back feminist and anti-racist critiques of marriage and revalorized marriage with a romantic mystique. Further, this argument for same-sex marriage advocacy locates marriage only in the realms of culture. Of course, culture and economy interact in complex ways, and changing cultural norms about gender and sexuality is not irrelevant. Shifting cultural norms often comes with economic rewards and opportunities for those whose status is shifted. While same sex marriage legalization may shift the meaning of marriage in some symbolic ways, in no way at all does it undo the damage produced by the institution as it distributes its rewards and punishments. It just gives some of those rewards to some more people. Same-sex couples with property to share, health benefits to share, and/or immigration status to share might gain something, but the growing numbers of queer and trans people who are poor, unemployed, and undocumented and/or uninsured will see no change. It also further legitimizes the punishment for those who are excluded by branding marriage as inclusive and just. So it must be your fault and that you're all alone and have no health insurance. Love living in a fucking ultra individualist society, I'll tell you what. Some people also argue that same sex marriage advocacy has improved popular opinion about gay and lesbian people. Oh boy. Helping more people see gay and lesbian people as members of families, as parents, as ordinary couples, rather than hypersexualized or pathologizing stereotypes. The problem with the limited newfound acceptance won by this advocacy is that it hinges on portraying queer people as members of normative couples, reifying the stigmatization of everyone who is not. Queer politics should be about dismantling the sexual and gender hierarchies. Same sex marriage efforts are about getting those who can conform into the charm circle. This couples' rights framework not only fails to challenge, but is actually aligned with the ongoing expansion of criminalization of queer and trans people through sex offender registries, sex trafficking statutes, and other recent tools of criminalization, inventing a new inaccurate stereotype, one that portrays queer people as just a bunch of domesticated normative couples, is a terrible strategy if our goals are to reduce harms wrought by systems of sexual and gender coercion and violence. But what you want is unwinnable. We need to take incremental steps, and this is an incremental step towards equality. This is a heartbreakingly conservative argument that says that there is no alternative to neoliberalism, to capitalism, to a culture based on racist criminalization and imprisonment. We are relentlessly told to imagine alternatives and only to tinker with hideous systems to let a few more people in. Legalizing same-sex marriage is not an incremental step towards what queer and trans people need to reduce the harm and violence we face. It's a moment when that harm is being publicly, officially resolved, while in reality it worsens. The deserving and undeserving are further divided, and the institution of marriage and its mystique are rehabilitated in the name of anti homophobia. Same sex marriage advocacy celebrates and promotes marriage, abandons all those punished by marriage systems, and tells us that while we shouldn't get in the way of your wedding, we certainly can't expect any solidarity from you. Against inclusion. I think it's the last part. Same-sex marriage advocacy has been harmful, just like other political strategies that seek inclusion in a violent state apparatus, such as the fight for gay and lesbian military service. Inclusion strategies like these valorize the things they seek inclusion in. Real. Same-sex marriage advocacy has lined up with right-wing family values rhetoric and policy to undo the work of our movements to gradually dismantle marriage and separate access to key necessities from marital status. Some key necessities from marital status. It has aligned with conservative pro-marriage ideas about romance, children, families, and care that support the attacks on social welfare programs and most severely harm low-income mothers of color. It is rescued marriage from left critique and fireworks. I knew it was the summer. It has rescued marriage from left critique and made straight and gay people on the left forget what our movements have taught us about state regulation of families and gender. Inclusion arguments also require their advocates to divide their constituencies by producing narratives about how we deserve to be included. This meant producing a world of representations of gay and lesbian couples who are monogamous, upper class, tax-paying, obedient consumers. The stories have to focus on those who have something to lose from not being able to marry the white European immigrants America should want, the couples who want to boost their our economy with expensive weddings, the people with wealth to pass on when they die. The promotion of this image of queer life and queer people as rights-deserving couples who meets America's racial, class, and moral norms participates in the relentless demonizing of all those cast out of the charm circle, especially all the queer and trans people facing criminalization for poverty, participation in the sex trade, homelessness, and all those who will not reap the rewards of legal marriage. We have been told that same-sex marriage is a grassroots movement, but that is not the case. The decision to produce the giant machine of same-sex marriage advocacy that crowds out from public view all the other anti-homophobic and anti-transphobic grassroots work happening in the US came from the top. The world of well-researched gay rights organizations and the few wealthy foundations and donors who fund them is tiny. The gay 1%. Its agenda is made behind closed doors, and queer and trans 99%ers only get to be reactive to these strategies, as their lives and demands are framed by corporate media and the gay elite. Some eat it up, others talk back, but ultimately we get no say. Perhaps if the same-sex marriage advocacy story is good for anything, it's a great illustration of the power of philanthropy to shape a movement. We have seen what some say started at street rebellions against police violence in the Stonewall Inn and Compton's cafeteria turned into advocacy for prosecution and partnership with the police. We have seen a movement birthed during and because of the radical politics of anti-war and decolonization resistance of the 1960s and 70s become focused on the right to serve in the US military. And we have seen the eclipse of queer, feminist, anti-racist, and decolonial critiques of government regulation of sexuality and family norms evolve into a demand to get married under the law. It's stunning to watch. In such a short period, the rebranding of institutions of state violence as sites of freedom and equality as the same-sex marriage fight draws to a close in the coming years, and conditions remain brutal for queer and trans people without wealth, immigration status, or healthcare. It is vitally important that we support and expand the radical and economic justice-centered queer and trans activism that has never seen marriage as an answer. And hopefully never will. But, that's just my takey. Ooh, from 2013, hell. Alright. This one is the last one I am reading in its entirety. And this one is important. Uh I guess I said that about all of them. I hope that the through line has been felt. If we're lucky, I'll be able to finish all the reading at like 6 hours of streaming. Title: Sexual Attraction. Should we drag it out back, shoot it dead, stake it, salt it, and bury it at a crossroads? The Case for Maybe Not, by William Gillis. I think this kind of counterbalances the aromanticism stuff in a way. Although it's not exactly coming from the same place. It's not just the romanticism argument repackaged for sexuality. I mean, technically speaking, it's saying that we shouldn't throw out sexuality. But let's see. It, One of my less popular beliefs, and that's saying something, is that any form of sexuality is inherently objectifying, as with all language being violent and all poetry dishonest. That's not the end of the story, obviously, and certainly not an injunction to never engage with it. My basic argument is that sexual desire is ultimately a very simple lizard brain thing, and while you can hook it up to complex circuits, there's a limit to the complexity of the triggers, or at least diminishing sustainability to complex triggers. The triggers can be relatively complex, but they have to be ossified enough, have to have permanent enough associations or connections to actually serve as triggers. You may get off to the science of someone else desiring you, but that's not seeing them as an end in themselves. You may get off to signs of someone else's intelligence and creativity, but that's not seeing them as an end into themselves. Identifiable tropes or trappings of intelligence or creativity are themselves object functioning. The casual origin such sexual urges might reveal desires or motivations or social allegiances that we might say reflect more valorous alignments than others. But any codified trigger is nonetheless objectifying. When we view someone as an artist, say we objectify them with such simplified pictures in broadly the same way that viewing someone as a body is objectifying. We view them as a thing rather than as an agent, relating to someone in terms of simplified roles or characteristics, as in similar objectifying vein as relating to them in terms of their body, because such relating turns away from dwelling on the fullness of their existence and all its unknowable subjective complexity. That is a lot already. But I like the congruency of the simplifying of people talked about here, and one of the other readings talking about how romance or romanticizing people also makes them one dimensional. I don't know if you remember that. It seems safe to say that everything we know about biology and neuroscience, that in order for any stimuli to trigger sexual desire has to be sufficiently simple. It gets harder and harder to construct a triggering circuit as the complexity of the trigger rises. A sufficiently complex sexuality may no longer count as a sexuality, and it seems unlikely to be able to even function as one. Indeed, almost all sexual triggers are incredibly simple. Every remotely common flavor of kink is about severe simplifications of our environments or narratives or relations. In actual life, maintaining power or being oppressed can be incredibly complicated and rife with anxiety. But kink uniformly attacks such anxieties. It removes complexity. We see the same with common modes of relating that don't conceive of themselves as kink. People frequently ground their sexual attraction for others in their capacity to signify an idea or serve a role or generally perform as some thing. You know, like Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. You get the idea. Even though most vaunted of complex queer practices, when they get closer to sexual desire, suddenly get very simplistic indeed. Getting off of what people say to me in private, there's a going off, not getting off. Going off of what people say to me in private, there's a huge amount of anxiety and unspoken tension in the present radical queer milieu around being incapable of stating actual desires or triggers for fear of being seen as too simplistic, too unintelligent, too underdeveloped. So there's a kind of tension between radical queer social practice, which delights in exponential complexity and compounding conceptual processes, and the actual sexual desires of said people. The desires tend to be far more simplistic, albeit sometimes cloaked in a bunch of performative academic complexity. Indeed, what seems most common in queer practice is the holding of a non-standard or unusual desires. They're simplistic in function, but are necessarily complex in their explanation because of their non-standardness. A very simple system can require an incredibly complicated amount of explanation to be comprehensible within a paradigm not built to refer to it. If you have no context, it takes a long time to explain a simple concept, even if it is truly simple. I think we're deluding ourselves into thinking sets can be a site for rich intellectual connection. Sets is anti-intellectual. But that's exactly the most useful thing about it. It kills thought. Sets kills anxiety, strips away the tangled and sometimes counterproductive webs we've woven. It reduces us from a realm of rich internal subjectivity to something closer to an object. Sexual desire is, in an ethical lens, a lot like getting drunk. It strips away our agency and renders us less capable of fully recognizing or enshrining the agency of others. All we have left is a very simplistic checkboxes of consent. Is the other person displaying enthusiasm, etc.? We're inherently left with simplistic codes. It's important to note, though, while we seek to expand agency, moments of lesser agency or shallower connection are not uniformly objectionable. After all, we go literally unconscious for large portions of every day, reducing ourselves to almost an object-like in an existence as is possible. We do this because our brains have limits, because as process of cognition, we grow overly complex. We need to strip ourselves down, to restructure and refurbish, to get naked. Sorry, I was thinking of Kill la Kill. It is not clear that such refactorization would not be inherent to any thinking thing, any process of cognition in this universe. There's an expansive tendency towards building growing networks of possibility, and likewise a contradicting tendency towards radical slicing away of these networks to restructure towards more stable and more broadly useful roots. Sets, both desire and mechanism, is a particularly ham-fisted means of pruning overgrown complexity, and its internal logic frequently pulls us in the direction of intensely problematic simplicities. But, as with alcohol and sleep, sometimes a clunky and intensely dangerous tool is all we humans have to do a necessary job. We know that the juxtaposition of sets and love risks derision for conjuring a Christian mindset, but it's not like for two millennia, millions of folks knew absolutely nothing or were influenced by no substantive insights. And of course, such a split is commonly arrived at across many cultures. I think the dichotomy is the most useful / illuminating conceptual schema possible in this realm. Love is grasping the fullness of someone else's reality, the realness of their full being. Love is a level of engagement that denies simplification, that increases the scale of an individual's presence in your perceptible universe, flushing them with so much detail and motion it becomes both intraceable and unboxable. I mean, if you're lucky and you're not like just projecting onto them. Love operates in the hyper-complex and rich realm of agency and subjectivity. Sets operates in a dangerously simple realm of consent and objectification. We have we can have loving sex with a partner in the sense that it's a smooth arc of increased drunkenness and mutual objectification together, as opposed to a desensitized jump to objectification via, say, the abruptness of adopted king play. But sexual desire is never predicated on something as infinitely complex as love. It's predicated on specific, isolatable, simplistic triggers. Even when those simplistic, objectifying triggers are things more complex than visual pattern recognition of nice bits like, I feel safe with this person, or I desire their happiness. Such simplistic narratives are obviously dangerous, but they can also be grounding, if only to provide a vantage point for new attempts at constructing complexity. Sets may even augment and facilitate loving relationships, in the sense that it provides a strong means to mutually shed off the bloated complexities that continuously emerge between two deeply integrated systems, a jump down to a more simplistic base from which to then go back and evaluate the tangles without being caught up in them. For folks who are really into age play, it's literally, oh, I need to raise you all over again. But, together. And it's New Game Plus, and you don't lose your memories. In the flip, sexuality can have various effects by breaking symmetries. Just as self-conscious, self-constrained rationality can be an incredibly awful tactic, it's often desirable to introduce some clumping into an otherwise perfectly connected network to create a kind of topological diversity that facilitates evolution of ideas and cultures. Too complex of affinities and attractions can rapidly make choice between all other agents computationally intractable. Thus, introducing simple, i.e., objectifying attractions can serve to break the ice, as it were, of an otherwise locked up social network. Or maybe melting the ice? Without something arbitrary like sexual attraction, we might find ourselves incapable of selecting among billions of irreducibly complex fountains of agency, much less being pulled into closer orbits of more intense and personal engagement where love can flourish. Of course, music tastes and even the automated assignment of numbers of affinity could likewise break such symmetries. But these too would be objectifying processes, even when ultimately serving greater aims. Conversely, assigning simplistic attractions below an agent's conscious control can also work against clumping. When such clumping diverges far from a perfectly connected network, creating an epistemic closures and general constraints on freedom. Sexual desire is often a violently objectifying process, in the sense that any oversimplification that discards detail is always violent. Science can, when successful, entirely compress detail into a more simple description, finding the hidden symmetries and redundancies without slicing any away. But the fullness of another mind can never be accurately compressed. We defy simplification. At the same time, simplification is necessary and critical for any sort of life. We require simplification. To get anywhere, we need to be able to wipe the slate clean, to cut through the otherwise tangled knots. Sexuality provides a machete. It's almost always used to hurt people. Its simplifications do violence both upon others and upon our own thoughts and agency. But sometimes a machete can be very useful in hacking yourself free. Without tools like machetes or without tools like machetes, our explorations would be more timid and our missteps more overwhelming. And I guess it is useful to have things fall away for a bit. You can also do that with play. It doesn't have to be sets. But I don't disagree that sets can be useful in that regard of relating to people. Is precisely tools of simplification that enable searching minds to develop continually blossoming complexity without wandering into dead ends and choking themselves out. Sometimes you have to trim to keep growing. Sometimes crude simplification, the slicing away agency and subjectivity, is necessary and useful to serve their expansion. Sometimes you have to take a shot of whiskey to clear confused thoughts and better ruminate. Sexual desire and attraction crudely objectifies, and it is most illustrative to keep it conceptually distant from infatuation, a kind of relishing of open possibility, and love, a kind of inescapable and incomprehensible tangibility. All sexuality is an orientation of epistemic violence, and that inaccurately reduces ourselves and others. A world entirely colonized and subsumed by sexual desire will be a world of objects, and it goes without saying that our present world is permeated and ordered by sexual attraction and grotesque fractals of thoughtless violence. All this does not suffice to prove that sexual attraction cannot be instrumentalized in the service of agency. It merely proves that sex is a dangerous mechanism that always at least partially mutilates what it touches. Yet we must remember that some of the best and most useful tools frequently live double lives of weapons of mass destruction. Oh, like hammers or rockets and missiles. That's one way to put it. Thank you, Willem Gillis. I think it's important when thinking about like the ways that things oppress us to recognize that that we shouldn't make it like a personal attack in the same way that abolishing marriage is good, but shitting on people for their individual choices to marry is bad. Like sexualizing or romanticizing people and simplifying them and using them as objects is bad, but sexuality in and of itself is not necessarily bad and is useful for relating to others, though it is not a tool that everyone can use and not a tool that everyone would want to use even if it was available to everyone. Okay, this last one. As you can see, there's no way I'm reading all of this. Even if this was the only thing I had to read today, I don't think I could have made it through it. But this is Queering Anarchism, addressing and undressing power and desire, a vital contribution in this moment, providing analysis and strategies for building the queer and trans policies we want and need. So this is what we're closing out with. Yeah. A lot of stuff here from 2012. So I'm looking for here. This will make a lot more sense in a minute. Anarchism as a social movement, as an idea, as a practice, is as much about creation as it is about destruction. Mikhail Bakunin wrote, "The passion for destruction is a creative passion too." Further, anarchism isn't solely centered on crushing structures like capitalism and the state, although we anarchists certainly want that. Rather, we seek to smash all institutionalized hierarchies. We reject all forms of coerced domination. But imagine if capitalism, the state, white supremacy, patriarchy, etc. were removed, if only it were that easy. What would remain? Unfortunately, not much. One could imagine. Unfortunately, not much one could imagine. Anarchists, then, might also be creative. We might try to create new ways of relating to each other, new ways of relating to the non-human world, new ways of loving, and knowing, and playing, etc. If we don't create these new social relations, then we will likely fall back to the current ones, at worst, and will not realize our creative potential at best. Anarchists are often creating new ways of living and relating in the here and now. This chapter gives some thought on how we might do the same with sexuality while not recreating the coercive social relations that confine us now. An anarchist queer theory might also begin by attempting to tear down the borders between identities, as well as unpack their very existence/use, by showing that people are complex, as in the world, and are not easily categorized, at least not honestly. This means tearing down the normative assumptions that are used to uphold the status quo that puts some of us above others in the social order as a result of our sexual and or gender practices. This is neatly described by the term heteronormativity, which refers to the culture of understanding and the institutionalization of heterosexual, cissexual, didactic, monogamous, and permanent relationships as the only possible and coherent sexuality. Sometimes, too often, rather than destabilizing the hierarchy, organized, and institutionalized borders of heteronormativity, folks will construct new, queer normative assumptions to replace our current organized normative structures with sexuality. That's something we've kind of knocked on several times already now, right? And that's why queer is in quotes here, because the author is recognizing, or authors are recognizing, that it's not truly queer because it is trying to take normative behaviors and assumptions and make it queer flavored, essentially. This is a process of inverting hierarchies instead of doing away with them. Instead of recognizing the hierarchy organized sexuality was our problem in the first place, we often slip the current normative expectations on their heads and create a twisted mirror image of the current institutionalized sexuality of hierarchical ordering a new queer sexuality. This might look like privileging non-monogamy, gender queerness, and BDSM, for example, over other types of sexuality and gender. Instead of creating a world in which sexuality is somewhat liberated, we instead create new borders and new limitations around sexuality. We have simply invented the hierarchy. We have simply inverted the hierarchy and excluded those deemed not queer enough. Think of how many times you sat around with a group of well-meaning folks and the conversation is going something like this. As a working class person, I have to say, a few nods of agreement. As a poor woman, it seems to me, even more nods. As a poor lesbian of color, I think, even more furious nodding, making sure everyone registers each other's frantic agreements. And so on. Yeah, I've definitely done that. I've probably done that this stream, shit. These kinds of displays are often referred to as the oppression Olympics. People in these situations seem like they're playing a game together, a grant contest to assert who is more authentic, more oppressed, and thus more correct. It's at this point where identity becomes fetishized, where essentialist understandings of people trump good sense, and where a patronizing belief in the superiority of the wise, noble savage often overrides any sense at all. Often, this tactic of agreeing with the most marginalized in the room will be used as a substitute for developing critical analysis around race, gender, sexuality, etc. This tactic is intellectually lazy, lacks political depth, and leads towards tokenization. I didn't even think about the tokenization part. I mean, because honestly, with that framework, it just means that if you are a person who is less marginalized, you just need to find a marginalized person that agrees with you to validate your point, which is bad. There's a point of allowing our experiences of various forcefully assigned identities to be at the forefront of conversations. People do have different experiences based on those social constructions, and we should take these differences into account. But when they become markers of authenticity and correctness, it poses a problem for anarchists. After all, we seek to dissolve hierarchical relations, not create new ones formed from the margins. Queer theory has taken up the disconcerting task of putting identity, and by extension identity politics, under a destabilizing lens. And anarchist queer theory might give us more effective ways of relating to the oppression Olympics, a set of games no one really wants to play anyway, or wants to win at least. And in an anarchist politics of sexuality and gender, this means that care needs to be taken not to invert existing hierarchies, much as the oppression Olympics do, making more authentic voices out of some over others and creating new hierarchies to replace old ones. I also want to say this should not this tat or this explanation should not be taken as a way to delegitimize marginalized voices. We shouldn't try to invert the hierarchy, but that doesn't mean that lived experiences aren't valuable. You should listen, but you should not just agree with any premise presented by someone who is more marginalized with you just because they're more marginalized with you. Sorry, more marginalized than you, not with you. With this piece, then, I want to briefly talk about a few ways I think radical queer politics and spaces have often come to invert existing hierarchies rather than doing away with them, or perhaps destabilizing them. I want to make it clear that this isn't an argument for a return to heteronormativity, nor is it an argument for an end to celebrating our queerness and the things that we desire. Rather, it is an argument that the ways we fuck, love, and gender ourselves are not inherently revolutionary, but creating a politics that refuses the hierarchical arrangement of people because of their sexual and or gender practices. And importantly, one that does not pressure people into certain practices under the auspices of being more authentically queer does indeed have radical implications. Yeah, we're not trying to do a queer Olympics either. This section is particularly what made me want to particularly read this part, especially towards the end of this chatting. Because on one end, talking about, like, for example, the whole like romanticization thing was important, but also on the other side of things, to assume that everyone is promiscuous or everyone experiences queerness in the same way is not great either. In the next three sections, I'm going to outline a few practices within some radical queer circles that I would like to critique and I think that we can learn from. Like I noted before, this is tricky and complicated. While most queer radicals I know or know of are working on dismantling structures that reproduce or produce normative assumptions about sexual identities or expected behaviors, sometimes in our struggles, we can inadvertently re-inscribe these norms and then organize underneath them unknowingly. For instance, promiscuity in public sets are for the most part frowned upon in the United States. Sexuality is to be experienced in private monogamous relationships. Public displays of affection are okay in the United States as long as they are heterosexual and PG-13. Throw some similarly gender/sex love in there and bring the rating up to R, and you might get the cops called on you, or at the very least receive a lot of scorn and often a beating to go with it. There are examples of private nightclubs getting raided and folks getting arrested for risky sexual activity. We have laws in the United States, they differ throughout the states, against sodomy, BDSM, and other forms of non-normative sexual activity. To this day, by the way, folks who have desires that have been either literally outlawed or disapproved of culturally, not always an offense with less consequences, find themselves in a position of transgressing social norms when they practice their sexual desires, whether they enjoy challenging these norms or not. Challenging our own desires is an important step in trying to shed the institutionalized, directed, compulsory, organized, and controlled sexualities that have been made available to and constituted us. However, one can challenge institutionalized sexual categories and available expressions without necessarily having to swing the pendulum to the opposite side with their own sexual practices or with their expectation for others' sexual practices. For instance, just because promiscuity is a non-normative sexual desire/practice doesn't mean that to be in the act of challenging such norms that one must participate in promiscuity, per se. For instance, I can reject and struggle against the sexual and slash gender status quo without the need to physically embody slash practice certain non-normative sexualities. Sexual acts themselves, or lack thereof, are not what we are challenging as queer radicals. We are struggling against sexualities and sex acts being categorized and oriented into hierarchical systems that challenge certain practices slash desires over others. On occasion, I have seen the tendency for radical queers to assume that most all radical queers have some particularly non-normative sexual desire slash practice. For example, assuming that radical queers are generally promiscuous, non-monogamous, enjoy making out with whomever just for the fun of it, are into BDSM or other non-vanilla sex, etc. Having witnessed this fairly often, I don't believe that folks intend to make these assumptions. What's particular about the normative assumptions about sexuality and gender is their ability to be invisible. This is why we also need to struggle at the conceptual level. We need to not only smash the seemingly automatic jump to create and maintain the status quos, but also need to replace the notion of the status quo with something else. Perhaps an awareness of the very non-necessity of status quo governing consensual sexual practices, and a very conscious understanding of the damage and limitations that these kinds of understandings can create and maintain. I am personally a rather shy and private person, and at times I have felt pressure to be promiscuous and experiment with non-normative sexual play, often by friends of mine. At times, folks will assume that I of course want to make out with my radical queer friends, and of course I want to go to the play party, and of course I wouldn't have an exclusive relationship with only one other person. These assumptions can be cleared up rather easily with an honest conversation. However, the expectation to live up to the new queer norms is extremely problematic for a struggle that started off as challenging the very existence of these kinds of assumptions and limitations in the first place. Shit, I think even what was it? Like drug use falls into that too. For folks who don't follow us on Blue Sky, we were actually complaining after going to our local Pride, in the sense that even though we didn't have a bad time, it still rubbed us the wrong way that drugs and alcohol were like the cornerstone, and this is of meeting people and public queer love. It's not to say that drinking and doing drugs is inherently morally dubious. I love drugs and alcohol, unfortunately, but I also can recognize that there is an overabundance of focus on those aspects of community and vibing, I suppose. So much so that we felt that it was very hard to connect with other people, even though we wanted to, of trying to maintain a conversation in a party atmosphere with music blaring from speakers that you can hear from 2-3 blocks away. It's not that the vibe wasn't enjoyable necessarily, but it allowed for a certain sort of hedonism that not everyone has access to, because not everyone functions that way, but also kind of locks out socialization, or makes socialization hard, or sorry, not socialization, socializing. That makes socializing harder if you haven't already been introduced to this group of queer people. It's a struggle for sure. What's peculiar about normative assumptions about sexuality and gender is their ability to be invisible. This is why I also need to struggle at the conceptual level. We need to not only smash the seemingly automatic jump to create and maintain status quos, but that we also need to replace the notion of status quo with something else. Perhaps the awareness of a very necessity of status quo governing consensual sexual practices, and I have read this paragraph already. There are oftentimes, I should read the last sentence here or something. However, the expectation to live up to the new queer norms is extremely problematic for a struggle that started off as challenging the very existence of those kinds of assumptions and limitations in the first place. There are oftentimes easy and expected mistakes to make while we struggle. Excuse me. It seems so integrated in us to conceive of the great correct line or correct path that's hard to uh, deviate from that if we're not paying very close attention and employing a great deal of self and collective reflexivity. The essentialist and erogenous dynamic of the oppression Olympics actually seems to require a correct line as it attempts to quantify, isolate, and hierarchically order different forms and experiences of multiple and overlapping oppressions. It's important to make sure that while we struggle, we do our best to not recreate what we are struggling against. Inverted hierarchies are no better than the original hierarchies, although perhaps they seem a bit more fun. It's it's understandable that a common reaction to expected sexual norms is to find potential value and liberation in doing the opposite. We've all reacted that way to a degree to systems of hierarchy at some point in our lives, but understanding this type of reaction is exactly that, a reaction, is important. Instead of reacting by doing the opposite, we need ways to move forward that don't resemble our original chains, even if they are fashioned backwards. A systematic version of the way sexuality, sex, and gender are hierarchically ordered and organized and limited is more fruitful than a reaction that is typified by doing the opposite of whatever feels constraining. For those interested, Nietzsche wrote extensively on this subject, which he termed resentment. Resentment. Not only are we setting limits and creating new hierarchical sexual expectations when we define a liberated sexuality as one that is the direct opposite of the current socially acceptable and viable sexuality, but we're also continuing to define this liberated sexuality by that which caged us in the first place. If the opposite is liberating, then we are still being defined and limited by the original form. Since its opposite is defined by itself, a large part of the radical queer project is rooted in the struggle against the creation and maintenance of the normal that is used to discipline all of us and our desires. Will the real queer please stand up? God, fucking Eminem references. In this section, I'll develop the case for queer as a position with a context rather than a stable or fixed identity. Hey, blurry queer identities. Glad you called. One thing this means is defining in queer heterosexualities. To name perhaps one controversial example, a good question to bring this point home might be, who is more oppressed, erased, and marginalized as a result of their sexuality? An upper class white gay man living in Castro, or a poor working class heterosexual woman of color living in the Bible Belt who has a number of heterosexual relationships, is promiscuous, and is open about it and proud of it. Here we can imagine a heterosexual relationship perhaps being more marginalized in this context as compared to the non-heterosexual relationship that this scenario offers. This question doesn't have an answer. There are a multitude of specific contexts that would affect both of these hypothetical relationships. What this question should do, however, is make obvious that heterosexual relationships aren't always more acceptable or viable than non-heterosexual relationships. It may very well be that a non-heterosexual relationship that mirrors a normative heterosexual relationship may cause less trouble than a heterosexual relationship that involves non-normative sexual acts or manifestations of love that involve two or more people. Now I'm being reminded of Joe Cat and how so many people felt really weird in seeing masculinity in a non-normative way, and some people went in a weird direction and went homophobia or at the very least misogynist. It may very well be that a non-heterosexual relationship that mirrors a normative heterosexual relationship may cause less trouble than a heterosexual relationship that involves non-normative sexual acts or manifestations of love that involve more than two people. I'm not suggesting that other overlapping positions in society don't affect these scenarios. Of course they do. In fact, the intersections of race, class, gender, sexuality, nation of origin, location, culture, etc. all affect whether someone's style of loving is to be viewed as normative and acceptable or otherwise. This very fact highlights the point that the gender specificity of a relationship, straight or not, isn't always the axis of acceptance or not. We can see that there are very real ways that heterosexual relationships or styles of loving or making love can very much stand in opposition to the normal, whereas non heterosexual relationships and ways of loving can very much mirror the normal and may not subsequently be scrutinized nor understood as abnormal. Of course, this can be heavily determined by multiple and overlapping positions, oftentimes typified by race, class, gender, and location. It makes sense that it makes sense then to develop queer as a relational term vis-a-vis the normal rather than an identity marker that's just short for LGBT, or some lengthened version of the alphabet soup. I've always I've always found it interesting to explore why some practices have historically come to constitute an identity while others have not, as Sedgwick writes. It is a rather amazing fact that of the very many dimensions along the genital activity of one person can be differentiated from that of another. Dimensions that include preference for certain acts, certain zones or sensations, certain physical types, a certain frequency, certain symbolic investments, certain relations of age or power, a certain species, a certain number of participants, and so on. Precisely 1. The gender of the object's choice emerged from the turn of the century and has remained as the dimension denotation by the now ubiquitous category of sexual orientation. In queer theory, the very idea of the queer is a shifting terrain that cannot be pinned down to some single definition. Rather, queer can be understood as it is at odds with the normal or legitimate. This being the case, there is nothing in particular to which queer necessarily refers, which makes queer an identity without an essence. In this way, as demonstrated above, we can look for hierarchies within heterosexual relationships or ways of being. A heterosexual relationship of two cisgendered and monogamous people who keep their sexuality indoors is quite different from heterosexual ways of doing relationships that involve non-monogamy, public BDSM, or selling sex for money. I did a small survey at Syracuse University at the fall of 2010 and found that the overwhelming majority of students interviewed believed that it was fine that children were raised by two people of the same sex if they were in one monogamous relationship. However, at the same time, they also believe that children have no place in the home of someone who is heterosexual but has more than one relationship or is involved in a relationship that consists of more than two people. In this case, the genders within a relationship weren't a factor for judging acceptable environments for children to be raised in, but the type of relationship was a factor. Same-sex relationships were fine, as well as heterosexual relationships, but only if they were otherwise normative. Both same-sex or heterosexual relationships that were non-normative, in this case involving either more than one partner or more than one relationship, were not deemed appropriate for raising children. Obviously, with this scenario, we can see how non-gender specific ways of loving were the problem for those interviewed, not the gender involved. Pressure to poly? I'd like to focus this session on some personal experiences I've had in which queer, in part, has become synonymous with non-monogamous. I've seen people get pressured to be sexually active in queer communities in ways that we'd immediately label as coercive outside of them. Even more absurd, I've seen monogamous same-sex attracted folks defined out of queer by polyheterosexuals for being too normal or being heteronormative. Again, this understating forces sexuality into something we are instead of something we do. And that is a retreat from the radical queer sensibility into policing the borders of identity and practice. After all, we're anarchists because we want to get rid of cops, not be them. Yes, this is true. Furthermore, this policing of the borders of identity and practice creates a troubling outside and against attitude towards the more mainstream LGBT community. Of course, not everyone in the more mainstream LGBT community are our comrades, but a lot of them could be. Though this might also depend on structural factors too, particularly their relationship to economic and or political power. This doesn't mean we shouldn't challenge the LGBT community on concepts such as compulsory monogamy, homonormativity, racism in the movement, an uncritical fight for gay marriage, or the problematic struggles for hate crime legislation and for the inclusion of gays in the military, and what have you. What it does mean is that we shouldn't be positioning the mainstream LGBT community as the bad guys, turning our collective nose up at anyone who chooses to use identity labels such as lesbian. I've witnessed queer people exclaim that anyone using the identity of lesbian is oppressive. And this is ridiculous and brings us back to an earlier discussion of resentment. There's probably something I'll return to in a later deep dive into this particular text, since there's so much here that we don't have the time or the spoons to read. But one I will say here that one thing that we did want to cover today that none of these texts specifically talked about, but that we probably want to talk about more in the future would probably be like queer resentment, or specifically like queer like jealousy and envy. um of course our perspective is very much informed by the trans community, and um of like this feeling of uh competing, sometimes a competing sense of transition, that some people feel as though seeing certain milestones met by certain people, especially say like someone who is highly visible and say famous, has access to resources, makes you feel bad. But it's more than just, oh, I saw a ContraPoints, got a surgery and I wish I could have had one too. That's normal and natural. But going so far as to see yourself as lesser because you don't have certain resources, or to see someone who does have the resources or has been able to get um, transition help that you have not, as somehow like snooty or like well to do above you. And I think that that can be a real struggle when there is a very visible difference in the material lives of folks with different levels of maybe assimilation, or maybe even like uh social flexibility. Like I would say that we have a certain amount of social flexibility. We have a pretty high charisma stat, right? We have certainly been able to talk our way out of certain things. We once talked our way out of being arrested once. I mean, we were getting arrested for something stupid anyway. So, like, good thing we have that skill. But like, because there's not just this like privilege, but like also safety and like beauty connected with like how well your transition's going, and of course a sense of not being valid, of maybe not be having as good access to community, or feeling like you will be judged or left out to dry because say you don't pass, or there's some component of your transition that you think that will make or break your like day-to-day living. And it sucks to see people thriving where you are struggling to do anything, and we don't necessarily owe it to each other to do everything we possibly can at our own, especially at our own detriment, to raise other people up. And I think like content creation can be a huge parallel to this. Like I have friends who are content creators who are bigger than me, who have like more viewers at a time or whatever. I have like higher numbers, followers, subscribers, whatever. even if they support me, even if they rate me, even if they rate me consistently, that does not determine how their audience will interact with me, how other people interact with me. In a very similar way to the way that someone like takes in your body, I suppose you could say, and like judges it or like puts in boxes based on what they see. Like the conditions for how someone might clock you versus not clocking someone else isn't just a static like passing stat. It's there's so many moving parts and everyone is different. And because it's so flexible, being angry at people for that moving target or their success with not being punished is coming from a really toxic place. Though obviously we live in a competitive world and under capitalism and stuff like that, and that's exactly why we need community, and exactly why I want to foster more bridges and of queer community with folks that are more different than me, not just folks that are alike. That being said, towards queer liberation. Queer, by definition, is an ongoing and never ending process. So, this piece certainly isn't intended to be the last word on queer thought or practice. Also, while I'm at it, I should mention that I'm not trying to suggest that we shouldn't be public sluts, polyamorous, etc. In fact, I enjoy those things at times. And for all of us, especially those of us who spend a good amount of time in a comfortable circle of queer friends, we need to remember that the dominant society still pressures us not to be publicly queer and to fit into a heterosexual, monogamous, and cisgender standard that is stifling, confining, and, well, boring. Yeah, sometimes people just write off as, echo chambers, but just like feeling safe and feeling respected in your own circles can make you forget how shitty the world is. And sometimes you need that. Oftentimes you'll need that. But it's important to also keep the sword sharp and recognize that the fight's not over, even if we are feeling safe in the moment. Even if we're sharing space together, it's only a rest point, a save area. Hope you got your ink ribbon. As we build movements, an insular subcultural inwardness is antithema to creating broad based mass movements, which are necessary if we're ever going to topple capitalism, the state, and other related evils. This will require even queer conclusions, as is a process that is likely to have no definite end. So yeah, there's a lot here we could have read through. Like I said, the VOD for the YouTube version of this will have the links for everything we like read today. I'll also post it in the Discord later, but please, someone remind me later because we will fucking forget. Especially because, gosh, this was so long, 6 hours and 40 minutes of reading and talking about anarchism and queer shit. Oh my god. I feel like I'm gonna explode. Oh yes, hydrating. That's a good idea. Oh boy, 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 boy. There's so much I want to still say, but I think I'll leave it at don't don't just take my word for it or the words of like your favorite video essayist or someone. Try to do like research, try to read what other people are thinking and saying. It's not all about like, you know, reading all the praxis books. It's important to relate to others and understand. It's important to meet people where they're at. Um just don't give up and keep trying to relate to people. keep your compassion and your wonder, and I'm sure we'll survive. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay. Oh no, the hydration is good. Hydration is very good. Damn, it's about to be 1 o'clock. I am not done streaming. I won't try to go. We'll definitely be streaming for this amount of time or that amount of time or what have you. But despite the fact that I wanted to play at least one game, I think that I'll leave the rest to my hitmates. I have I have been fronting for way too long, so I think I might take some fronting time off. That being said, we're gonna start a break. If you have to say goodnight, good night. Don't let the diaper rash bite. Um, I hope you have a good weekend if I don't see you. Folks who hang out in the Discord, there is a gay ass community night on Sunday. Um, that being said, I'll be back after the break. I don't know how long it'll be. We need to get comfortable enough to head switch, and we probably should eat or consume some amount of calories and other stuff. Uh, yeah. Be kind to whatever fluff comes behind.
That's what you would do. I can't say I approve of you heading out alone, though.
At least say something before you go. After all, we're supposed to be friends, right?
Thanks for it. Thanks for letting me get set up there. Oh my god. Our headphones suck now. I see. Alright. Hi, I'm Mocha. Happy Pride. I use she, her pronouns. Let's play a game about neat lesbians. Different neat lesbians. I might play that after, actually. Alright, no controller. I'm dumb. I can't wait to drive vindictively. I think this is where I was. Yep. So this is a little bit before the new chapter started, so we can get a little bit of a last time on. I have to inspect the new uniforms that just came in. Please go see Lady Alicia. That was a close encounter with Gustav. What do you have in mind exactly? I'm gonna go hire an assassin. Barrette? I thought you wanted her dead. Besides, I don't think she would accept that. No, she's fine. Killing her was never my intention. Do you have the new uniforms? Yeah, check the storage room on this floor. Hope Luna is there already. She has some important information. Here's the key. So by making nice with Luna, I let her in early, whereas she would have been stuck apparently, I guess. Well, that's what I'm led to believe at least. Midnight fluffing. Yeah. I'm pretty baked. I'm having a good one. How are you? How was magic? Hey, thanks for helping me out earlier. There are a lot of uniforms to choose from, but I'm sure you'd appreciate something more flashy? Nice, thanks. This one's got quite a price tag on it. Must be using high-grade materials. I think it looks great on you. Nano fiber enhancement. A special armor for your uniform has been added to your inventory. Yeah, I can take more damage now. And I got a sniper rifle. Hello, Liz. It's good to see you again. You seem hurt. I had a feeling you were behind all this. How'd you find me? I never lost track of your movements. What do you want? What's the point of this? Are you gonna kill me or what? Don't be silly. I never wanted to hurt you. I'm saving your life. What? You save people's lives by sending killer robots after them? If I wanted to kill you, I would have. No. I wanted you to escape. You were a target the moment you stepped foot on Fraser's basement. You were this close to being assassinated by Gustav. If that's hard to swallow, I can show you video evidence of him trailing you. I'm not gonna believe you. Why would you do that? What do you want? I have control over just about anything with a computer interface in the palm of my hand. This tank? I put it here. It'll take us somewhere safe. If you don't answer me, I'm committing suicide right here. I'm Eris Fern, and I seek revenge for the assassination of my mother 12 years ago. My target is President Morin. This is not a place for this. Let's go. I have a lot to discuss with you. Barrett hadn't sustained any life-threatening injuries, so I let Hetz handle it. Ended up leaving her in the bar for now. That sucks, Majora. Yeah, it does. It does kind of blow. Amazon doesn't actually take money until right when they're gonna ship it, which can be really weird timing-wise, especially if it takes them multiple days to ship it and you don't have enough money in your account. So you have to change your Pride plans, though. Last time on Vindictive Drive. Shut up, Mom, it's not a phase! Punches Mom Ghost. I mean, last time there was a lot of murder. We had 2 maid bots infiltrate the the government facility or whatever that Barrett was in, and basically cause a ruckus to drive her out. Also, Ares got shot in the head, but somehow it healed. I'm pretty sure she's more than human. Perhaps even transhuman. I have to put her on my team. I have her on my team. Is that the news? I thought she would be skeptical about this. With Alicia, Liz, America, and Kyrie working for me, it's time to give form to my revenge. Remember to always check A to equip new skills and items. Chapter 8. Delete the world. Is Eureka ready for activation? Not yet. She's capable of combat, but we still have problems with feedback. Okay, continue. We need this ready soon for everyone's safety. It's decided. I'll use Alicia to influence Frager's administrative assholes to kick out Morn and gain control. I took Liz to Hetz's infirmary. I'll let her recover from her wounds, and then we'll attack. Finally. I have some free time before the attack. I should make good use of it. Okay, I have a few more open files. Got the top and the vest. Literally can't cancel the bolo tie. But the top and vest aren't coming till Sunday. The bolo tie is coming today. Oof. I hope you can make it work. Maybe you can build a new outfit or a different outfit with what you got. Damn, these drinks are so fucking expensive. Mission result. Amaranth takes some images of mechanical atrocities of the presidential residence. Here's my reward for you. Got a reward box. Open it to claim your reward. Ask me what to do for money. No. Probably use some painkillers. Okay, that's probably good. Have you decided which helper robot you prefer? The Assault type Amaranth or the Jammer type Ophelia? I technically don't prefer Ophelia, but I feel like I'm supposed to want Amaranth, so I want to see. Especially because, you know, save scum. Oh, this is cute. Oh. I can't afford her yet. After you buy a helper robot, you can upgrade them next time you're here. You should have that in mind. Did you hear about the terrorist attack in the Senate? How horrible! Yeah, sure, I'm absolutely horrified. Pretend you give a fuck. Can't sell those. I can't sell wallets. Oh, I should open that reward box. Ah. Literally gave me enough money to get a bot. Thank you, Dev. You think of everything. Obviously can't go that way. No more problems with Gustav. What's up? Kyrie's being cornered by the police. They think Liz Barnett is there. I can't leave for fucking 5 minutes. Where? At my house where I used to live with Alfred. You remember where it is, right? Yes, I do. I'm going. We'll talk later. Why would they look for Barrett there? It's like the first place they check. It's like the first place they check. That place is right past the port. I've gotta hurry. It might be too late for him already. Why am I in such a hurry? He's probably dead now anyway. And now that I think about it, anytime I get involved. Damn it. All I do is make people suffer. I'm a parasite. I survived and I turned my life into this. The life my mother gave me. Better stone my ass. Kyrie, no one deserves to be treated poorly, even if it's the lesser of two evils. There's something over there. Did I do something wrong? I didn't know Kyrie was the one who helped me. It was still the wrong thing to do. I'm a liar. I thought I was far beyond the point of no return. I thought I felt nothing. Because those feelings were disgusting. Horrible. My mother was not like this. Like me. I'm disgusting. I'm violent. I thought I was above this. Feeling for others. But I also feel. I used to hide. I used to hide a lot. I used to hide in the kitchen after every incident. Holding a knife and debating with myself. Should I kill myself? Is this ever gonna end? Is this my fault? Day after day, the punishments were brutal. The taste of blood in my mouth became natural. Eventually, I stopped noticing it altogether. The old wounds inside my mouth didn't have time to heal. New ones always took their place. I had problems eating. I had problems walking. Why am I thinking about this? This is horrible. Why is this in my memory? I thought I became cold, heartless, emotionless, but I regret killing people. I didn't grow up to be like my mother. And in the end, I'm like, someone help me, anyone. I would go outside and scream. Inside, I can still feel myself calling for help. But nobody's here. If you're going through hell, keep walking. Oh yeah. It feels like I'm still calling for help. That's not the thing I just got though. My life must not end like this. Mrs. Fields' old home where she lived with Emma and Garen. What the hell is Kyrie doing here? And why are the cops looking for Barrett here? I'll figure out later. For now, I have to rescue Kyrie before they notice he's in there. I have two ways of doing this. The first will be by force. They're elite soldiers, so it won't be easy. The second would be to sneak inside from the ceiling. Neither of these are ideal choices, but in either case, I should keep in mind which helper robot I have and its skills appropriately. Remember to activate your helper robot from the start menu screen. It'll become a member of your party. Manage the order of your party by pressing S. Remember, F in the high key bar orders your secondary party characters to attack. Activate the helper robot from the inventory by pressing X. Damn, this game has such good fucking music. I didn't get a chance to sell this. I should probably also save. Ah! I see a rat. I'll exterminate it. Oh. I see a rat. I'll exterminate it. You guys proceed immediately. Oh shit! Well, I'm glad I saved. Eris is still a better person than Ashley Graves. Agreed. Damn. Wonder how much it does. This might take a while. Okay, so I guess because of the sniper rifle, I can't easily do that. This would have been so much easier if I didn't have to do it like this. Use your inside voice. Seriously? I use a ladder and ended up approaching him from the ceiling. Kyrie, wake up! Come with me! Holy crap! Eris, you scared me! What are you doing? The cops are right outside? Duh, no shit, Sherlock. Now can you give me your hand, or would you rather sit here and soak up bullets? I got him out of there, and an awkward silence formed between us. It was time for both of us to give an explanation. I don't really want to have Kyrie involved anymore, but this is no longer about what I want. Eris, I have to ask, what are you doing here? Says the fugitive who goes for a walk with cops everywhere under national alert. That was Emma's house. She was my friend when I was a kid. I used to play there with her and other kids. Emma, I didn't know you were one of those kids. I wanted to ask if they knew anything about Emma. I was just passing. I had no idea the police would find me so easily. You could have asked her mom, Alicia. Emma disappeared 12 years ago. What? Really? I visit Emma often too. I was surprised I never ran into you there. I think this is a sweet coincidence though. Just what kind of atmosphere are you trying to create here? It's a big house, and I didn't want the other kids to see me. Guess it's not hard to put two and two together. Why not? Wait, I remember now. You were sitting near the tree behind the house, right? That's right. I didn't want the other kids to see my bruises. I look like a mess. Sorry. The mess is over, Eris. Now you have me. Will you stop it already? America will get jealous. You don't even know who I am. I can have as many friends as I want, you know. You can just tell me who you are. Damn, got Eris smiling and shit. Cheesing. Have you ever stopped to think about who your operator might be? What? That was you? Charles Morton killed my mother, and I need your help to get my revenge. I didn't know you were my old friend. I want to go back now. The fucking operator? What the? You can't be serious, Eris. Tell me this is a joke. So this is your childhood friend, huh? America, please don't. As I was saying, I'm taking revenge for the memory of my mother and for Emma and... Shut up, I don't care about your reasons. How could you do this to us? Do what? Save your life? Excuse me? I've started to lose count how many times we almost fucking died under your command. Bullshit. Nobody forced you idiots to rob a bank. The only thing I knew was that your plan was gonna fail. I guided you both to the exit. All I did was negotiate with you. You needed something, and I needed something. It's that simple. What about Ross and Ralph? As you know, Ross was captured by Gustav. Ralph attacked me and I had to kill him. What? You bitch! I don't understand how you can tell us all this so calmly. We're not your fucking toys, and not once did you ask for our opinions during your little negotiations. You're both hypocrites. At least I recognize I was lying to you and gave you my reasons. As if you had anything to say. I trust America and she trusts me. We have nothing to hide. I selected the subjects for my revenge because of our common interests. You two are not an exception. What do you mean? America, do you know why I call you a snowflake? Because you're a bitch? Because you're posing as a rebel blogger who's against Morin's politics, against the system, and against the elite. While you lie about your heritage and race to sympathize with Kyrie and your followers, you stalked Kyrie for a long time, and just pretended to hate Morin to impress him. Fucking disgusting creeper, because you knew Kyrie hated Morin for real. You were manipulating Kyrie by appealing to his desires when you never believed a word you said. Kyrie hates Charles Morin because he resents him for Emma's disappearance. You knew who I was all this time, Kyrie. You just didn't give a shit about me. And you lied to America about me. You're both pretenders trying to act nice to each other. Sorry, you were saying something about me? Sorry if I didn't tell you everything right away, or if I lied to you. Oh, sorry if I don't tell you everything right away, or I lie to you. Don't feel bad. I'm not better than you. Just don't pretend you're better than me. And forgive each other. I care about you guys. It's hard to believe, but I do. I promise you'll be free of this sin. What's up? I wanted to tell you that I'm not in the office right now. I have an important meeting with Fraser's administrative board. You're telling me this because... I tried to call the bar first. Head said hi, but the connection died shortly after. It was weird. I figured you'd be interested since Barrett is still in her infirmary. I'll go check, thanks. There's serious incidents with the police and the people in the streets. Was that you? No, the JK did it. Gathered information about places I've been, and now it's using information to disrupt the nation's economy. I'll explain later. To the bar, I guess. Frasier. Pharmacy. Ethics. Robotics. Tonight our nation suffers a major economic blow after the sudden disappearance of liquid assets from the registers of several banks. After the incident in Algeria, many powerful companies started removing their bonds. President Moore declared this to be a cyber-terrorist attack. Apparently, some people were mad enough to run out into the streets to protest. Protest what? I don't care. The president has declared a state of emergency. We can see a group of stoner kids being chased away by the police. Everything is in order now. Good job, boys. There are no cameras here, sir. Shut up, hippie! As you guys can see, hippies are trying to assault me as I speak. This country is out of control. Fucking savages. Yeah, Specky, I think this is America. I'm pretty sure this is America. But I don't know for sure. Hey kid, there's gonna be a siege. Hurry up and go home. What the hell happened here? Closed? Wow. I must visit Hats. Okay, how about... Microdrone. Sure. I'm gonna proceed. Yeah, I don't think that's not the key to the place. I can't talk to the guard. Can't be anything to do with my droid. At least I don't think so. Oh, that didn't trigger. Can't go back. They won't let me. Talk to anyone. I guess I'll save and then just start killing everyone. Cause oh, all I had to do was murder. Of course, murder, the best option. How unpleasant. This place is empty. There was death in the air. The familiar feeling came to me again. Something bad happened here. This one was killed by a single shot in the head. This must have been Barrett. Ooh, ammo, fuck yes. The secret hatch that leads to the infirmary and the mech deployment laboratory is open and unprotected. What? Hey, Gevy, smile for the camera. The cops blasted our bar. I'm with Liz right now. Wanna make a help? Fuck you. Okay, where are you? We're going to the mech factory, so watch out for traps. Anyway, I'm glad you showed up. Stop it. Have your helper robot first in the party. Here's Fern, tactician. Ophelia. Unlock door. I think I want aggro alarms deactivated. Oh shit! I don't think that fits the... Fuck this. Say hello to my big friend. How the fuck did a turret evade my gunshot? Excuse you. Huh. Give me that. Offensive security deactivated. I'm a dumbass. I didn't even have to waste all that fucking ammo. Fucking Christ. Ow. Ow. Wait, I did not mean to. Oh, wait, actually. One of these is healing. Not that one. There we go. Oh. It probably only heals robots. Oh, there you are. You're late. What happened? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm just tired. Had to check in the acid. Eris, right? We didn't have time to talk. Well, I doubt we have time now, Barrett. Why are you doing this, Eris? 12 years ago, my father, Charles Moore, killed my mother and tried to kill me. He had Alfred Guerin sell his own daughter in the black market. My mother and my friend, They deserve justice for what happened. Oh, was that it? You surprised me either way. What do you mean, either way? Hey, Gabby. What a miracle. It's good to have you here. Hence, something feels off. Ah! What the? I have my doubts, but I can't believe you couldn't recognize me with these things on. Recognize me yet? Emma? I'm sorry. Silly. Even after all these years, you keep apologizing for things outside your control. You'll never be alone again, Eris. Can we not? I don't believe you had to kill Hetz, though. Also, Eris deserves all the fucking hugs. Oh, sweet. That guy had $100. Sometimes you just need a little bit of murder. What's that? I love the cross out. I had a feeling that might be him, actually. I was like, that'd be perfect, wouldn't it? We're trapped. The door is closed. Hetz called Gustav and activated the emergency system. Weird. My devices aren't working. Wait, did you say Gustav? Hetz made a deal with me. I needed a clean slate and she needed money. Now I want something else, though. Let me take another crack at the door. Okay, I hear them coming. I'll cover you. Hetz was holding this. You can have it. Bitch flakes? Important. Use Liz to defend Eris while she works on the computer. Use A to check Liz's skills and utilities. You have no ammo. Use a reloading skill now. Liz's reloading skill adds a state keen eye for a few seconds. It sharply increases chances for a critical hit. Backup feature will be disabled soon. Saving highly advised. Did I actually fill up all my slots? I did not fill up all my slots. Dual Scorpion. It kills people with bullets, duh. Anti-tank rifle. Oh, I can only have one or the other rifle, I guess. Oh, and that's the one she probably came with, actually. Bitch Flakes. Recovers 2,000 HP. Hetz's favorite snack. Control chip. Found at Hetz's basement. Probably don't need a battery though. Swift and destructive attack confuses enemies. Use with caution. And reload. Quick emergency reload for the Scorpion pistol. Damn. Backup feature disabled. I hear them coming, Eris. Hurry. I need some time. Shoot them with bullets or something. like how the games play with expectations so far. In terms of like switching characters and stuff. Between this sequence, the mecha, the adding of the maids, I never know what to expect. And this is definitely a little bit of power fantasy. Oh, nice. This leads to a secret exit. Locked? Obviously. Can you take care of it? I'll probably take a minute or two. Here they come. Oh. Now I'm out of slots. Slut. Lucky number 7. Oh, cool. Ah. I have to keep looking down at the fucking keyboard because Heelys. What can I say? I'm not really a keyboard warrior. Never a dull moment. Hell yeah! Are we done yet? Let's go. And that is why young people ruin everything. On today's top story, Fraser's scandal gets worse now with the international community. Complaints on what seemed to be an attack on democracy, Charles Morin has decided to shut down the Senate to show the world his transparency, and calls for elections. Unfortunately, the economy has been hit by a huge deficit caused by the paranoia of irresponsible private sectors, aka bankers. Without the Senate to declare an emergency, things are not looking up for our nation. Don't be so harsh on yourself, honey. You can fix things. I'm here by your side to let you know you're a human being. Thank you for trusting me. Even after knowing what I did, I regret it more and more with each passing day. I was a different man, and I'm willing to atone for my wrongdoings. But she'll take the whole country as hostage. She must be stopped. The pain she caused, the people she's hurt. I deserve a revenge, but you and Eris don't. Don't think that way, Charles. Genevieve was my friend too. She wanted to save you from your troubles. Mom, Dad! Hi, I miss you! You're right, Amy. You know I'm always right, honey. You'll find better times ahead. You'll see. Proceed. Changing. Far away from that dangerous place, we're walking back to Fraser's building. I was feeling nervous. It was Emma. Finally. I didn't say a damn thing. I've been waiting for so long. And now I can't find the right words. Hey, Eris. Do you know where my mother is? The building where you shot me in the head? Are you an amnesiac or something? That would be so cliche. Well, a coincidence. I don't have amnesia, but I certainly have problems. I forget pieces, moments, people. Don't resent her. She wasn't aware of how you were. Sold. This whole revenge thing, you don't need it. You have things to live for. Reasons. I want to be one of them. Maybe. I'm all fucked up, Emma. I did terrible things. Even if I forget about Mourn and decide to rebuild my life, it's just too much. It hurts to see you like this. It's almost like you've given up. I want to live, Emma. Thanks for, well, your enthusiastic offer. Hey, of course. I'm so happy to see you again, Harry. I'm not crying. I get it, but I'm not crying. Chapter 9. A monster from the past. You activated me. Why would you do that? This freak is not ready to obey the commands. Cut the processor now. Keep treating me like a monster, and I'll act like one. The country hates him, his allies suspect him, no one trusts him but his wife. The next step was about more in strategy. I don't know whose voice this is. Backup feature recovered. Well, actually, this is a great place to stop. This is not 2 hours long like the last time, but we were just like so carried away by the tension and everything. And this is a natural rest point, and I've already been playing this for an hour, so I think I'm good. That was an action-packed hour, and a lot of banging my head against the wall. Moving closer towards something like redemption. Maybe there's a happy ending after all. All right. Got a few more things we want to play. We're moving from Vindictive Drive. We're going over to what was this? Hollow Body? Yeah. We played the previous demo, but not the current one. This is a survival horror game. Like Silent Hill, Resident Evil sort of stuff. Kind of a retro style. Maybe like an early PS2 or late PS1 game aesthetic. It had a whatchamacallit, but we missed it. Like a Kickstarter. I don't think it comes out this year. I don't think it comes out till next year. Hardwaregames.com. Some parts of this game may be considered violent, disturbing, or cruel. It's best enjoyed with a controller. Damn. I think they changed the title screen too, yeah. This is much more eerie than what they had before, although the other one was very atmospheric. This looks like... That doesn't look like the future. This is supposed to be sci-fi. I mean, I'm sure it's sci-fi, but maybe the dilapidated like town you're in is supposed to be reminiscent of current day. Let us begin. Infinite Awake? Is that your like domain expansion right now? Select your difficulty. Casual. Reduce enemies with weaker attacks. Intended. The intended gameplay experience. Punished for experienced players only. Oh, Joe intended. No spoilers, we haven't read the newest JJK chapter. This is a work in progress demonstration intended to showcase the core mechanical and visual features of Hollow Body. Various narrative and gameplay elements have been modified for the purposes of this demo. Please consider wishlisting to support the game in the lead up to release. Hollow Body is developed by just one person. I almost feel like if the roots were slower, it would be more creepy. Because as it is right now, it feels almost campy somehow. I want to draw deep roots all over the screen.
Warning, severe weather conditions identified.
You think? What gave it away?
Several of my atmospheric sensors are reading concerning levels.
That was a rhetorical question, Beeb.
I recommend that we establish a safe landing zone with the utmost urgency.
It's alright, we will. We're about 3 miles out from where Sasha was posted. You think you can hold on?
There is a statistical probability that ignoring these warnings may result in an incident with fatal repercussions. Sorry, I'm unable to process your request. The root function
Beep.
termination is protected and will require administrator.
Shit. Fuck!
hate when my car falls out of the fucking sky. Welcome to the Fluff My Entertainment System. Welcome all who are ignoring getting sleep. Let's ignore getting sleep together. I awoke to the acrid smell of an electrical fire, rain pounding on the cracked windshield of my hover. I tried to call for help, but my radio can't reach a signal through the storm. Sasha was out here somewhere. If we were to stand any chance of getting out here, I need an evac plan. I had to find a vantage point, though. Someplace high enough to get a signal through on my radio and call for help. This wasn't over. Kick the door out. Oh. DeLorean doors. System critical. What a wreck. There's no way I'm flying out of here. Alright. I don't know if it's British or maybe like Aussie, but whenever I see a flashlight being called a torch, it's like, yeah, this is not American. Yeah, I got an aid spray. Sorry, a medical repair spray. This status screen is distressing. Non-derogatory. Oh, the light is red when I'm close to death. Select Kotak from the inventory. I have a few revolver ammo.
What do you think you're doing? My husband has work in the morning.
It's just a precaution, Mom. All residents are advised to stay in their homes until further notice.
This is absurd. You have no right to tell us what to do. Just wait till my man hears about this.
Mom, we understand the inconvenience, but failure to comply will result in a blacklist for you and your family.
Shut your blacklist! Let me through!
Mom, state regulation requires you to be compliant in any and all mandated.
Parasites, the lot of you! Prisoners in our own damned homes.
Gotta say, there's a certain sort of atmosphere there. Especially with something that I'm assuming is not essential. Fucking Leon Scott Kennedy dressing ass. All industrial mech sits lifeless, collapsed into a residential building. Raindrops keep falling on my head, but that doesn't mean that I won't soon be dead. Oh, the swings have physics. Yeah, this is a car with normal ass wheels. It's weird to see the, like, what would be considered current day being represented as, well, like a dead society. Well, I guess it's not that weird. You see it in shit like The Last of Us or whatever all the time. Okay, it's just a button prompt. I don't have to actually do anything other than push. The garage. That's a really good shot, though. As it doesn't mean that there won't be anything in the garage ever. It's only a demo after all. Bloating, 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 bloating. Hey Nick, how's it going? Up past your bedtime? Cause I know I am.
Okay, time to find a way up to the roof.
Staff only. Storage bots with a large lockpick. I can find a way to pry it open. Yes, a map. A 16-year-old scrawny ass kid with a mask that glows in the dark with a short sword and a bag full of hallucinogens and narcotics. The lock is blocked with some kind of expanding foam. There's no power running to the elevator. Of course. the score here just sounds so good. Hey, Fluke. That's pretty nice. Well, liminal. First door. How are you? Gosh, is this really a future? It's such an interesting blend. Because that is a big ass TV. Utility bill. Added to documents. Bullets. And no one to kill. There's something pierced through their stomach. I guess they got on the wrong side of someone with nothing to lose. Wow. A little casual there. The sink is filthy. More packing boxes. I guess whoever lived here never got the chance to leave. Well, yeah, they're literally on the bed. I like liminal. Liminal is one of my favorite things. Oh my god, look at her fucking hands. I think it's partially like that because of like keeping hands in a position that's easy to animate things in their hands for, but just I don't know, it makes me think of like I don't know, it's uncanny in a way. It's a little scary. It goes with the aesthetic. I remember people used to tell me that they couldn't take Resident Evil, like the old Resident Evil games seriously, like the PS1 ones, because it was just too blocky and their hands don't close. And it's like, can you not suspend your disbelief? Okay, they've given me so many bullets. 18. Oh, my revolver's empty though. An old daring Staccato D series revolver, favorite among private security firms. It looks like something that goes in the shell, which is not an accident, I'm sure. Got that good Dead Space stomp. Love myself some lesbian horror games.
Oh, Jesus.
Died a gamer. Occupation unemployed. $100 from now, people will still be talking about how good the Resident Evil GameCube remake looks. Real. Newspaper article added to documents. posture check. Ugh. I was definitely shrimping. Thank you. More death. So many people didn't make it out. So this place was like needing to be evacuated, I guess.
Babe, are you sure you're alright? You've not touched your dinner.
I'm not hungry.
Did you guys eat after work? Or...
I'm not hungry.
Oh, come on, you didn't take your lunch with you today. You have to eat something.
Get out.
What?
Take a walk. Give me some fucking space.
Honey, you're scaring me. Please tell me what's wrong. We can work this out.
I'm fine. I'm not hungry. I need some space.
Maybe this construction job wasn't such a great idea.
Take a walk.
It's raining out. Where can I go?
I said, take a walk.
This is our home. I live here.
Get the fuck out of my house.
It doesn't actually say who is the body, actually. I guess they need like some sort of like biometrics. Or maybe there's like an ID system or something. I guess. Talking to each other on stream is so weird. Happened so quickly and even think to switch the thingy thing. Thorn says hi. Babe, are you alright? You've barely touched your itchy tasty burger. Room key 2.3. Let's see, where am I? 2.3. Unlocked. Floor is collapsed, leading to the room below. Let's jump down the hall.
Is anyone there?
You don't belong here. Should have stayed where it's warm. Like little sparrow.
I'm sorry, who is this?
Patience, baby bird. You've barely spread your wings.
How is this line still active?
Some things you refuse to deny.
Why are you talking like that?
This is my home. This was always my home.
Right.
Layers upon layers. Concrete and dirt. Sickness till death.
Yeah, this is a waste of my time. I'm hanging up.
Watch out for the strays. They haven't had a proper meal in weeks.
Creepy fucking robot.
Oh, I guess that was the last time we played this. You know, apparently, at least one of the devs for Signalis had not played Silent Hill 2 until after they made Signalis, which sounds insane. Ah, a dead child who died from asphyxiation. That can't have been painful. Couldn't pay me to sleep in this place. Oof. The hammer lies embedded in the wall. It's sad to think this was once a happy home. Child's drawing has been added to documents. A missile lies dormant, buried under the rubble. Is it active? I don't want to wait around to find out. Door's jammed. The radiator appears to be damaged, barely hanging to the wall. The wall is wire damage and exposing the plasterboard behind. I might be able to break through with the right tool. An old claw hammer. Useless as a weapon, but good for breaking stuff. Those are coward words. That was an oddly rational way for the protag to speak during that phone call. That is fair. I think they changed the lines a little bit from the last version of the demo. They kind of explained it less. I guess this is where the parents slept. I wonder what happened to them. I hope they got out. A small child's bed, various toys and posters decorate the room. Either they left in a hurry or... Not a big fan of that sound. I kill for a shower right now, but this one smells like death. I do have a quick turn. This used to be a happy family, but they all turned on each other and they start arguing about the Minecraft mob vote. Lock tight. Maybe they should have a rechargeable battery for this. There it is. Old wooden bat pierced with rusty nails is embedded in the door. Like the makeshift club. Huh? What? Why did I drop my gun? I don't care if you want me to beat it to death. I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it to death. Oh, I love it when my enemies cry. Oh, hello. So I'm supposed to assume that this person just died just now? Void. Helen Bridges. Looks to be her, I guess. A personal safe is mounted to the wall. Graduation. There's the puzzle. It's like a love letter. Oh yeah, it feels so much like Silent Hill 2. Like, this is probably gonna be better than the Silent Hill 2 remake, not gonna lie. Okay, so 30th birthday, graduation. 3 girls at university graduation. One of them appears to be heavily pregnant. The kid can be more than 3 or 4 years old. So about 3 or 4 years difference. So I also need to find out. I wonder where the kid's body is. Since I know where the mother's body is, it's on the fucking floor. A letter from First Plus Health UK confirming Helen Bridges' new patient details. Her name is listed alongside her date of birth. October 4th, 2025. Wow. She doesn't get born until next year. 2025. So... $2051 maybe? Well, if he had 20 sits to 2025. That's 5150. 2049 maybe? $2052. There we go. Large metal key hides inside the safe. Taken. Come on, Deckard. Don't be scared. Not gonna lie, that was pretty satisfying. Television set looks like one of those old tube base models. The Sapphic 14 Spare Gate. Thanks for playing this early demo. I'm hard at work at bringing the best possible experience to new players and fans of the genre. And that pistol is big as hell. Lullaby is currently planned for release later this year. Oh, this year. The full game will feature professional voice acting, an original soundtrack, post-game unlocks, and a uniquely personal narrative. If you would like to help support Lullaby in the lead up to release, wish listing is the best way to show Steam that this game is worth promoting to new players. Additionally, for updates on the game's progress and opportunity to join our public beta test, you can sign up at the following address. Oh, I might do that. Thanks again. I hate when that automatically happens. Not a big fan of that. But yeah, really cool game. I've been keeping track of it since the Kickstarter or whatever. Ooh, okay. Let's see. We have a few more things on our list of games. To play today. Alright. I'm gonna let Punk finish out stream. Oh, no. I guess it's my show now. Let's rock! Hey, I'm Punkbite. I use she and they pronouns. I'm a shark bun. And we're all mecha pilots, but I am dressed for the occasion. Nice to see folks are still with us here. 9.5 hours in the stream. At almost 4 a.m. Fucking Christ. Mocha, you play Hollow Body? Sick. Ghost? Huh. That's pretty cool. Alright, we got a few more things, right? Let's see. I don't know if this actually has a category. It does have a category. So, at one point, we were doing a bunch of looking into the devs behind Signalis, Rose Engine. And depending on where you look, they'll say that Signalis is their first game. And technically, that would be true. Their first full-length game. It was made by 2 people. But Rose Engine existed before that, before Signalis, and this is one of the 2 games that existed before Signalis. And I think we might recognize some themes here. But we'll see. Ascend. Love if this was bigger. Oh, fun. Excuse me, just gotta adjust. So yeah, more liminal shit, I guess. You'd think it was Halloween with the games we've been streaming tonight. Alright, this is a precision platformer. Your way. I bet you didn't notice about lesbians. When they step on snails, they explode. Happy Pride. Can't let any of our lesbians explode, chat. A loving embrace, never to be felt again. Lost in the dark. It's true, the narrative is deeply personal. The game dev has already asked me and Izzy to dress up as Sheet Ghost and get mocaps into the game to mess with Mocha. You just got a good taste. Thank you. The only wrong way is down. This place, somewhere underground, but not as deep. I'm like, where the hell is that platform? And thinking what they sheltered, I grew sick. Oh. Fuck. What? Quench my thirst for life. So close. Ah. Whoa, almost jumped right on those spikes. I was reading chat and I was like, huh? To the left of you. Ooh. Ah! la 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 la. Ah, really? That's a good point. I will drink water. Thank you. Shit. Oh. Nope. Right when I jumped, I knew that was. Oh, hello. Jump too far for some, perhaps. Oh. Make peace with the path ahead of you. They make going backwards a bitch. Ugh. There we go. When you hear that sound, it's like it messes up my jump. It's like I'm caught in the middle of like a kind of a jump loop. I was like, and here I thought there was gonna be spikes on the ceiling. It's like, no, there are spikes on the ceiling. Oof. If I had literally just died on purpose, it would have been fine. Self-destruct. Alright, alright. Seriously? I feel like I'm playing, what was it? Oh. Oh! I just, wow. Mother. Night, night. Thanks for coming along the pre-sleep train. And remember, sleep is a form of death. Huzzah! That path is way harder. I'm ascending. Well, that took like 20 minutes. Oh, okay. Wow, I can hear birds chirping and shit. What was the other game? Oh yeah, this weird... It was a really interesting game. Although it's of a genre that is starting to get kind of played out. I lost the Twitch stream, but I think it went back up. Yeah. Well, that was weird. Oh, my controller's not on. There we go. So this is kind of like Vampire Survivors, apparently. I'm to assume this game has more meat to it than that. Some sort of story or something. There's also just psychedelicness. It was super funny. There was something just about this game's whole style and stuff. Kind of reminds me of MS Paint Adventures, you know? And just, I don't know, weird trans girl swag. And it did end up being made by a trans person. I have a yo-yo. Yo-yo based weapons. Already rocking. For real. Whoa, what the fuck is this? Chain belt. And yes, I did that on purpose. This is a chill vibe, though. Well, that's literally just a laser beam. I just have a laser beam in space. Sick. Incoming transmission? Mortality 5. What does that even mean? Oh, this is all experience. Incoming transmission to be a good puppy girl. Puppy girls rock. You heard it here first. Kiki, I found you. I don't recognize you. Oh no, did you lose your mind as well? Are you able to clarify? There's no time. We have to find the carrots before they run away. Carrots? Too late, too late. They're angry at you still. You have to repent. You've been corrupted, Rabbit. Leave it to me. Oh. Boss fight? Oh. Does Vampire Survivors have boss fights? I mean, not to say that it has to do everything Vampire Survivors does. I still have never played Vampire Survivors, actually. Yeah, this feels like Homestuck so hard. In the best ways. Oh shit, that's probably not good. Damn! No, I didn't mean to. Oh, I didn't mean to fast forward. It does have boss fights? Oh, okay. Damn, I feel like I'm getting fucking ate by Gygus. Mad respect to folks who are good at bullet hell games, but it's not my jam. We're trying to get more into bullet hell games. We're certainly not good at them, though. The dichotomy is not so simple, you see. That's always something I find interesting when people are like... I hear people talking about fighting games the same way. Where it's just like, I'm not good at fighting games. And are like, you know, so I don't play them. And like, I play plenty of games I'm not good at, but like when there's competitive element, I do think that it makes it a lot more complicated. I definitely was not a fan of bullet hells, but because of so many games that have like maybe bullet hell segments or something like that, we've started to get used to just bullet hell patterns. And there's like a bullet hell co-op game out now. What was it called? Like Steel Rabbit or something? And we played a demo with some friends, and it was pretty fun. And it's nice to like feel as though you can be carried a little bit in a game like that. And honestly, like actual bullet hell games, or I should say games that don't just have bullet hell segments, but are like designed around bullet hell stuff. There's a lot of them we want to play, but not because of the crossbow. Not because of wanting to necessarily deal with bullet hell shenanigans. The same thing as we had the same feelings about Undertale. Actually, it was like I really want to experience this game's story, but I'm not really that much here for the gameplay. Although Undertale did win us over in the gameplay department. Rabbit and Steel, thank you. Punk Bite, Toho Arc win. I mean, closer and closer. Although there are a lot of Toho games that are not bullet hells, which makes it feel a little bit more accessible. Although I'm pretty sure there's plenty of people who play Toho, or sorry, who are into Toho, who aren't good at bullet hells and have never actually finished a Toho game. Ooh. Slash? 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 Yes? Beefcake! Beefcake! Same feeling on Undertale. Real. Actually, we were pretty happy to see the, like, gameplay changes with Deltarune. Since it's more of a traditional RPG in terms of playing. Though at the same time, that's not always what we want. Like, for example, like Paper Mario isn't strictly traditional, and a lot of games take after, a lot of JRPGs, for example, take after Paper Mario. Ooh, Poison Chance. Let's try once more for the kingdom. Not this again. Cheer up! Cheer for me! We've got so many wonderful memories together, it would be a shame to ruin them. What memories? Back when the world was green. Things are so nice and it's all gone now though. What's left? What will we do? You're not making any sense. It doesn't matter, Sil. Let me have fun. Fuck. Whoa! Gotta see that big carrot in the sky! Buzzsaw, fuck yes. Acquired memory. Damn, I fucking murdered them though. Ultramarine hub. Oh, my leg is a buzzsaw. Sick. Oh yeah, I just realized, even though we haven't played Vampire Survivors, there is a game like Vampire Survivors that we have played, 20 Minutes Till Dawn. And that game does have boss fights as well. But they're generally not one-on-ones. Yes, we have played the VTuber Vampire Survivors game. Hollow Cure? That one's fun. Somehow I'm still alive. Really wish there was an easy way to heal. Or any way to heal, honestly. Sick. Auto fire. Whoever's in closest proximity just gets the hammer. I think this counts as mecha. Oh, barrels. Okay. Damn. That was a good one. You heal by matching pace with a human and maintain relative position. Oh. Memory file was loaded to drive. It's my journal. It is empty. If I did write anything in it, it's not like I would have remembered. Part of me wishes I could lay down and sleep forever. But then there's this other part of me who refuses to give myself a break for even a second. As selfish as I can be, not even I want the best for myself. Fuck. Depression. Oh, controller died. I don't remember this. I don't know where this goes. It seems familiar, but I'm not sure. Wow, this fuck. Oh shit. The clock is telling me rude stories about being after midnight. I might fall off the internet. Feel free to hit the hay if you need to. Oh, the carrots. It looks very soft. It doesn't look very smart, but it seems to be happy. Very cute. All the carrots must have lured them here. You may Nikki ass. Congratulations, Izu Kamaya. You are among the top 0.01% of the applicants we received. It is a great pleasure to inform you that you have been selected for the program. If you could have your things prepared by the 23rd of January, we'd like to start training from then on. I'm sure you're aware of the risks and responsibilities you are accepting. Humanity thanks you. Do I understand? You got accepted, Izu. That's amazing. I was worried for a second. I thought you might all actually die. I thought we might all actually die. That would have been really bad if we all died. We could still die if you fail. That sucks so hard. When I heard that the world might end, I got really scared. But when I found out there's assembling a team to deal with it, I was so relieved. I just paid off my car in real estate, and I bought it, and the real estate I bought into has been taking off. You're so brave. I could never do something like this. Never! No matter who was in danger. They're getting people that can save the world? Thank God. I don't think I could have died happy if we didn't get to see the end of this baseball season. Go Sludgeville Snorks! I'm not sure if I'm walking in jelly or something else. I'm sure it's fine. Wah 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 wah. Mess and bluff. Goo 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 gobble goggla. Your brother can learn a thing or two from you. I nearly hit him with my shoe when he told me he was too afraid to send his application. You should consider yourself lucky. If we all die down here while you're up there, you'll be safe. The top 0.01, my daughter, haha. There really is nobody better. That's why you gotta do it, Izu. Why does Izu not look like any of these other folks? Is it just memory shit? Psychosis? Oh my god. By signing this piece of paper, you are donating your physical and mental being to the government. For the betterment of mankind, for the safety of our future, we will do what is necessary to prepare you for the dangerous mission ahead of you. Please sign your legal name on the line below. Izu Kamiya. Excuse me. Excuse me, please. Could you not? You I guess not. Such a happy camper. Oh, medication? Bundle of folders. Injections. Files. Bureaucracy. Pills. Syringes. Pills. Gosh. It all becomes a malaise. It all just melts away. Acquire MK005 space helmet. Wow, that's depressing. All right. One last game. All right, time for some character action swag. Ooh. Nano Apostle. Let's just dive right on. This is not a roguelike, if you believe it or not. It's a boss rush game. Lena, gotta stay strong. I promised you I'd get you out of here. I will get you out of here. What? Where am I? It is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for serving as my host. I am a semi-autonomous combat nano prosthetic known as Apostle. From this day forth, I will be assisting you with your operations. Hello? Mr. Apostle? Where am I? I can't seem to remember anything. This is Pioneer Level 6 Biochemical Weapons Lab. We are currently being contained in a cultivation chamber and exist within the chamber's computer as conscious entities. I don't really know what that means, but thanks for the explanation, Mr. Opossum? I'm so sorry. My brain's a mess. I'm having trouble remembering your name. Can I call you Kuro? Nickname updated. Kuro. You may use this name to address me. Good night, Erilyn. Sleep tight. Thanks, Kuro. That'll make it easier to remember. Wait. Why is the floor glowing? A wake-up process from an external input has been detected. Preparing to execute the following program. Combat Adaptability Test 1.0. Program Description. Arrange for test subject to engage in combat with a low lethality machine to verify its functions are operating correctly. But, Kuro, I don't know how to fight. Referencing Article 27. During operations, the unit will establish a conscious link with the host. As long as there are no abnormalities in the host's nervous system, the unit can partially control the host via physical reflexes. All the host is required to do is remain aware of their surroundings. I will handle all combat-related actions and analysis. Okay, but I'm pretty scared, Kuro. Appropriate consolation phrasing located. Hello, friend. Do not worry, everything will be okay. Relax. Let's do this. I think I'm even more scared now. Feedback collected. Apologies. My database still has much room for improvement. Is someone there? Jeez. I must have been imagining things. How long has that damn plan been going on hold? New containment record, huh? No way. berries more. Parried you to death. Error. Unplaced memory file identified. Loading. 35th day of the siege. Palanak, March 22nd. 362nd year of the Coat calendar. These casualties were just as severe. Those metal bastards are tough as hell. I still can't figure out how Carmina got a hold of such advanced weaponry. At least we held our ground. Their sacrifices weren't in vain. Horace, what are you gonna do when the war ends? My sister's still starving thanks to the siege. I just want to get her out, that's all. Understood. I lost my wife and kids to this insanity. I don't even know what I'm fighting for anymore. Sorry to hear that, Captain. That's fine. I've got to give it all I've got while I still can. I don't want any regrets. No regrets. Oh my! It's awake! It's awake! Welcome! Oh, she saw all the balloons and stuff. That's cute. Ah! Rule 1. Protect the host. Unidentified entity may attack. Initiating immediate elimination. Combat function module activated. Please, no! Unidentified entity, explain your intentions and purpose within 15 seconds. This unit will decide whether to eliminate you based on the assessment results. Countdown begins now. I'm sorry for scaring you. 9. No! Crap, I didn't even know how to introduce myself. 5. Activating execution function. 4. 3. Kuro, you're scaring the poor girl. Please stop this nonsense immediately. Command received. Extending elimination countdown and shutting off warning indicators. Thank heavens. I'm so sorry. It's been a long time since I've had to speak. Kuro didn't say, I'm not gonna hurt you. It's like, Kuro said, I'm not going to tell you when the countdown ends. Kuro's fucked up. Hello, my name is Winnie. Nice to meet you. Hello, Winnie. My name is... Wait. What's my name? We are Subject 89 of the Nano Apostle Project. We have yet to be assigned a name. We're on the 89th iteration and you still haven't given it a name? Need a name? I need a name. Anita! How about Anita? Anita? Oh, I like that. Thanks, Winnie. Wonderful. Well then, it's nice to meet you, Anita. You too, Kuro. Host name saved. Anita. Unidentified entity's name. Saved. Winnie. Anita, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. After all, you just woke up. Is there anything you'd like to ask me? I've got years and years of data. I'm sure I can help with something. Yeah, I'm pretty confused to be honest. I guess. Why am I here? Why do I have to fight these things? We're bioweapons developed by a pioneer. In order to gather data on their weapons, Pioneer arranges for us to fight with other bioweapons. The point is, we were made to fight. I know it's cruel, but you can count on Kuro to get you through this. And I'll be there to help too. But why are you here, Winnie? Were you stuck in a cultivation chamber too? Me? It's pretty complicated, but the long and short of it is that I'm Subject 01 of the Nano Apostle Project. After facing numerous setbacks, my body and mind were utterly destroyed. I was contained in this cultivation chamber waiting to be completely annihilated. But my consciousness unexpectedly synchronized with the chamber's computer, and my mind was imprisoned here. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up unpleasant memories. It's okay. That was a long time ago. Don't worry about me. To be honest, I'm pretty happy being here all alone. Yes, very happy. Winnie? It's nothing. Look, if you need help, don't be afraid to ask. Anything at all. Okay, thank you, Winnie. The evaluation of the consciousness known as Winnie is complete. Due to its ability to provide us with information, it will not be eliminated, but will be placed on the observation list. Jeez. That fucker's like, I'm watching you. Oh, before you returned, I took the liberty of browsing through some of Kuro's info. Based on his operating system, I created some expansion modules that should enhance his combat efficiency. Scan results. No vulnerabilities or malware detected. Expansion module downloaded. Insta-booster. When using the grappling hook, light damage increased by 40%. Duration of the buff is based on a dash distance, lasts 5 seconds. Wow, thanks, Winnie. Go on, Kuro. Command received. Thank Winnie. Thank you phrase located. I, the Nano Prostag known as Apostle, would like to thank you for your assistance, which has touched our hearts and helped us in immeasurable ways. You're so polite, Kuro. No need to thank me. I think this might be pretty tough for Kuro. I've downloaded information about your next opponent from the internet. This time you'll be facing a combat unit designed specifically for frontline warfare. It's really big and may look intimidating, but if you carefully observe his behavior, it shouldn't be too hard to beat. Intel updated. A combat strategy for the next battle has been formulated. Ready for the next battle. What? So close. You. I hate getting stepped on. Well, usually. Fuck you. Time to get serious. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to beat this fucker before the sun comes up. Second phase. I didn't even heal. Again. So close. dodge too late or dodge too early. Rah. bleed for me. That was pretty satisfying. Oh, execute. Spirit evolution. That was not the type of execution I thought I was gonna get. Murder. Now with your balanced breakfast. Error. Unplaced memory file identified. Loading. 42nd day of the siege of Palanac, March 29th, in the 362nd year of the Coat calendar. How the hell did you do that? That male bastard could withstand the firepower of a whole damn troop. And you never use more than one sniper round. I don't know. Hunter's intuition, I guess. Back when I was hunting, I could see something flowing through, like nodes in the prey's body. Shooting at him always seemed to take him down. Didn't expect it to work in these tin heads. None of the other hunters have that ability, even the ones from your region. It's absolutely incredible. I'm just happy we're in the same platoon. We're definitely gonna... No! Mike! Has a flashback to Resident Evil. These things are resilient as hell. They won't stop until they've breathed their last breath. If they're even alive. To ensure we don't suffer any more casualties after they're down, we're gonna completely annihilate them. The demo's storyline concludes here. The next stage consists of a boss battle. The enemy is a bioweapon that uses hover cannons for combat, specializing in dense projectile barrages. If you have trouble dealing with the barrage attacks, try using a different expansion module. Maybe I'll try the other one next time. I think I'm tapped out. We play everything that we put on the list. Well, we had some extra games, but like we're almost at 12 hours, so. Let's see, and let me get a raid target. If anyone's still streaming this early. Yeah, there's plenty of people streaming. I'm gonna raid doll. A fallen doll. Hope everyone had a good time. This game was really fucking hard. Can't wait to dig into it more. And it's reminded me of Bittersweet Birthday. Boss rush games are cool. Even Fury. Even though Fury insults you. Alright, Fallen Doll is streaming Digimon World 2. And before we raid, in case anyone wants to help make the doll feel welcome, that's the raid message. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness. Feel free to add some emotes if you got them. I hope you all have a great weekend. Well, see you at community night at the very least. Bye-bye.
Hi! Can we get a shout out, please? I don't actually know if I have any mods on right now, so I'll just, S-O... Love bite.